continues between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. Monken had said in the past he'd love to have a QB depth chart set by the end of mandatory minicamp next week. We'll see if that actually is the case. Philadelphia 76ers made it official this morning. They've named former Cavaliers GM Mike Gansey the new president of basketball operations. Gansey spent the past 15 seasons with the Cavs organization. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Mike Brown can't lose a playoff game. Who'd have thunk that? Welcome to Baskin and Phelps, everybody. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner today, Andy Baskin, isn't here. My man behind the glass, Stan Menigan, isn't here. I am thrilled to be joined by the star of stage, screen, the plain dealer, and Cleveland.com, Cavs beat reporter, Mr. Chris Fedor.
Hi, Jeff. Thanks for having me,
Good
buddy.
to have you here, pal. Welcome.
Thank you.
We're used to having you on the hotline.
I know.
It's great to have you here live and in person.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here, and this also takes me away from the third straight day of yard work, so I appreciate that.
We get done at 2. There's a lot of time for you to do yard work.
Well,
I'm just saying.
less than usual when it comes to the Cavs.
That's probably true.
So I'm a little bit behind, and I'm still playing catch-up.
Meredith is behind the glass today. Number to join us is 216-474-0092. We have all kinds of good things coming up today. At noon, Top Dog, Hanford Dixon, going to join us. He'll be talking about changes on the Browns defense, among other things, and we all know what that is. We're going to hear from Todd Monken. He spoke yesterday. We're going to hear from Jared Verse, the new member of the Browns, who just went ahead and said it. Man, I loved L.A. It's like cue Randy Newman. Here it comes. I love L.A., but he had some really interesting things about the Browns that he had to say. We'll hear that coming up, but we're going to start with the NBA Finals. Last night, San Antonio has a double-digit lead on those New York Knickerbockers, the team that just won't go away, Chris. I'll readily admit, I think Mike Brown is a good NBA head coach. I've never thought Mike was a great NBA head coach, but he learned some things with Steve Kerr that have translated to this group of New York Knicks players, and they came back and they've just looked like a great all-around basketball team.
I'm glad you put it that way because I got the sense in the aftermath of the Cavs losing in the conference finals that there was so much conversation about, the Knicks just got hot at the right time. The Knicks played against some lesser opponents. What's this going to look like when New York plays against whoever it is that comes out of the Western Conference? And can they continue to play at the same level that they were playing against the Cavs, against Philly, against Atlanta for the final few games of that series?
Who gave them fits early on?
They did.
Yeah, Knicks down 2-1.
Series. And even from the Cavs themselves, James Harden was talking about we're the better team, right?
Yeah.
Kobe Altman was talking about, we didn't make a whole bunch of shots in that series. I think this needs to be an eye-opener for the Cavs organization, and I think it needs to be an eye-opener for people around the NBA, that the Knicks are really, really good, and they're on a different level than some of the other teams in the Eastern Conference.
I love their team play and their depth.
That's what it came down to.
Yeah.
It came down to them being on a different level and being a more complete team than some of these teams that they were playing against, and you're seeing that.
I agree with that completely. Jalen Brunson has been so consistent in the way he goes about a game, because it almost always, it seems, and it's not completely the case, but it's this pattern of, all right, first quarter I got 3 or 4 points, and I got other guys involved. Second quarter, maybe 5 points. Third quarter, okay, we've picked it up a little bit. Fourth quarter, boom, he drops the hammer and takes over and make sure his team wins the basketball game. And guys his size, Chris, aren't supposed to be able to do that on that regular of a basis.
Jeff, it's unbelievable. Over the final 7 minutes of the fourth quarter, he outscored San Antonio all by himself.
Isn't that funny?
13-9. The same way that in game one, he basically outscored the Cavs all by himself down the stretch of that game. And for somebody to be struggling the way that he was, and he said it in his post-game commentary, he said, we weren't having a great game. I wasn't having a great game. And yet, for him to be doing that through the first three quarters and completely flip it, turn it as much as he did while being guarded by some of the elite defenders that San Antonio has, while commanding the level of attention that he was commanding from the San Antonio defense, absolutely impressive. I think he is answering all the questions, Jeff, about whether he can be the best player on a championship team.
And I think he's got a great supporting cast.
He does.
And the way that Karl Anthony Towns is playing, I thought the guys on the TNT show last night, I still call it the TNT show because it separates it from the ESPN show.
You just call it the Chuck show.
I guess I can. They were talking about his ability to control a game and the way that he's able to do that. I thought it was real interesting. But with Towns, they said he was kind of jealous of what Nikola Jokic did in Denver. And he always thought he had, and it was actually in Towns, they were chatting to Towns about it. And he said, I always thought I had more game, and was not able to show it. And he's really showing it, and he looks like a different player. And if you're just not relying on the guy who has the ball most of the time, Brunson, to get the assists, and you got somebody else doing it, oh my God, you just have such a diverse offense. And that's what it looks like. And Chris, I keep looking at it and I think, this is Mike Brown's offense, huh?
Right.
Because
he's known for defense.
Exactly. And we saw him here with LeBron.
Yes.
And we knew he had LeBron. Right? Yeah. You know that. And so, but boy, what they're doing offensively, and Chris Gent, congratulations to him, as the quote-unquote offensive coordinator. And they really look good. And the way that they incorporate Anunoby, I mean, he's deadly at times. And I just, if you're a basketball fan, and I am, man, they're fun to watch.
They are, and you have to give Mike Brown a lot of credit for modernizing the offense and for adapting on the fly.
Yeah.
Because they're down, like you said, 2-1 in the first series against the Atlanta Hawks, right? And that's when he flipped the offense. That's when he started changing their approach and allowing Cat to be more of a playmaker, more of an offensive hub. That's when they started putting Josh Hart on the ball more, letting him create, letting him initiate. So to see a coach, they had a certain way that they were successful during the regular season. And then all of a sudden, the playoffs, like they are known to do, they dictate things. You have to react. It's based on matchup. It's based on your personnel against their personnel. It's based on time and score. It's based on situation. But one of the things that you have to be as a coach is adaptable. You have to be flexible. You can't be married to these principles. You can't be married to these ideals. You have to be able, in the playoffs, Jeff, to win a multitude of ways. Can you win offensively? Can you win defensively? Can you play fast? Can you play slow? Can you play big? Can you play small? Can you play through Cat? Can you play through Josh Hart? Can you play through Jalen Brunson? And the Knicks have shown that they can win a variety of different ways. And Mike Brown has shown a willingness to adapt and push the right buttons at the right time. And you're right. He's been known for defense throughout the course of his career.
That's how he came up.
This is one of the best offenses it was in the regular season, and it's been one of the best offenses that we've ever seen in playoff history. Not just this year, but in playoff history. And Mike is overseeing that. So at some point, you have to give him credit for being willing to see what a defense is trying to do against them and saying, you know what? Here's my counter to that.
I think it's interesting. You see a guy like Mike, the Cavs gave him his first chance. And that eventually they moved on. Lakers, Cavs, Kings, he got kicked around the league a little bit. And here he is settled in with a group, and it has clicked for him. Why? Well, why do you think that's happened? Because I'll give Chris a lot of credit because, Chris is a great guy and terrific offensive mind. But, boy, Mike is – and Mike went into a tough spot where, Tom Thibodeau was there. A lot of folks really liked Tibbs, and he played a different style of ball. His offense wasn't anything like what this looks like.
Right.
But his defense was pretty darn good. And his coaching, I always thought Thibodeau was a real good coach, but certainly had a different kind of style than what we're seeing from this team right now.
Well, that's the thing, Jeff. I mean, if you think about it from like just a decision-making standpoint for all of these NBA franchises, right? And this kind of correlates to the Cavs as they go into a very, very interesting and question-filled offseason.
Oh, yes.
All right. So, when you don't reach the level that you want to reach, and every team has a different set of expectations, right? But the Knicks came out and said, like, we got to win a championship.
Yeah.
So
haven't done one since 1973.
So if you feel like there's something that's holding you back from that, there are 3 different levers that you can pull, right? You can change the decision makers inside the organization because you don't feel like they've done it well enough. You can pull on the coach lever, which a lot of teams do. They do. It's one of the first things that they do.
And sometimes do it way too early.
Sometimes.
It's like, well, we got to do something. Let's change the coach.
And look, last year, maybe people are saying, what are you talking about? Just got to the conference finals with Tibbs.
Yeah.
Give him another chance. See if he can learn and grow from that.
I thought that.
Sure. I think a lot of people in
Yeah.
New York were thinking that. Like, oh my gosh, grass isn't always greener. The other lever that you can pull is you can change the roster. You can change the personnel. But when you have a result that you're not okay with, that doesn't meet your expectations, that's one of the levers that you can pull is the coach and hope that you can have significant change. You can have a different outcome. And for the Knicks, like Mike Brown has represented that change because majority of their roster is still in place, the team that went to the conference finals last year. But he has done enough in terms of stylistically at both ends of the floor and in terms of, adapting on the fly with the X's and O's in the playoff chess match that it has made a tangible difference for the Knicks. There's also like the culture piece of it that he has changed a little bit too. Did you see the clip that's going around on social media? Karl Anthony Towns was getting ready for shoot around and he has a backwards hat on. And Mike Brown walked over to him, and he calmly told him, take that off. Ready for the NBA Finals here at shoot-around.
I didn't see that.
We're getting ready for the NBA Finals. That's not okay. That's not the standard that we have. If he didn't already have like a built-in relationship with Cat and he didn't already establish a specific culture, maybe Cat's like, get out of here, man.
Right.
Like, what are you talking about? It's a backwards hat. It's the NBA Finals. Lighten up, buddy. But you know what Cat did? He said, you're right, coach. Took it off, put it on the scores table, and went about his day.
Yeah.
But I think that tells you the kind of impact that the right coach can have beyond just the X's and O's stuff.
We saw them come back against the Spurs last night. You got to figure the Knicks aren't going away in the Eastern Conference next year.
No.
There are other teams that are on the up. There are other teams that are thinking, what do we do now? And I think the Cavs might be one of those teams. What do they do now? Chris mentioned the offseason that's coming up. We're going to dig into it next. Chris Fedor from The Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, his Wine and Gold podcast. Outstanding, by the way. You and Ethan do a nice job on that.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome. And we're going to be talking about that. Again, coming up at noon, Top Dog, Hanford Dixon is going to be joining us. Looking forward to talking to Hanford as the Browns introduced Jared Verse yesterday. How about that? Myles Garrett introduced in Los Angeles. Verse comes here. That's all well and good. We'll dig into that. Your counterpart covering the Browns for the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, Mary Kay Cabot had a very interesting comment about Shedeur Sanders. We'll talk about that coming up a little bit later on in the show as well. And we'll hear from Todd Monken as things get rolling. I'm Jeff Phelps. Fedor's in for Andy today. Meredith is behind the glass. 216-474-0092 is the number to join us. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan. Up at 11 o'clock, we'll talk some Browns with Chris Easterling, Browns beat reporter for the Beacon Journal. And then at noon, Hanford Dixon's going to join us. We'll talk about the newest additions to the Browns with Hanford Dixon. I'm Jeff Phelps. Chris Fedor in for Andy Baskin today. I get emails from some folks on a regular basis. One nice person who emails me quite regularly is Sharon. And the subject line she just sent me, Mr. Fedor on your show?
Wow.
And then it said,
I got the mister.
Very cool. I'm an insider in his text group. I'll be listening
There we go.
Intently.
Yes. Diehard Cavs fan. Loves talking
Sharon's
Cavs.
awesome.
Love interacting with her on the text
She
thread.
yelled at me the other day about something I said about the
You
Cavs.
probably deserved it.
I probably did.
Be honest. Sharon knows what she's talking about.
Yeah, she actually
yelled
really
at you.
does.
There was a reason for it.
She did. I dared to suggest, and I didn't say you should do it. I just said, a lot of things might happen this offseason with this Cavalier team. And she said, you keep saying trading Donovan. And I said, I didn't say to trade Donovan. I said they have things that they're going to do this offseason. Would possibly one of them be trade Donovan Mitchell? And I told her, I would think not. However, Chris, as we're seeing right now, this New York Knicks team is dang good.
Yep.
They're going to be there. Boston, in some way, shape, or form, is going to be there. Jason Tatum is going to be a year removed from his Achilles surgery. Will Jaylen Brown be there? Who knows? If he's not, they're going to get a haul for him. They have Vucevic, who I don't think they got a good look at this year. Boston's going to be there.
Don't forget Indiana.
Indiana's getting Tyrese Halliburton back. Yep. Philadelphia gets Mike Gansey. So, you like Mike.
The executive, not the basketball player. Although he was a great basketball player back in the day, too.
Exactly. If Philly brought him in for his jump shot, okay. Any other aspect of his game at the age of 40, whatever he is, probably not. In other words, the Cavs can't just roll this back next year, can they?
I don't think so, Jeff. I think they have to have an honest evaluation of how far away they were from the Knicks and why they ultimately lost that series against the Knicks. And yeah, part of it was game one, throwing that game away on the road.
Unbelievable.
Oh my gosh. And you could see there's this video clip of Kobe Altman, president of basketball operations, waiting for the team right by the locker room in New York, and he's trying to encourage them because he's a positive guy and he tries to be uplifting. And he's sitting there and he's clapping for the guys, right? They had just squandered this game, one of the worst gaggings in playoff history. And Kobe Altman's like clapping, trying to encourage.
I saw him afterwards. He's there in the tunnel, and I was like,
yes.
Oh, God, Kobe.
And James Harden
That's a hard sell right there.
James Harden walks right to him, looks at him dead in the eye, and shakes his head back and forth. So, yes, there was a game one hangover effect for the final three games.
I never claimed to be an NBA head coach. I'm sitting there watching that. And we're all watching that. We're thinking, okay, Kenny, stop the streak, call the timeout.
Yeah.
You're not calling the timeout. Call the timeout. Wait. Now you're behind and you're calling the timeout. Oh, no, what are you doing? Come on, man.
He also had, not to get too nerdy, he had a use it or lose it timeout that he chose not to use and then lost. So it just felt like things were spiraling a little bit too fast.
And he could have called that when? Under 4 minutes and stopped it?
Yeah.
Because he lost it at 2 minutes, correct? And it was just like, you almost thought that Kenny was thinking, there's no way this is happening. And they're going to miss one and we're going to get a stop and we're going to be good. And I get that. Kenny made a comment. We want to play this before we even go further with this. Later on, Kenny talked about analytically, according to the analytics, we were actually, I forget the exact terminology, but we should be ahead 2-1 in the series when they were down 3-0. And the Knicks kind of never said anything about that until just recently. Josh Hart was on the Roommates podcast with his fellow Villanova Wildcat, Jalen Brunson, and had this to say about Kenny's comments about analytics.
Game 4, I guess we lost analytically. I know we won analytically, so analytically speaking, we weren't there for Game 5. So I think technically they're up 3-2, analytically speaking. There's a lot of things that analytics don't show or don't take into account. I just always thought analytics for like geeky, unathletic white guys that wanted to be a part of the league but just couldn't make it playing basketball, so they decided to put math into the equation.
Wow. Okay. Kenny had a long career, but he played in Europe. So
yeah. I feel bad for Kenny because for as long as he doesn't win an NBA championship, that is going to be his reputation. That meme is going to follow him the way The Lights Are Too Bright has followed Jared Allen for years.
Yeah.
And it's hard to shake a reputation unless you win at the highest level. So I do feel bad for Kenny.
You know what he was thinking, and that might have been the case, and blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
he just never should have said it.
Yeah, you don't say it.
You just don't say it.
One of my mentors in radio a long time ago told me, Jeff, sometimes things that you believe you don't always have to say, because an audience may not be ready to hear those things.
It's interesting,
and I think for Kenny, you probably have those conversations behind the scenes. You talk to your assistants. You talk to the analytics department. You talk to a bunch of different people that you trust, and you go over those things. But you just don't say them out loud because this fan base does not care. And the players don't care, quite frankly. So you keep those things to yourself. He chose not to, and unfortunately for him, he has become a meme because of it.
I think they have to do something. You think they have to do something. What is something? Is the James Harden, I'm not going to opt in, but I'm going to get a 2-year deal? Is that, in your mind, done? Is that happening?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you have James, you're not going to have James without Donovan, correct?
No, I don't think so.
And then you have Jared and Evan. If you're looking for a big move, you're either moving one or the other, are you not?
Well, that's the thing.
And do you think they should? I can't stand the idea of trading big guys.
I get it.
Because you got to replace them.
Yes, that's right.
And you have 2 good ones.
I think it all depends on the perspective that you have of how far away are the Cavs and why did they lose the series in the fashion that they did against New York? Do you think that it would have been different if they didn't go 2 7-game series against Toronto and Detroit? One of the excuses that they made. Do you think it would have been different if, they didn't gag away Game 1 on the road against the Knicks? Do you think it would have been different if a bunch of different factors that played into them losing that series transpired a different kind of way? See, I'm looking at it, Jeff, and I'm saying they're not good enough. They got to a place where they played against a team that was equally talented as them or even more talented than them, and they didn't look like they belonged on the same floor as them. It's one thing to beat Toronto in 7 games and knock off the number 1 seed in Detroit, and we knew that Detroit, even though they were the number 1 seed, was maybe the most fraudulent number 1 seed that we've seen in the last decade. Maybe.
That's a fraudulent team.
And they were.
And you know what, Chris?
It looked like it.
Chris, you're right. When the Cavs were playing the Pistons, and okay, it went 7 games, but early on, when the Pistons, I forget what game it was, I'm sitting there watching Game 1 and Game 2, and the Pistons win those games.
Yeah.
And I'm watching them, and I'm thinking, oh my God, is this team offensively challenged?
Yes. And they always were.
You can see some of that in the regular season. It really gets exposed in a playoff series.
Yes.
But they had Cade Cunningham, and keep your fingers crossed.
Right. So you give the Cavs credit for getting to the point that they got. They got to the conference finals. They beat Toronto and Detroit. But when they played against a team that was on their same level or comparable to them, what happened? It was one of the most lopsided conference finals that we've ever seen in NBA history, and the Cavs had an offensive rating of 100, which would be the worst in the NBA extrapolated over the season by like 8 points per 100 possessions. So they just weren't good enough.
Yeah.
And if you look at it through that lens, then you say to yourself, okay, how did the Cavs get better? What steps do they need to take in order to get better and close the gap on New York and whoever comes out of the Western Conference? So for me, Jeff, I look at this and say, look, marginal moves around the margins, not going to happen. That's not going to take the Cavs where they need to get to. I look at this and say, internal improvement, something that Kobe Altman talked about. I look at that and say, well, that's not going to get the Cavs on the level of the Knicks and whoever comes out of the Western Conference.
And there are some guys who you think, they're going to grow, but
sure,
are they going to grow into
but
superstars?
How much are they going to grow?
Exactly.
And is it going to be enough to close the gap? And I do believe that there is a significant gap between the Cavs and some of these other teams that we're talking about here. So for me, I think the thing that they're missing, I think the fundamental flaw with this roster is that there are legitimate questions about whether or not they have the number one piece on a championship contending team. They're one of the teams that is asking that question.
That's a big statement about Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, I think we have 9 years of evidence that gives you that question, right?
I've thought all along Donovan would be a great, and I won't say number two, a co-number one.
Yeah.
If you had somebody else who you could count on and think, like Brown and Tatum, okay? Forget their positions. Those two guys are the guys,
Right.
And we're possibly seeing with New York, you got Brunson, but you've got Karl Anthony Towns too, who probably doesn't get the credit that he deserves. And I think you're right on the money. And I've always thought this. I've read it from other folks who have written things about it. The Cavs have two really good guards right now. Mm-hmm. They have two really good big guys. Mm-hmm. But boy, what's that wing spot? And though they have guys that can play there, they don't have the guys who are having the impact that other players at that position, which has become one of the key marquee spots in the NBA and most vital. They don't have that. How do they get that? And is it worth busting up? I'll still call it the core four, even though there's a different guy in it, and people say Jared Allen maybe shouldn't be in it. I love Jared Allen. Are you better off if you bust that up and go get that guy?
Well, the problem is Jared alone as a centerpiece is not getting you that guy. If you're talking about getting a guy that you believe can be the number one on a championship contending team, Jared Allen's not bringing you that.
Does it have to be a number one?
Yeah, because you don't have one.
Okay.
That's how I'm viewing it.
That's strong.
I'm not saying that the Cavs view it that way, but that's how I see it. At the very least, I have questions about that because there's 9 years of data that says Donovan probably can't be. Right?
I hate to even say this. He's not won a playoff game outside of the second round.
And we've got 5 years of data that says Evan Mobley's not ready, despite everything that the Cavs have said about Evan since he was drafted in 2021, despite the things that he's already accomplished throughout the course of his career.
And he's terrific.
Yes, he's a good player. He was second-team All-NBA last year. He was an All-Star last year. But can he be the centerpiece of a championship team? That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about beating Toronto in round one and Detroit in round two. We're talking about competing for a championship, right?
Or being pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
The idea is you want to win the title.
It's the highest payroll in the NBA. The expectations are what they are, right? So if you don't have that guy, how do you get that guy? And the way to do that is to trade away Evan Mobley. And if it's Giannis, it's Giannis. If it's Jaylen Brown, it's Jaylen Brown. If it's Jalen Williams in Oklahoma City, it's Jalen Williams. But Evan Mobley is the linchpin to getting the kind of piece that I don't believe this team has. And I believe this team needs. I believe every championship team has a guy that you can clearly look at and say, yes, that guy is the centerpiece of the championship team. That is the number one guy on a championship team. Do you think Boston's asking that question today?
I do not believe they are.
Do you think Denver is asking that question?
Do not believe they are.
Do you think Minnesota is asking that question? Do you think San Antonio? Do you think Oklahoma City? Do you think New York? Do you think any of these other teams that we've talked about today is asking that question?
Are the Cavs asking that question?
They should be. They should be.
What do you think of that, folks? 216-474-0092. Fedor's in for Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. Meredith's behind the glass. We'd love to hear from you. The Cavs have work to do. Will they be willing to do it?
When there's a big sports story in Cleveland or anywhere in the sports world, hear the news straight from the newsmakers themselves with pressers on 92.3 The Fan. Brought
early 2-goal lead and dropping the opener to the Golden Knights 5-4. Listen to the Fan and Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Coming up at 11, we're going to talk to Chris Easterling from the Beacon Journal. He covers the Browns, the Beacon Journal and Ohio.com. Browns have some stuff going on, in case you haven't heard. And then at noon, Hanford Dixon, top dog, former Browns corner, great buddy. He's going to join us to talk about things that are going on with the Browns. In studio today, what a treat, Mr. Chris Fedor, who, of course, works with us from time to time, but also has this side gig with Cleveland.com. Covering the Cleveland Cavaliers. So, is it a notion that this is off the table? There's no way that the move that they make this offseason is not bringing back Donovan Mitchell, in your estimation.
No, I think if you're looking at their offseason in totality, you can basically. All right, so another one of my mentors said never say never on things, but I think what you can lock in almost firmly is Donovan being back and James Harden being back, and then you figure things out from there.
Is that?
And Kenny being back, obviously.
Is that in your mind the right thing to do?
Bringing Donovan back? I just don't think you have any other choice.
And James.
Well, you don't have any other choice there either.
Because you made a deal when he waived his no trade, came to Cleveland?
No, with James, it's more about...
getting under the apron?
Well, if you don't give him the contract, let's say it's a 2-year, $60 million contract,
okay,
you don't have that $30 million that you can just go spend on another free agent. You're still restricted in the spending that you can do because they're such a high-priced team. So they're not going to be a cap space team in any capacity. There's no chance for them being a cap space team. They have championship aspirations. Dan Gilbert doesn't want to go backwards. So because you have no cap space, James Harden leaving just means James Harden leaving, and you can't replace that level of production, that level of maturity, that level of talent with what you can offer, which is the veteran's minimum of $3 million. So he has to come back. You have no choice but to bring him back.
You mentioned last segment the move to make, if you're looking to get that number one guy, is an Evan Mobley deal.
That's right.
With other assets thrown in. You don't really have first-round picks that are going to really entice anybody because they're tied up from the Donovan deal. You've got some down the road. But do you have other pieces? Like, would Max Strus with Evan get you what you're looking for? Would Sam Merrill get you what you're looking for?
I think
with Evan?
I mean, Evan is really, really intriguing for another team. Let's say you're Milwaukee, right? You're looking at it and you're saying 24 years old, Defensive Player of the Year, second team All-NBA last year, first time All-Star. What's it look like here in Milwaukee around our supporting cast? What's it look like here in our system with him as an offensive focal point? You know, teams around the NBA look at these things like that all the time, Jeff, and you can convince yourself of anything if you want to.
And teams do every offseason.
And you're not seeing him up close as much as you would like to see the flaws too, or to know the flaws. The only way you learn those things is behind the scenes, be around him every single day. So you could have Milwaukee that says, hey, look, we have no chance of keeping Giannis. What's the best that we can do in a Giannis package? Evan Mobley's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about somebody who is looked at as this quote-unquote unicorn, somebody who, when he was drafted, it was some superstar elixir of Giannis and Chris Bosh and Anthony Davis and Kevin Garnett and all these different guys put together, and you're saying to yourself, his best basketball may be ahead of him. And what could he be if he didn't have to share the spotlight with Donovan Mitchell? What could he be if he wasn't in an offense that is controlled by two ball-dominant guards in Donovan Mitchell and James Harden?
And he has been his entire career because it was Darius before that.
Maybe he could be Giannis. but 7 years younger. Milwaukee could look at it that kind of way. So I do think that if the Cavs, if they're motivated enough and they see enough flaws with this roster and the roster construction, and they view it the same way that I do, and I'm not saying that they do view it this way, but if they do, Evan Mobley gets you Giannis. You can get Giannis. And here's the other thing, Jeff. When Giannis was drafted, people were like, hey, if he reaches his ceiling, big if, but if he reaches his ceiling, maybe he becomes a player like Giannis. Or you could go get the actual Giannis. Right?
You think you could? Miami seems to be the hot team in those talks now.
They are. There's no doubt about it. And it's clear that Giannis, if he had his preference, he doesn't have a no-trade clause, but if he had his preference and Milwaukee's trying to do right by him and trying to appease his wishes, then he'd probably go to Miami. But does Miami have the kind of trade package that the Cavs do? No.
You wouldn't think so.
They don't.
They're not going to get a player that they might be able to build around. You just said something that I mentioned before, and I wonder about this, and I wonder if my thinking is accurate or if it's just a thought. Since, other than his rookie year, because Donovan wasn't here his rookie year, other than his rookie year, he has played with two ball-dominant guards who are the number one and number two scoring options on the team.
Yes.
Has that gotten in the way of his development?
I think to some degree, yes, but I think he's just a limited offensive player. I don't think he has a go-to move. I don't think he has...
You would think he would have developed one by year 5.
Yeah, you would hope so. I don't think he has a star mentality. I don't think he is a forceful player that can create things consistently enough on his own. I think he needs teammates to create things for him. And I don't think, he has enough touch and shooting to be the consistent 3-level scorer that you would want him to be. So I do think there is some legitimacy to what you were saying. And I do think that when Donovan came, the timeline was accelerated. And it wasn't that his development took a back seat, but it was no longer like at the center of this organization's goals. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It was more about winning on Donovan's timeline than Evan. And
Evan became, rather than the thought of, hey, here's our guy maybe, supporting cast.
Yeah. And look, Jeff, he may become a star. I don't know. I don't know what the future holds. But they need him to be a star now.
Yeah.
They need him to be Giannis now, or that caliber player now. And if he can't be that caliber player now, and you have an opportunity to get the caliber of player that you need him to be, and he's a ready-made guy, I think you have to explore it. And I know Giannis is on the wrong side of 30, and I know that he's got some leg issues that you have to wonder about, the knee, the calf, and I know his contract situation. You get one guaranteed year of Giannis. But I also think it's on you as an organization that if you do make that trade, hypothetically, if you do make that trade, then you just prove to Giannis that this is where he needs to be. This is where he should be. And if you compete for championships, it's going to be really, really hard for Giannis to be like, hey, thanks, that was a great year. Peace. I'm going to Miami. I'm going to go play for the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference. Like, what?
In other words, the Cavs could try to make the trade that the Rams just made.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you see the parallels there in terms of the motivation to win?
Absolutely.
In terms of the priciness of the roster?
I called the Browns trade an NBA trade, with the superstar guy moving along. The interesting aspect.
Would you do that deal? That's the question.
Would I do it?
Yeah, would you do it?
If I could get Giannis?
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you do it for Jaylen Brown of the Celtics?
I'm hard pressed to do that for Jaylen Brown.
Interesting. Really?
And boy, he was good this year without Tatum, wasn't he?
He was also Finals MVP.
Yeah, I know. I've always liked his game. Let me throw something else in though. When Oklahoma City got knocked out by San Antonio, all of a sudden, folks, are writing, All right. Thunder clearly need, and in watching them, I thought, boy, you could use another scoring option.
Sure.
And Jalen Williams was dinged up the last game. Is Jalen Williams, and then the folks that, in fact, I think it was Sam Amick from The Athletic who wrote it, said the Thunder could end up with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Giannis, and Evan Mobley. And I thought, really? And it was trading draft capital like crazy.
Oh, yeah. Well, they have a ton.
Yeah, and it was sending the Cavs Jalen Williams, and it was some draft capital and other things, and Milwaukee just getting all of that draft capital and a couple of select players as well. And I wonder, would Jalen Williams be a guy that you think could become that kind of player that would be the number one? But Chris, I wonder about that because you have to sit James Harden down and say, hey, we need complete facilitator.
Sure. Or
as he did really, I think his first year with the Clippers, he backed off. Or
you take James back to his roots and you make him the sixth man.
And trade him?
No.
Or you make him the sixth man.
Make him the sixth man.
Where he was phenomenal
and
in
you
Oklahoma
minimize
City.
his responsibility and you minimize his importance to the big picture. That's the thing.
Which means you go get a point guard?
No, I don't think you need to.
Could Jalen Tyson play alongside Mitchell as a ball handler? Or are you thinking
I
Craig
think you
Porter?
would just split up the ball handling responsibilities.
Which we see a lot of teams do.
A lot of teams do it. Is it the ideal setup? No, probably not. But is it a workable one? I think so. I think that kind of player looks like a guy who's ready to help you win a championship. And he did help Oklahoma City win a championship, right? I just think there's a readiness to Evan Mobley's game that is missing. And if this team is trying to compete for a championship right now, and it's not that I don't think Evan's a good player, and it's not that I don't think maybe possibly down the road he could become something closer to what the Cavs have envisioned him being. Something closer. I don't think he can get to that point, but something closer to that. But it's just he's not ready right now. And he needs to be ready right now.
And your team is ready right now to
you would think
take that shot.
I mean, it's the highest priced team in the NBA. It's the only second apron team. Dan Gilbert wants a championship. They brought back Kenny Atkinson. They brought back the main decision makers. So what's the lever that you can pull to significantly improve this team? What's the one that you can pull? You change the personnel. That's the only one. Unless you look at it like the Cavs do or may do and say, incremental improvement. Or let's just work around the margins.
That's tough, isn't it?
I think so.
I do too.
If you're honest about what you're seeing.
I don't like your thoughts on it's not your thought. It's the way you're looking at it because I think you're right. The two ball dominant guards, to me, it's like, I don't know that that's the formula to make this thing work. And yet they seem locked into it. And we'll tinker with other areas, because you're giving up a young guy who, at the very least, is really good if you trade Mobley. And you're hanging on to a 37-year-old guy who is still good, but there's no, you're not banking on a future there.
Right. It's a risk. I'll admit that. Evan is protection from a lot of things in the future, including a potential rebuild if all of this goes wrong, right?
Yeah. He could be the centerpiece of a rebuild, but might not be that number one guy.
And 24 years old, trading that for 31 years old, that's always a risk too. But I think it's kind of the situation that the Cavs have put themselves in with this roster. And if that's the situation that they're in, then you deal with the cards and you try and find the best possible hand that you can play.
He's Chris Fedor. I'm Jeff Phelps. Chris is in for Andy today. We're going to talk more Cavs a little bit later on in the show. It's great to have you here talking about this today. Chris Easterling covers the Browns for the Beacon Journal and Ohio.com. Browns have been in the news this week, haven't they? We're going to get Chris's thoughts on the Myles Garrett trade, Jared Verse coming to Cleveland, what Jared had to say. We're going to hear from Jared coming up. It's Baskin and Phelps with Fedor on the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Huge season on deck for the Green Bay Packers, who have been the 7th seed in the NFC playoffs the last 3 years.
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now we're on YouTube. Yep, 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. It's Carmen, Lima in the mornings. Baskin and me, 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive, Wilson Peterlin, 2 to 7. It's each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand right now. I'm Jeff Phelps. Chris Fedor from the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. In for Andy today. We're talking Cavs in the first hour. We're going to dig into the Browns right now. Coming up at noon, Hanford Dixon is going to join us. We go right now, though, to the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He covers the Browns for the Beacon Journal, based out of Akron, Ohio. And you can read his work at ohio.com. He's Mr. Chris Easterling. Hello, Chris.
Hello, fellas. How are we doing this morning?
We are well. How are you doing after meeting Jared Verse and having Todd Monken tell you I don't have anything to say about the trade, and then he went ahead and said some things about the trade, and having Jared Verse say, "Man, did I love L.A." Wow.
Who doesn't love? You know what? I'll give him. First off, I'll give him complete credit for honesty there. Because,
yeah.
I mean, so often when something happens, they don't acknowledge that. Look, I'm really insert whatever word you want.
Yes, whatever nasty word you want. Let's just settle with upset. How's that?
Upset that I'm getting traded. First off, from the team, I've just figured out the league a little bit over these years. Not only that, I'm with a Super Bowl contender, and I'm living in L.A. I would be upset too. No offense to anybody else, but give him credit for that. But I was really impressed talking to him, and obviously it's just it was just 15-minute interaction between us and him yesterday. But look, I mean, I think he understands what he's walking into and the situation that. He's the centerpiece of the Myles Garrett trade. So, that's a lot of weight to carry, but he seems like he's perfectly ready to bear that burden.
Chris, one of the things that he did say is that he's not here to fill Myles' shoes. He wants to be his own person. He wants to be viewed that kind of way. But at the same time, what should the expectations be of this guy who's coming in to be the centerpiece of the Myles Garrett trade?
I think first off is just that he's not Myles Garrett. I think he's not going to be Myles Garrett. I mean, Myles Garrett is a one of one. He is. I wrote it a couple days ago. Jim Brown, LeBron James, Myles Garrett. That's the holy trinity of. Oh my God, these were absolute freaks who played in Cleveland, in its sports history. But I think the reasonable expectation is for him to come in and be the centerpiece of the Browns pass rush for the next however many years. I know everybody looks at the sack numbers and they're not eye popping right now, but the total pressures, it seems I think PFF had a combined 189 total pressures over his first 2 years. This is a guy who can get to the quarterback. It's just a matter of can he do it here? And I think it's a reasonable expectation to see can he become a consistent double-figure sack guy, for this football team? Because if he can, then it all makes total sense. And I think that you can accept. With the passage of time, you can accept more that the trade went down and this was the centerpiece that you got back.
Chris Easterling joining us from the Beacon Journal, Ohio.com. The expectations on the Browns for this coming year, from everybody, every football analyst, let's say not great shakes. Okay, nobody's predicting the Browns to win the division. I don't think anybody's predicting the Browns to have a winning record. That doesn't change with this trade. And that's one thing that I think is interesting with this, Chris, is that, okay, anybody who says the Browns are tanking by making this trade, I think they're kind of nuts on that, because you replaced a phenomenal defensive end with at least a really good defensive end. So I don't think your defense is going to take a huge hit, and you picked up all this draft capital. I understand the thinking on this one completely.
Well, I do too. I actually give them credit for finally realizing this was the move they had to make, because ultimately, realistically, it's a move they probably should have made last year. I mean, if we're being honest, they should have probably made this move last year and said, acknowledge where they are on their timeline for contention, but they didn't. They played last year, and now, everything transitions now to, I think they are trying to align everybody onto one track. But ultimately, if this trade gets them a little bit closer to, in 2027, ultimately it's the same question. I mean, it doesn't matter who your defensive end is, who your wide receivers are. They just have to figure out the quarterback position. And if this trade helps them get a little closer to that answer in 27, that either by using the combination of picks to move up or what have you, they have to find their quarterback, because that, at the end of the day, is the only thing that's really going to change anything in terms of the overall projections, the overall future of what this franchise does.
You mentioned that being the long-term view of this. What is the short-term goal for this organization this year?
I think seeing the 25 and 26 draft. It is 26, right? God, it seems like
yes.
Yes.
Nice job, Chris.
25 and 26 draft classes. The 25 class take a step forward from what they did a year ago. And sort of solidify that, yes, these second-year players are really have a chance to be, core pieces of a potential contender down the line. And to see these 26 guys, Spencer Fano, Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, McNeil Warren, those guys show that, like the 25 class did a year ago, that there really is a lot of opportunity for these guys to join those guys as that nucleus. So that's really, I think, the goal. Because if you see that, I think you'll even see some progress on the field. It might not translate into 7, 8, 9 wins, but I think you could surprise some people with a win here or there, just with some of that growth on the field.
Chris Easterling joining us, covers the Browns for the Beacon Journal, Ohio.com. You mentioned the quarterback situation. You can't have a conversation about the Browns without mentioning the quarterback situation, because, Chris, as you accurately said, they need to find one. We're hearing things from Todd Monken that I think sound promising, but I wonder this. Do they think they possibly have one, or are they just talking about the guys they have because they are the guys they have, and this is what we're going to have to deal with? Because I agree with you. That draft capital, man, I'm looking at 2027 and thinking, who are we drafting?
I think it's the latter. They're not going to publicly admit it's the latter, but I think it's the latter. I mean, they're trying to sell that they're going to start Deshaun Watson, that they could start Deshaun Watson after what's been the last 4 or 5 years of what we've seen of Deshaun Watson. And then you have Shedeur Sanders, who, you look at New York and Jack. There's no quarterback competition. It's Dart's team. It's Dart's job. There's no quarterback competition in New Orleans. It's Tyler Shuck's job. They're not debating whether. There's no competition there. So you would think if they thought Shedeur Sanders was that guy, there would be no competition here, because the obvious play is the young guy is your quarterback of the future. but they're not. So here we are, and I think it all tells me that they know deep down that they're going to be in the quarterback market in the 27 draft, hoping that this draft class, the 27 draft class, doesn't turn out like the 26 draft class, which was, a lot of excitement in spring. And by the time they got done by the time the draft came around, you realize, this class isn't as good as we hyped it up to be, a year earlier.
It's interesting, Chris, because one of the things that I was thinking when the Browns decided to trade Miles was that the urgency to win, if there was any, to do it for Miles and to capitalize on the fact that you have the best defensive player in the NFL. If there was any urgency, maybe that goes to the wayside now. So what would be the reason then for going to Deshaun Watson if this is about the younger guys, the bigger picture, and things like that?
I wish I had that answer. I'll be perfectly honest, because that's been my whole argument this offseason in terms of saying, you have nothing to lose. Find out what Shedeur has to offer. But I think there's also in the back of, look, Todd Monken's a competitor. The teams, these are competitive people. So I'm sure he's just trying to figure out how to win football games on Sunday. He's not thinking any bigger picture than, how do I get ready for Jacksonville? How do I get ready for the 26th season? But, you're right, though. The long-term play is to find out really what you have in Shedeur. But, I have no words to truly assess why that isn't the actual case and the actual reality that we're watching.
Chris, last thought. Todd Monken will tell you what he thinks, and it's only voluntary OTAs. What do you think this is going to be like when we get into the regular season?
I'm going to be fascinated. You know what? After, look, we've gone from somebody who understands your question and appreciates it, but won't give you the answer, to a guy that, hey, Todd, maybe just appreciate the question and sort of not say everything that's on your mind, but I appreciate your honesty and bluntness. So it's going to be fascinating to see how it plays out. But it absolutely seems like the players, he's won the players over. Seems like the players appreciate that what you see is what you get. There's no doubting how Todd Monken feels in any given moment. And, it probably is something that goes over well and plays well in the locker room.
Chris, thanks, bud. We appreciate you taking the time.
Hey, always happy to be on with you guys.
Chris Easterling, Beacon Journal, Ohio.com, does a great job of covering the Browns. And he joined us on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline.
Just no losing 30-0 to the Ravens and saying analytically we were right where we needed to be.
There's Chris Fedor taking a cheap shot.
Just none of that.
But a good shot. I like that one.
Just none of that.
We mentioned Jared Verse sat down and said, I'm upset and I love L.A. We'll hear exactly
yes and yes
what that sounds like coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
yesterday. Head coach Todd Monken says he's going back and forth when it comes to the starting quarterback, but he hopes to have a depth chart set by the end of mandatory minicamp next week. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Just be yourself. There's only one of you. Miles is already taken, and he's an elite football player. We all know that. I mean, to say that, Jared, just be you. I mean, I see his track ascending. I just do. I just see a world of upside by the way he's wired. We're jacked to have him.
We're jacked to have him. I like a football coach.
Just feel the energy from Todd Monken. Yes.
You do. That was Todd Monken.
Don't know if he can coach them to victories, but he's energetic.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. We're jacked to have him. That was Chris Fedor, by the way. Andy's not here today. Chris is in for Andy. I'm Jeff Phelps. Meredith behind the glass, and your phone calls at 216-474-0092. That's what Todd Monken had to say about Myles Garrett and Jared Verse. And, you know, first of all, the whole Myles Garrett thing became a drama for Todd Monken because he was asked about it all the time, as he should have been asked all the time. I mean, that's kind of what's going on here. And now Myles isn't here, and Todd never coached him and whatever. But he does have a good young defensive end who drops in. And as Chris Easterling, who was just with us, said, you got to admire Monken for saying what he feels. Got to admire Jared Verse for actually saying what he feels. The he's going into his third year in the NFL, gets drafted by the Rams in the first round, goes out to L.A., becomes the Defensive Rookie of the Year and makes the Pro Bowl, and then last year in year number 2 makes the Pro Bowl, and then all of a sudden he gets a phone call, hey, you're being traded for Myles Garrett and you're going to the Cleveland Browns. And Jared Verse came to Cleveland yesterday, sat down in front of the media, and was asked all about being traded for Myles Garrett to the Cleveland Browns, and boy, was he honest.
It caught me by surprise. I loved LA. I loved the coaches, the organization, my teammates, everybody a part of it, the staff, the fans. I love the whole vibe of LA, Los Angeles, the Rams. And it was upsetting. I was upset for a good little bit of time. But when you're an athlete, you understand the nature of business. Everybody does what they think is best for their business, and that's the situation that I'm in. I'm happy to be a part of the Browns. I'm happy that they believed in me and they were able to make that trade and bring me here. Be with my teammates, be with everybody here, and I truly do believe in everybody in the locker room. But it was upsetting at first. But you got two choices: that you can either work or you can give up, and I ain't never been a quitter.
It's honest.
Of course, it was upsetting at first.
Of course, it was.
Yeah.
Who wants to get your life turned upside down?
Well, there's also the fact that the Rams entered this season, or were going to enter this season, as one of the Super Bowl favorites.
Oh, yeah, that's knocking on the Super Bowl door.
Yeah. He has the internet.
In other words, he knows what the Browns did last year.
He has a TV.
Wait a minute, they had Myles Garrett and they won 5 games?
Yeah. He knows that they don't have a quarterback in Matthew Stafford.
He has a TV.
Like, come on.
I give the guy credit for. I mean, he could have said, "Boy, this is a great opportunity," and blah 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 blah, right out of the chute. But he was honest. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. The only thing that he said that I thought, is that a problem for the Browns, is when he said, "I loved the LA vibe." I love Cleveland. When I was able to get a job in Cleveland, I didn't look for a job outside of Cleveland, and I haven't since I've been here.
Yeah.
I'm from here.
There are a lot of people like that, actually.
This is where I want to be.
Yeah.
Apparently, he liked the LA vibe. Cleveland has a vibe, but it's not the LA vibe.
Of course not.
So I hope he's okay here. He's got Midwestern roots, high school in Pennsylvania, which is close to the Midwest. Spent time born in Dayton and grew up in the area. If you were thinking, hey, it's a great big homecoming, when he answered, yeah, most of my family's in Phoenix now, I thought, okay. Well, that didn't work.
He's like, let me distance myself from that storyline, okay? This isn't hometown kid coming to rescue the Browns.
No. I mentioned to Andy yesterday, and so he just said he was upset, right, about the trade. And I said, you get traded for Myles Garrett, but you've got to think if you're Verse, I'm sorry, 2 years in the league. I'm like 25, and I went to the Pro Bowl twice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm steamed, and I'm gonna be mad, and I'm gonna show you what I can do. And he was asked about that a little bit in cut number 6.
It's a different type of feeling. I mean, I've always been doubted my whole life. Out of high school, I had the one offer, going into college. And, leaving college, I was less doubted, but, still had the little chip on my shoulder and everything like that. It definitely put the chip on my shoulder. When I was with the Rams, I was still learning how to play DN, still learning how to be a football player, NFL player, and how to play at this next level. And the Browns, got me. Now I feel like they're going to get the best of me. They're not going to get a half-finished project or something you got to work on. This is work here. This is going to be the best version of me. That's everything I've done this offseason. It's going to be great.
It's interesting because everybody's going to look at it their own way. And you can't sit here and tell somebody how to look at it, right? But I was just talking in the last segment about Evan Mobley. Is it disrespectful to talk about Evan Mobley in a potential trade for Giannis? It's Giannis.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? For Jared Verse.
It's a surefire Hall of Famer.
You were traded for Myles Garrett.
Surefire Hall of Famer.
It's not like you were traded for Alex Wright. No offense to Alex Wright, but he hasn't accomplished the things that Myles Garrett has. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So I don't know. Obviously, he's somebody who has a chip on his shoulder. He just said that he's been doubted along the way.
Yeah, no real offers coming out of high school. He went to Albany.
Yeah, I think those things will follow him more and work as a chip on his shoulder more than, I can't believe you traded me for Myles Garrett. What were you thinking? I just don't see it that way. And I can't imagine he sees it that way either. It's Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I can't either. He showed up, okay, you're traded, you show up. Myles showed up in L.A., and he went out on the practice field. He was wearing number 8, which, again, at least right now, he's legally not allowed to wear in the NFL. We'll see what the Browns do there, and somebody else has number 8. That doesn't matter. But he was out on the practice field, and he watched the Browns practice, and he kept talking about the boys flying around out there. But he said something that I want to hear what you think about this. Let's hear what he had to say in cut number 5.
You can tell how a team is by how they practice. You see losing teams practice terribly. You see great teams practice amazingly. It translates. That's not a losing team out there. The way everybody was moving, I didn't get to get into the team situations today. That's going to be another day. But the way the boys are moving, this isn't a losing team. Nobody's moving around like they're slow, like they're feeling sorry for themselves. People are moving like with intent, like they are not going to miss the opportunity to play in January, to play in February, to play in that big game.
Maybe he doesn't have a TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, good night, everybody. There will be no better line today.
I just have a feeling that one's going to age like milk.
He just kept, and it cracked me up because he kept going and going and going with, man, those guys are flying around out there. Yeah, they're flying. I like this. They're flying around out there. And I thought, okay, have you seen the offense?
Yeah.
That's,
who else?
The defense is pretty good.
You know who else flies around? Flies around a little bit better? Baltimore.
Yeah, well.
You know who else flies around? Probably flies around a little bit better? Pittsburgh. There are other teams, too.
They fly
around.
There
are levels to this, Jared.
Rams flew around.
Yeah.
Can I point out something that people aren't going to want to hear?
Sure. That's why we're here.
We've heard comments like this before about practice, about how hard the team was working, and this practice looks different than any other practice. You want to know the last time we heard that? Was when Freddie Kitchens was the head coach.
PTSD.
Thanks, MK.
How do you think?
I told you, no one's going to want to hear this, but when I was listening to the way, all the beat reporters talking about practice, and I'm like, this feels like 2019. This feels like the way they talked about practice when Freddie Kitchens was named the head coach.
I kind of had that same kind of feeling. I don't know if it was Freddie Kitchens, but it's when the new guy comes in.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is different. This is good. This is fresh.
That's what we're thinking about Todd Monken now.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, hey, listen to the way this guy talks. All right, well, we don't know what that means when it comes to coaching.
Yeah,
but we know what it sounds like when he talks.
On the side, Dylan Gabriel's got to be thrilled. Because for the first time, the person wearing number 8 is getting praise. Like, way to go, number 8! You're looking great out there, number 8! And Dylan's like, oh, thanks.
So yesterday I said,
oh, that's not for me?
What's
that's
that guy,
for the good
what's
number
that guy
8?
thinking when he's looking over there? It's like, I'm sorry. He's a defensive end, and he's not even allowed to wear number 8, and yet you gave him my number.
wait, for my entire career, everybody's been talking bad about number 8 and saying, hey, number 8, you screwed up. Hey, number 8, you're not looking great out there. Hey, number 8, get it all together. Now there's a bunch of praise for number 8.
Todd said nice things about Dylan.
He has to. He has to. He also said nice things about Shedeur. And Shedeur was one of the worst quarterbacks in NFL history last year.
Well, yes, that technically is correct. We had Chris Easterling with us last segment. Chris asked Jared Verse to describe his style of play, and this is a goodie.
It's violent. It's very violent. It's very mean. It's very, why are you in my way? I play angry because I'm like, why do you think you can block me? And if you get the best of me, oh, so you're game playing for me. All right, so I got something else for you. Like, it's a very violent game when you're against me.
I like that.
Oh, yeah.
That's a comment right there.
For sure. I mean, that's the thing that you hear about him, right? Whether it's Rams writers or national writers, they talk about just the effort that he plays with on a down-to-down basis and how violent he is, and can he set a different kind of culture for this organization? Because for all the things that you can say about Myles Garrett, the football player, I think we have enough evidence that he wasn't really the leader that the Browns needed him to be. And your best players are not always your leaders. You have to have guys who are willing to take that kind of role and have that kind of mentality. And it just kind of felt like, as great as Myles was, I mean, one of the best defensive players ever, he didn't feel like the tone-setting leader, the culture-setting leader. And that's the thing that you hear about this guy. And maybe that will resonate different in the locker room. I don't know if that's going to lead to more wins or anything along those lines, but behind the scenes, you're starting to see at least signs that maybe he can be that kind of guy, right?
It's interesting you say that, because Todd Monken was kind of asked about a roundabout way about that, and one of the Browns' key defensive players kind of touched on that a little bit. And these are kind of indirect.
Yeah, they have to be.
But yes, they do. Yes, they do. We're going to hear them next, coming up on Baskin and Phelps. Chris Fedor's in for Andy today, and we're Baskin and Phelps on The Fan.
Need a car, but have less than perfect credit? Then get to Ken Ganley Kia in Medina and Ken Ganley Kia in Mentor, where our goal is 100% credit approval, regardless of your credit history. Bad credit, no credit, negative equity, bankruptcy. Ken Ganley Kia wants to say, yes, you're approved. We've got hundreds of quality pre-owned vehicles, including economy cars, family cars, sports cars, trucks, and SUVs, priced from just $99.88. New car payments from $119 lease per month, or buy with zero down. $119 or zero down. So if you make at least $500 a week, we want to say you're approved at Ken Ganley Kia, I-71 and Route 18 in Medina, and Ken Ganley Kia, 9090 Mentor Avenue in Mentor, or online at KenGanleyKia.com. Example 25K for 24 months, $36.25 due at signing. No security deposit required, plus tax, tag, title, and dog fee on approved credit.
There's a special kind of pride in calling this community home. We see it in our clean parks, our vibrant downtowns, and our shared neighborhoods. At Kimball Recycling and Disposal, we don't just work here, we live here too. That's why Kimball is dedicated to more than just picking up the trash. Kimball invests in advanced recycling and sustainable solutions to protect our local environment for the next generation. Keeping our community clean is a responsibility we all share. Kimball, locally owned, locally committed. Learn more at KimballCompanies.com. Kimball Recycling and Disposal done right.
At Mr. Hero, we offer a variety of chicken choices. Choose from the chicken Philly, chicken bacon and ranch, chicken tenders, chicken tender wraps, and sauce and toss Hero nuggets. No matter what you choose, you're gonna love it.
I crave the Hero.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
When your roof fails, it usually gives you years of warning. The problem is, most of those signs are hidden, and you don't see them until the damage is expensive. Many roofs can leak for 2 years before you ever notice anything. That's why your roof should be inspected every year, because when you catch the problems early, the expense is minimal. You could call a roofing company, but they just want to sell you a new roof. Most roofing companies don't even do repairs anymore. That's where RoofMax comes in. Hi, everybody. Jeff Phelps here for RoofMax. They'll assess your roof and show you detailed images of what condition it's in. Not to sell you a new roof, but to help you keep the one you have for years longer. Nobody wants to replace their roof. Nobody. And RoofMax can extend the life of your roof by up to 15 years at a fraction of the cost. But don't wait. If you lose too many granules, it's too late. Any roof older than 5 years old should be inspected. Call for a free roof assessment today. 1-855-ROOFMAX. That's 855-ROOFMAX. Learn more at roofmax.com.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright.
Partly sunny for your Thursday, high of 82.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
The Browns are back on the practice field for OTAs, and our beat reporter Darryl Ryder has the details. 923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Guardians are looking for a sweep this afternoon in the Bronx after taking down the Yankees 5-4 last night, securing their first series win at Yankee Stadium since September of 2021. Slade Ciccone gets the start for Cleveland this afternoon. So far this season, he's 3-5 with a 5.25 ERA. Carlos Rodon will be on the hill for New York. First pitch from Yankee Stadium is at 1:35. Some other Guardians news: Gabriel Arias will begin a rehab assignment with AAA Columbus this afternoon. Arias out since the first week of April due to a strained left hamstring. He was originally only supposed to be out for 4 to 8 weeks, but he suffered a setback early in May. First pitch for Columbus and Omaha this afternoon is at 12:05. And the Browns are back in Berea this afternoon as they continue their final week of OTAs. Jared Verse made his debut with the team yesterday after being acquired by the Browns on Monday in exchange for Myles Garrett. As far as the quarterback goes, there's still no front runner for the starter between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. Yesterday, head coach Todd Monken said he's going back and forth when it comes to the starting quarterback, but he hopes to have a depth chart set by the end of mandatory minicamp next week. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
everybody. I'm Jeff Phelps. Andy's out today. Mennigan's out today. Meredith is in, and so is this man. From the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. You also hear him here on The Fan, especially in the offseason, Mr. Chris Fedor. We're talking Browns right now. We talked Cavs extensively in the 10 o'clock hour. We'll talk more Cavs coming up. Talk Browns with Hanford Dixon. Top Dog's going to join us coming up at noon. We've heard some things about leadership since this whole Myles Garrett trade went down. And, I don't know that guys are paid to be leaders, should be leaders. Some guys are players and not necessarily leaders. That, just because you're really good and highly paid doesn't mean you come with leadership abilities or that you have to be a leader. But I think everybody likes that. Don't you think, Chris?
I do think that, yeah. Makes it easier that way.
It does. When your best players are not leaders, or maybe leaders to the extent you want them to be, sometimes problematic. Whether Myles was or wasn't, I wasn't in the locker room. I don't know, but people have speculated that maybe he wasn't the leader that folks expected or wanted him to be. I think that's a fair way of putting it. Todd Monken was asked about the Myles trade. First thing he said when he was asked was like, "I don't have any comment." Andrew said everything. It's like, okay, we know you never coached the guy. We know you didn't talk to him because we've heard all
never
about
met
that.
him.
Yeah, all I know is I schemed against him. But he did make, after he said I have no comment, thankfully he made a few comments, including this one.
I don't think there's any reason for me to comment. I thought Andrew addressed it yesterday, and we're excited to have Jared here. I don't think there's anything more that needs to be said. We're excited about Jared for our teams now and the picks for our future.
Okay, so he basically blew it off. Never did talk about Myles as, what kind of a player Myles was, whatever. And in fairness, he never coached him.
Right.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
I think he could have generically said it was clear what Myles meant to this organization. It was clear how good of a player he is. But I don't blame him for that. It's not like if he would have been with the Ravens for 4 years or something along those lines and then was asked to comment on a player that he had actually coached. That's different. I don't mind this one because the person who should be answering those questions is Andrew Berry, because he was the one who orchestrated the trade. He was the one who was here with Myles Garrett. He was the one who, his decision-making led the Browns down this path. And I think that's my only problem with this trade. And I don't think I have a problem with this trade necessarily. I understand exactly why it happened. I know the situation that they were in, but it's bothersome that their own missteps forced them to make this kind of trade. And had they made better decisions,
that's well put.
Had they made better decisions, they don't have to do this.
In other words, you have your quarterback. You have other talent on the offensive side of the ball.
You have a roster that's ready to do something other than hope for 5-12.
And capitalize on the skills of arguably the best defensive player in the game.
Yeah.
I keep going back, and I've mentioned for some time, this is not about Myles. This is about where the team is, exactly what you said, Chris. With Myles Garrett, they won 8 games in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
He did his part, and it shows you
exactly right.
It shows you with a defensive end who's all worldly, you're not going to win a bunch of games if you don't have the rest of the team. And you had a defense that was actually pretty darn good for 2 of the last 3 years, and yet you still didn't win football games. Now, you have the Defensive Rookie of the Year from 2 years ago now in Jared Verse, and you have last year's Defensive Rookie of the Year in Carson Schlesinger. If you're looking for players to say, man, I can't believe we lost Myles and he's not here or whatever, and lament the fact that this trade has gone down, I don't know that we're going to get that. Why might be a question, but Carson Schlesinger at the Browns golf outing was asked about the Myles trade, and here's what he had to say.
I mean, you're obviously, you know nothing about it, and so you have a little bit of surprise, but when you find it out, especially with the player, with Jared coming in, I think we're getting a great player. And, at the end of the day, we go ahead and focus on the 11 that we're putting out on defense. And so I'm looking forward to being able to get to work with him and get him in this defense and get rolling.
That seemed pretty nonchalant, didn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Is that what it should be? If you're a player reacting to it, probably so.
Yeah, I think
you can't
the players
say, I can't believe my team traded away Myles Garrett.
I think the players are in a tough spot. Because I do think, to some level, this is a shocking thing when it happens. Not that it came out of nowhere, Jeff. Not that there weren't signs that this was possible when everything was renegotiated and restructured with his contract.
Yeah.
But if you're Carson Schlesinger, right? You come into the NFL and you play alongside Myles Garrett, and what you see is one of the best defensive players in NFL history. And you're probably thinking to yourself, no chance he gets traded. How could they possibly trade that? You know what I'm saying? And then they do. And then they do. And you're like, okay, I guess this is how it's going to be. I guess this is the business. It's really your first introduction to the business side of sports.
Yeah.
And you're seeing it to a drastic level, given who Myles Garrett is and who he was for this franchise.
If you're a player, you look at a lot of different things, teammates, and you think, I like this, I don't like that. You keep it to yourself. I can learn from this guy. I can learn from that guy. If you're a defensive player on the Browns, forget other aspects of Myles Garrett, good, bad, whatever, however they're interpreted by his team. You couldn't help but watch his productivity and think, holy, whatever. And I need to emulate that.
Yeah.
And I need to step it up.
Yeah.
Because look what that guy is doing. And that to me, Chris, that's leadership more than anything else. I don't need somebody to go rah-rah on me. I need somebody to play as you-know-what off.
I think that's fair.
And to emulate that.
I think that's fair. I also think it's fair for these guys to not go overboard in their love for Myles as he walks out the door, because there's a new teammate that they have to welcome here. Maybe it's a little bit different if it's just a draft pick heavy thing and you have nothing else that's coming to your team, but you have to embrace this new guy, Jared Verse, and you can't make it seem like he's replacing this football god. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Verse comes in. I mentioned the Defensive Rookie of the Year, and so you have the last two, Verse and Schlesinger. And Verse had this to say about Schlesinger.
Man, that boy can fly. Nah, he can work. I like that a lot. I like knowing that behind me that I don't got much to worry about. If something, I can play freely because I don't have to worry if something gets by me. He's going to be able to handle that. He's going to be able to clean everything up. So, that's the exciting factor of it.
Jared talked about flying a lot.
He had just gotten off a plane. Can you blame him?
He likes pilots, apparently. These boys can fly.
I do think we have to be careful, the collective we, because we have talked about this so many different times, Jeff.
Yeah.
There are levels to greatness, okay?
Yeah.
And the best defensive player in the NFL is way, way, way different and way, way, way better than like the 10th best defensive player in the NFL.
That's really true.
So you're going to look at these things and you're going to be like, Jared Verse, okay, here's his odds in Defensive Player of the Year. Here's what he can theoretically bring to this team. He's not Myles. He's not going to be Myles. He can't be looked at as Myles because Myles is significantly better. It's almost like comparing Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Donovan Mitchell. Donovan is a great player. He's a top 15 player, but one guy's an MVP and a champion. And there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
One guy is a sack leader, and the other guy, Rookie of the Year. Really, really nice.
Coming on.
The things that he's accomplished early in his career, really, really nice. We're talking Myles Garrett here. There is a level to greatness, and he is, 5 floors above Jared Verse, if you want to look at it that way.
Yeah.
Maybe 10?
At least for now. And you have to assume you have to assume, this isn't fair, but I'm going to assume, for the entirety of his career, if Jared Verse can ever reach Myles Garrett level, congratulations, Jared Verse.
Exactly right.
Because Myles is a Hall of Famer.
Oh, yeah.
And if Jared Verse could become a Hall of Fame talent, even if he becomes a Hall of Fame talent, let me go Deion on you. Deion's comment I thought was absolutely right years ago when he said, Hall of Fame, this is a Hall of Very Good.
Yes.
It's not just a Hall of Fame.
Yes.
And there are a lot of guys in the Hall of Fame, all Hall of Fames, who were very good.
Yes.
How many of them are actually like at the pinnacle?
Yeah.
Not very many.
Do we think we're going to have any conversations about the possibility of Jared Verse maybe one day being in the conversation as the best pass rusher that has ever played in the NFL? I don't.
You hate to put that limitation on a young guy, but no, you would think, no, you're certainly not going to have that conversation.
We're having those about Myles.
Yeah.
And we should be having those about Myles because he earned it.
Yep. Doesn't mean Verse can't come in here and help you win football games.
Of course he can help.
And the trade makes you a better team.
Yes.
You know,
that's what the trade is about.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's not about did we get a better defensive end. It's are we going to be a better team after taking this draft capital and hopefully investing it in whatever.
Yep.
Whatever.
Yes. Can we create
and we become a better team.
A better, more complete roster.
Because with the possibly best pass rusher ever, you won 5 games last year.
And that's their fault. Yep. And the fact that they had to recoup, or they felt like they had to recoup these draft picks because they threw them away, because they wasted them, because they pulled off the worst trade in NFL history, that's on them. You know why? Milwaukee.
That was the Baskin sigh. By the way.
You know why Milwaukee is looking at trading Giannis? Because they have no other options. Because of their blunderous decisions, they put themselves in that position. And it's the same thing with the Browns. It's unfortunate, but it's the same thing. Their blunderous decisions put them in a position where they felt like, hey, we have to do this. We have to trade this caliber player.
We had this caliber player and didn't do enough to capitalize on his skills.
Nope.
And Milwaukee did once. I give them credit for that. They did win a title.
And then what happened?
Well, then it fell off the face of the earth. And
then they traded for Dame. They signed Miles Turner to a ridiculous contract.
They give Damian so much money.
Kyle Kuzma, here's $25 million. Yeah. They made a bunch of missteps after that point that led them to a decision that said, hey, we only have one way out of this. We have only one way to recoup value that we've lost along the way.
If we want to move this forward, we have to take a step back.
Yes.
By trading our best player.
And that's the thing for the Browns. They can make this a successful trade without Jared Verse being Myles Garrett or being at that level or close to that level.
You make a Pro Bowl, even in this day and age, unless you're a quarterback, because they just put quarterbacks in there, and that's Shedeur and Tyler Huntley, and you've seen that before. But you make a Pro Bowl, you know what you're doing. You pretty much think. Guy who made 3 Pro Bowls is going to join us next, and he's also the man who created the dog pound along with his buddy Frank Minifield. Top dog Hanford Dixon joins us. His thoughts on the trade, his thoughts on the defense, his thoughts on Todd Monken coming up here on Baskin and Phelps. Fedor's in for Andy.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Name a player in the NBA you would rather have with the ball in his hands late in the playoff game than Jalen Brunson. I would take Brunson over Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I would take Brunson over Wemby. I would take Brunson over Luka. I would take Brunson over Giannis. I would take Brunson over Jokic. He is Captain Clutch. Another incredible performance in Game 1, leading the Knicks to a victory.
Chicago Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to our show. You can listen to all of our local shows here on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jeff Phelps. Chris Fedor in for Andy Baskin today. We have been kicking around the Browns' huge move this week. And with Chris, we've been talking Cavs early on in the show. We'll talk more Cavs coming up. But we're getting some really good conversation, I think, about Myles Garrett going to the Rams and Jared Verse coming here and draft picks and everything else. And when it comes to something like this, we can sit and talk all about it. But I love to get the perspective of somebody who's played the game at a very high level and their thoughts on the impact that something like this makes. So we go to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline for one of those guys. He's top dog, Hanford Dixon. Hanford, good to have you with us, buddy.
Hey, Jeff, how you doing, big dog?
I'm well, bud. I appreciate it. Chris Fedor is in for Andy today. It's great to have you with us. Thank you very much for your time,
Chris.
bud.
Hey, Hanford.
Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Good.
Myles Garrett gets traded, and you think what, Hanford?
Well, Jeff, I wasn't surprised. Guys, I mean, I wasn't surprised. I knew this thing was pretty much coming down the pipeline. Is that to say that I wanted to see Myles traded? Hell no, I didn't want to see him traded because, as a defensive back, especially as a corner, and when you have a guy like Myles that's rushing a quarterback, man, you know that you can cut down on you could do some things that normally you wouldn't do because the quarterback is not going to have that much to throw the football. If there's anybody mad about this trade, I guarantee you some of those defensive backs, especially the corners. But I just think the only thing I'm a little bit upset about, I think we could have got a little bit more for him. Because you're talking about Myles Garrett, you're talking about a guy, when you think of pass rushes, I mean, Reggie White, Bruce Smith, just to name a couple of names. But, no, I wasn't surprised that the deal went down.
Hanford, how do you think this deal, a deal of this magnitude, plays in the locker room?
You know what? I mean, the guys in the locker room, sure, there's a bunch of them that's upset, didn't want to see Myles go. But as players, man, we understand that this is a business, and regardless of who you are, what your name is, how much power you supposedly have in that locker room, at any minute, at any time, we know that these guys in that front office, they'll make a move with something like this to let you know that, hey, just because you think you're this, we still will get rid of you if they think that it would improve the team.
Hanford Dixon joining us. When you played, Hanford, you went to 3 Pro Bowls. You were a top-notch corner. You played with other top-notch defensive players, Minnie, Clay, Lyle Alzado, Chip Banks. Early on in his career was an absolute beast. How does the changing of one of those key guys affect a unit? Because you can have a great player, but if you don't have other guys there with them, and you were lucky to have other great players with you, I mean, one great player is not going to get it done, especially when your offense struggled. But that defense was pretty good. Does changing out one Hall of Fame talent take that defense to a different spot?
I think it does because, I mean, again, we're talking about a Myles Garrett. And this is not to say anything or shot at Jared Verse. I mean, I think he's an outstanding young player. I think he's still got some growth to go. I think he's going to be an even better player. But I don't know. It's going to be tough for him to say, for us to say that he's going to be a Myles Garrett. And and we all hope that he's as good, that he becomes as good as Myles Garrett was for us. But as players, man, in that locker room, we sit around and we look and we look at each other and we're like, God, you got to be kidding me. But Miles, I mean, we hate to see him go. We wish him well with this team with the LA Rams, but we got to keep moving. You guys know that. I don't have to tell you guys about that.
What's the best way for Jared Verse to come into this situation, Hanford?
I think he's making all the right moves and saying all the right things, because the good thing about it, I don't think he grew up a Browns fan, but obviously we know the kid was from Dayton down in Ohio, and he had to keep up with him, even though the Browns wasn't his best, the team that he really rooted for. But I think he's doing everything the right way. I listened to a part of his quotes and some of the things that he said. He said that he's not trying to be a Myles Garrett. He's not trying to fill Myles Garrett's shoes. He's trying to fill his own shoes. He's trying to create his own path with this football team. And I think the kid was very candid, because he came out and said when he first heard the trade, he was a little bit upset. And he was mad, but then he thought about it, like players do. We understand this is a business, and he said, "Hey, I got to go now. I got, I'm at a new place. I got to come and start something new with this football team." And I like, he's excited about being here. He said he looked at some of the players and some things that we have going on here, and he sees he doesn't see a losing football team. He sees a team that's on the rise and a team that's going to win some football games. So, but the kid is starting off right. Again, he's saying all the right things.
Hanford Dixon joining us. Hanford, the change from one defensive end to the other, okay, that gets handled. The change from one defensive coordinator to the next, even playing the same system. How big of a deal is that for the guys in the locker room, the guys on the field, trying to execute what it is Mike Rutenberg is going to want them to do, as opposed to Jim Schwartz?
Well, I think that's going to be a little bit tough for him, because Jim, I mean, we all know Jim was very, very good, and I'm going to get into this a little bit. You got to understand where Jim was coming from. He was a little bit upset that he didn't get the head coaching job, because I think he really, really wanted that job. If I'm not mistaken, I think he thought he had the job. He had went around the locker room and talking to some players, some coaches, and as if he had the job, and he was very, very upset, as we know, when he didn't get it. And obviously, he said he wasn't coming back here, and he proved it. The coach than to come back here being insulted like that. But I had a chance to meet the new coordinator. I think I talked to him a little bit on Monday, and I like him. I mean, he's got a great attitude. He's a lot of energy, and it's still yet to be seen what's going to go down and how he's going to handle this football team. But it's going to be hard to replace Jim, because he had this defense cooking, and we all know with our record and the games that we won, the games that we lost, it wasn't pretty much the defense's fault. The defense, I thought, played pretty well.
Hanford, you know how this goes. If an organization makes any kind of decision, whether it's a player, coach, coordinator, they're looking for something else. They're looking for something different, right? So for Todd Monken to come in and replace Kevin Stefanski, what do you think this organization is looking for out of Todd that they weren't getting from Kevin?
Well, I think Kevin, when you look at it, was pretty much a player's coach. What I mean by that, I'm not going to say he wasn't tough on the players, but I think they were thinking that there was a little bit more that he could have gotten out of the players that he wasn't getting. I mean, when you see Todd, man, and there's some history a little bit with Todd. I mean, obviously, I went to the University of Southern Mississippi. I know he was there, and then he was also with the Baltimore Ravens. And there is no secret. Me and Ozzie are best friends, and Ozzie had nothing but great things to say about Todd. I mean, nothing. And trust me, if he had anything bad, he would tell me. But he had nothing but praise for Todd and his coaching and his coaching style. And Todd, one thing about him, he's going to get that little bit extra out of the players. So. I'm excited to see what this team does and how we perform this year.
Hanford Dixon joining us, and Hanford, Pro Bowl cornerback from the Browns, and has done all kinds of television work and real estate in town, and has made Cleveland his home. And I had the pleasure of working with Hanford on high school football telecast on Fox Sports Ohio. And Hanford, I hope you'll remember your line. I called Hanford the Pied Piper of football because we'd go out to these high school stadiums and folks just absolutely loved him. And every game, somebody would say, Hanford, you look like you can still go out and play. And Hanford would say,
about 10 plays, 5 or 10 plays.
That's right. Hanford would always say, and he'd say with such positivity, I think I have 10 plays in me. And then we'd walk away and he'd said, there's no way in hell, Jeff.
Hey,
with that thought in mind, you're hearing rumblings about Aaron Donald coming out of retirement to play next to Myles Garrett in L.A. Now, Donald's been gone 2 years, and he's only 35.
That's right.
But he's been gone 2 years. Does he have more than 10 plays in him?
I think he has more than 10 plays. I mean, again, we're talking about that's a guy that plays the defensive line. Defensive line is tough, but he doesn't have that responsibility of running behind those those 4-3 guys, those wide receivers. He just have to stay on the defensive line. So I think he has a few plays, and I'm telling you, if he decides to come out of retirement. And knowing him, I mean, he's not going to just come out if he's not ready, if he doesn't think that he can contribute to that football team. But man, it's just scary to think about him and Myles Garrett, both of them on that defensive line. Boy, that could be trouble. But let me say this about Jeff. Jeff is not telling the full story. Back then, no, this is good. Back then, I was riding his coattail, because I was just trying to learn the game, and boy, he taught me so much, and I learned so much from him. So I have to say thank you for that. But
don't blame me.
He would never mention that though.
Don't blame me. Hey, we appreciate your time, buddy. As always, thank you.
Hey Jeff, when you called, did I actually have a choice?
Yes.
No.
Hey, Jared Verse didn't have a choice, so what the heck, huh?
Right.
Hanford, thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Hanford.
Okay, guys.
Hanford Dixon joining us on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. I swear, every game we did. Hanford.
I'm sure.
You look like you can still go out and play.
Oh, my gosh.
And so positive. I think I got 10 plays in me. We'd walk away. No way. There's no way.
I can't speak for Hanford, but I can't imagine that his workout regimen is what Aaron Donald's is. Have you seen his Instagram post?
The guy's a beast.
My God.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going nuts.
I mean, you don't work out like that if you don't at least think in your mind, hey, maybe, possibly.
Otherwise, yeah. You don't need to carry all that.
Yeah, you don't do that on
weight,
a Monday.
all that muscle, all that, everything.
No.
We've tiptoed around this today a little bit, so we're not going to tiptoe anymore. Todd Monken talking quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Is he just selling what he has, or is he actually right on the money with some of this stuff? That's coming up on Baskin and Phelps. Andy and Menningen mad.
Yeah.
Because my perfect situation was
fast forward to 2027.
No, might be worse. The Talon Green comes in, and Todd Monken thinks, I got a 6'6" athletic guy with a rifle for an arm. This guy's going to be a stud, and they coach him up, and he wins the gig.
Wow.
Now here's the thing about that.
Yeah.
Think about what they have right now.
I know. It's
That
bad.
might be the best scenario.
Such a low bar.
I know. The second best scenario is probably Shedeur doing it because he's only in his second year. And the third best to me was Dillon because he's only in his second year. And the worst of the four scenarios to me that you could come up with was that Deshaun Watson clearly shows he's the best quarterback, and you have to play him in the final year of the contract.
I just can't believe we have to go through 17 games of this nonsense. Are you kidding me?
Well, we are. I don't see any changes at quarterback before the season. Do you?
Oh, no. What is the change that's even viable?
I don't. That's the point. I don't think there is one.
Jimmy is somewhere right now, just salivating over the fact that he's finally going to be in position to get a Manning.
Well,
doesn't matter which one.
Just
give me the last name.
Bring Eli in.
He would.
Eli might have game.
Run
left.
my football operations, Eli. Save me from myself.
Do something there. Well, Todd Monken is coaching what he has. He doesn't have a choice. These are your guys that you get to deal with and you get to work with, and perhaps you coach one of them up and if Shedeur became a really good NFL quarterback, well, great. That would be wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
And same thing with Green or same thing with Dillon. And if he can get Deshaun Watson back to possible, level of Deshaun Watson and Houston, great, whatever it is. But this is what he has to deal with. And Shedeur obviously is the guy that gets all the attention and made $17 million in jersey sales. The NFLPA cut him a big check. He made all kinds of cash. There's a lot there, and a lot of that includes his dad, and that's Deion Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
And Deion said something a couple of weeks ago about, I can't wait to talk to Coach Monken. I'm going to go there and tell him how to get the most out of Shedeur as a coach, not as a dad. Yeah, right. As a coach out of a dad, I can talk to him. And Monken was asked about that comment, and I found his thoughts kind of interesting. Here's what he had to say.
Got a lot of respect for Coach Sanders, obviously as a player, but also what he's done as a coach. And obviously he's done a great job with Shedeur as a father. I'm open anytime he wants to meet. He said he was going to come, but he had a commercial. So if he just lets me know where the next commercial shoot is, I'll be there. I'll show up. I really am looking forward to it. I got a ton of respect for him. I got a ton of respect for Shedeur because all he's done since I've been here is work. That's all he's done is compete. He was here early in the offseason. Hell, he bought me a horse head. I mean, tried to, cheese up to me early, so I think which is really cool. I think it's been great.
Affleck. Where's that turquoise jersey or sport coat? You and Nick put those on there, Deion.
Oh, boy.
I cracked up when I heard Todd say, "You tried to cheese up to me early." That's great.
Tried to kiss my butt.
That's great.
Do you think Andrew Berry, when he sees Todd every single morning, he's like, "Hey, good morning, Todd. I'm so sorry." I think he apologizes every day for giving him what he has at quarterback. Like, how is any coach supposed to consistently win with this at quarterback, whatever this is at quarterback? He's got to say all these nice things about all these guys. He's got to build them up. He's got to instill confidence in them. But this is the thing, Jeff, you know this. Players know, coaches know. They do. And if you're not good enough, they know.
They know.
Immediately.
Yep.
And he's got to say what he's got to say. But Todd Monken, he has been around some really good quarterbacks. He's been in some really good offenses. And he's got to be looking at this like, are you bleeping kidding me?
You know, the thing, if I'm Todd, my biggest concern might be this. Okay, you traded Miles, that's fine. You brought in draft capital. that we can use to perhaps go get a quarterback in 2027. Do you expect me to make chicken liver out of this?
Yeah.
Because if you do, maybe we can, maybe we can't. Am I going to get a second year here? Because this is what you gave me. I'm sure I would think he's not thinking that way because he's getting an opportunity to be an NFL head coach, and he's worked his entire career for that. But the situation that he's been dropped into here, Chris, and then, hey, your best wide receivers are rookies.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Good luck to you. This guy, without question, you've got to give him 2 or 3 years.
The evaluation,
without even thinking about it.
The evaluation of him has to be these individual wins.
Yes.
It can't be what does the final score say.
Yeah.
Can't be, because this team's not ready to be evaluated by the final score.
No.
And the other thing that I would say is this, Jeff. I don't know what Shedeur Sanders is going to be in the future. Okay. But if a smart football coach decides, and this isn't to say that the Browns are smart and they do the right things and they make the right decisions, but if a smart football coach decides, no, not Shedeur, I got to go with Deshaun. I got to try and win games. I got to try and appease these guys in the locker room. I got to do right by them, whatever the case may be.
What you just said is critical.
He's a first-year head coach.
Yeah. He can't roll out the guy.
No.
Whoever it is.
Right.
Whoever it is who clearly has shown the team that he's not the best quarterback.
That's right. So if he chooses that it's Deshaun, and a lot of things are pointing to it being Deshaun week 1, what does that say about Shedeur? What does it say about his future?
Yeah.
Deshaun is quite possibly the worst starting quarterback in the NFL. Quite possible.
If you look at all the rankings of the quarterback position groups in the NFL, the Browns are 32.
And if Shedeur can't beat him out and can't show Todd, hey, I got to get this job. I deserve this job. What does that say about Shedeur?
I'm pulling for him like crazy because it's a better scenario than having the veteran who has underachieved since he's been here for whatever reasons in the last year of his contract.
I agree.
mean, Chris, if Deshaun actually, let's just say Deshaun gets this gig and goes out and is okay, just okay, competent. Let's just say competent.
Okay.
There's no way I want to give him another contract.
No.
I would want to move on from this situation.
Absolutely.
And if he's just competent, there might be the temptation, well, okay, we kind of have a quarterback, maybe. And that's why it would be so, I think it would be the best case scenario for Todd Monken if Shedeur just went out and just beat him out. Just flat out beat him out.
Yeah, but that's on Shedeur.
Yeah, I know. That's exactly right.
Shedeur's got to go out and do it.
Absolutely. Well, Mary Kay Cabot, your counterpart, was on the morning show today and had this to say about what Shedeur is doing so far in OTAs.
I think Shedeur has come on so strong in the last few weeks that it's making them think, maybe we should see what he can do in training camp before we decide that perhaps Deshaun Watson might be QB1 on the depth chart. I think he's just worked so hard and done such a nice job and maybe even surprised them in some ways that I think they're kind of backing off that a bit.
Which might be ideal.
That's what you want to hear.
Yep.
Second-year player was a disaster as a rookie.
Yeah, and he has a huge fan following, and that's great.
Huge.
That's great. Congratulations to him and anybody who has this undying love for Shedeur. Good for you too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great to root for guys and pull
wrist
for
up
him and everything else.
Wrist up, guys.
But again, ideally, you want him to go out and be the man. I saw Dylan last year, and I thought, wow, Dylan really looks like he can play quarterback, but he's 5'10". Mm-hmm. That's not ideal. Mm-hmm. And then Shedeur went out, and it was like, wow, that was really pretty good. Well, that was really pretty bad. That's not bad. Oh, that is bad.
Yeah.
It was just, he was so inconsistent. And
yes.
the ratings and all the analytics.
Yes.
Let's not get Kenny Atkinson in trouble. All the analytics show that he did not play very well.
Yeah, because there's a couple of realities, right? The one reality is you naturally compare him to what else is on the roster.
Yeah.
Okay, you naturally do. Are you better than Dylan Gabriel? Woohoo! Big accomplishment there.
Well, but guess what? All the ratings said he wasn't.
So there's the other reality that is attached to this. Like, how good are you compared to your peers? How good are you compared to what's at quarterback around the NFL?
That's the tough one there.
And that's the one where he came up woefully short.
Yep.
So he's got to get better. And I think it's encouraging that Mary Kay says, hey, he's coming on. Hey, he's doing the things that he needs to do. That's what you want to hear from a young guy.
Absolutely it is.
Let's figure out why I wasn't good last year. Let's look at those flaws, see how I can address them, see how I can improve. Let's see what I can learn, if anything, from Deshaun Watson. See what I can learn, if anything, from Todd Monken in this new situation, and get better and put pressure on this organization and do it not based on what your name is, not based on your draft standing, not based on the fact that it's default because the other guy's 5'10" and can't ride roller coasters at Cedar Point. Like,
wow.
let's just do it based on merit.
Harsh.
Let's try and win the job. And I like that.
Harsh. I do too.
I mean, it's true, right?
I do too.
When a guy's listed at 5'10", what is he, 5'8"?
And 3/4.
It's never accurate.
How's it feel as the Cavs beat reporter to talk a little football?
I love talking football.
Yeah, I know you do.
That's where I got my start.
I know.
Everybody's always like, Chris, stick to basketball. Stick to basketball.
Isn't that funny?
It's hilarious.
That is funny.
Like, wait, I started covering the NFL. I started covering the Browns. Should I not?
Should you not have an opinion or
Yeah.
whatever? Exactly right. Oh, we haven't talked baseball today. There's something going on in New York that might make you think, hey, wait a minute. Could this be? It's next on Baskin and Phelps. Chris is in for Andy.
comes to the starting quarterback, but he hopes to have a depth chart set by the end of mandatory minicamp next week. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Chris, I don't know if we've had this conversation. Chris Fedor in for Andy Baskin today. I'm Jeff Phelps. I tend to look at sports from my heart, but not emotionally. I love sports.
Oh yeah.
But I love watching how teams do their business. You know, and I love the team building aspects of things. And if my team loses, all right, well they lose. That doesn't mean they're awful or terrible. They're still my team. I love watching the Guardians fool them. Year after year after year. Yeah, we're not spending much money. Yeah, we're not bringing in any free agents. We're going to clear a runway for our young players. Oh, really? That sounds like GM speak.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what they've done this year? Cleared a runway for their young players, and they're doing okay.
It's unbelievable.
Isn't it fun?
It is fun, and it's such a well-run organization, which is a nice thing to say in this town. So, like, you know, certain things don't make sense. And the Guardians being as successful as they have been, really, it doesn't make sense.
Big picture.
It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
But they just keep doing it, and you give them so much credit. And it's like there is a belief that despite everything working against them, that they can be the outliers.
Yeah.
And it's really, really cool.
Now, can they do that long term?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. But right now, they're
fun right now,
they're still in first place. They go to New York and they win 2 games. You know, one over Schlittler, who had been pitching really well.
Great.
Good young up and coming pitcher. Garrett Cole coming back. They beat up Garrett Cole last night, 3 home runs, and it just seems like this team pushes the right buttons on a very regular basis. They don't get them all right.
No.
But they push the right buttons on a very regular basis. And again, this is the way I watch sports. They're fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, looking at this team before the season, did you think they were going to score a bunch of runs? Well, you thought, well, or at least more runs. Let's not get carried away. They're doing okay. They're not setting the world on fire offensively. But you thought, well, Martinez would have to come back and not be a fluke. And DeLauder, well, they're going to count on him. That better work. And you know, Bazana might get here eventually. And if he didn't, it's all clicked.
Mm-hmm.
It's all clicked. And good for them. They to me are a very, very fun team to watch.
And those 2 wins against the Yankees.
Nice.
I mean, given the pitching that they were going against, the way that they played. And here's the other thing.
They gave up 4 runs in each game, which in the past you'd think, well, they're doomed.
Yep.
But they scored 5 yesterday. They scored 9 the game before.
That's exactly right. They answered the Yankees' bats, which, as you said, that's not always the case with the Guardians. I think the other interesting thing about them is it feels like there's still more that they can get from this group.
Yeah, it does.
And it was hard coming into this season, right? Because you were trying to tell yourself, as you said, all these things have to go right. And then there's
it
the
felt that way, didn't it?
Yes, but there's the logical part of it of how often do all of these things go right in order that you need?
Yeah.
Because they didn't do anything with the roster. What did they do? They brought in a guy.
They changed some bullpens.
Yeah.
Bullpen arms. They brought in Rhys Hoskins.
Rhys Hoskins was like their move.
And Rhys hasn't hit the way that I think he will hit, and I've been clamoring for him to get more at-bats.
Mm-hmm.
And he came through yesterday, had a home run yesterday.
Yeah.
3 home runs against Cole for the Guardians. And, you know, you drop Hoskins into the middle of that lineup, well, that's a professional bat.
Right.
You know, and you can make the argument that's what they haven't brought in a lot of over the years, professional bats.
Yes.
And he is one. But combine that with Jose warming up, and I've become a huge Angel Martinez fan.
Mm-hmm.
Good all-around baseball player. And Bazana looks like a keeper, and DeLauder looks like a keeper.
Right.
And I think they might be the beginning of a wave of hitters coming up from the minor leagues that this organization really hasn't produced a lot of since the glory days.
And if Manzardo can play the way that he has been,
better,
lately,
huh? It's been
better. The at-bats have been better. The pop is there in his bat. He's getting to pitches. The one that he hit, he basically golfed out. Now, part of that was Yankee Stadium and the right field porch. But
Thank you very much.
Nonetheless, the way that he was able to get to that pitch and get some power behind it, that's the element of this group where you say, okay, there's still more that we can pull out of it. There might be a different ceiling. If Manzardo becomes what he needs to be in the middle of the order and Jose starts playing better, he hasn't been great now. He's been good, but he hasn't been great. And if Bazana can be consistently this and DeLauder can be consistently this, we know what they have with their starting rotation. At least you feel like you do.
Well, especially with Gavin Williams looking like a big-timer.
You know what you have with the bullpen. At least you feel like you do. It does feel like there's still more that this team can pull out of this particular group without having to go to the minors and bring somebody up, without having to go to the trade market and bring somebody in. But I will say this, Jeff. If they are competitive and they remain competitive, and it looks like there's something here, this front office has to be aggressive and explore opportunities to add.
I would agree with you on that. You don't get that many. You don't get that many cracks at it. I think right now they have the third best record in the American League. They look like a team that can go out and compete with anybody in the league, and that's not to say that they're world beaters or anything, but they've clearly shown they can go compete. They did the last two nights against a good Yankees team, and I wonder what they would be willing to do to make a move to add something. Obviously bringing in Patrick Bailey, they thought was a move that works for them. Great defensive catcher, not much of a stick. Okay. It screams that if you're going to make a move at the deadline, you're going to go in. If somebody in the rotation, something happens there, it doesn't work, maybe you go get a starter. Or maybe you go get a veteran bat and you make a tough decision in the outfield.
And it doesn't mean you have to be impatient, and it doesn't mean that you have to, quote unquote, mortgage the future, which I hate that phrase, but it's a phrase that people respond to and are aware of.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you have to do that, right? It doesn't mean you have to get the guy on the trade market.
Good players at the trade deadline in Major League Baseball get traded for Class A prospects all the time.
All the time. So just cobble together a couple of those and see if you can add to this roster. That to this point, again, it's only June 4th. They've got to continue down this path. But to this point, they've earned an investment, more of an investment than what they were given coming into this year.
A move that when they made it, I thought, really? That's your managerial move. You bring in a guy who's never managed before and had coached for a year, and just left the game. I think Stephen Vogt has shown that he's a pretty solid major league manager with a chance to become an extremely, extremely good major league manager, if he's not already.
The other thing is, what a tough situation for somebody to walk into for their first job.
Hi, we love Tito Francona. He's out. Who are you?
Oh, my gosh. That guy was beloved. And it's not like Stephen Vogt walked into the Yankees where he's got like endless resources and endless spending. It's like, hey, man, you have to somehow be a difference maker as a manager. You somehow have to swing things in your team's favor without the big payroll. Without, I don't want to say as a stacked minor system. Like their minor system was okay, but it's not like it was just bursting with talent.
Especially offensive talent.
That's true.
Especially offensive talent.
And he's made it work.
One thing about him that cracks me up, and I knew Steven was a catcher and had some pop and had been around and everything else. I didn't know a ton about him, I'll admit. But when he got hired, I remember searching and trying to find out more about him. And some of the funny stuff that he did did some stuff with Chris Rose on the MLB Network when Chris was working there, and like his Chris Farley impression from Down by the River, living. It's unbelievable how funny it is, and some of the stuff. And you hear Steven now, and he couldn't be more normal yet corporate. You don't see that sense of humor. He does an incredible, I don't know if you've seen it, an incredible impression of an NBA referee.
No, I haven't seen it.
During the break, you got to call it up and listen to it. It's unbelievable. He's really good. He's really funny. And unfortunately, he's now in a position where I won't say he has to hide that, but where that aspect of his personality doesn't come out very often. If it did, he'd probably get fired. Would you quit being a goofball and pay attention to what you're doing here?
Yeah.
You're managing the Cleveland Guardians.
That's right.
But, man.
We operate a certain kind of way here.
Before he became the manager, and like in charge, man, was he funny.
Yeah.
He was funny.
I'll have to pull up some of those clips.
Oh, do it in the break.
But you can kind of sense with some of the things that he says and his personality that there's a little bit in there if he's willing to let it come out.
Yeah.
And maybe he's saving that.
He clearly was before he was put into a position of authority.
Yeah.
I get that.
But he's been the right guy at the right time. To this point, anyway.
I think that's exactly
in a
right.
very, very difficult situation. So you got to give him credit for that.
To come in and win Manager of the Year following Terry Francona and to have a seamless transition, basically, has been maybe the most impressive thing that he's done as manager of the Guardians.
And you're right. He doesn't get everything right. And this organization doesn't get everything right.
I'm so tired of all the platooning. I hate it. But then again, has he been given players who shouldn't be platooned? He's made it work, and I think he's adjusting a little bit as he's getting players who are maybe a little better caliber.
And find whatever manager you think is the best in baseball. And if you watch them on a daily basis and you talk about them on a daily basis, you're going to find things to nitpick. You're going to find things to criticize.
It's one of the beautiful things of the game.
Of course.
It happens all the time. Chris Fedor is in studio for Andy Baskin today. Chris, of course, covers the Cavs for the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. We covered the Cavs in the first hour, talked about the NBA Finals Game 1, Knicks and Spurs, and what the Cavs need to do moving forward. We didn't touch on this, and I wanted to save it for now. Donovan Mitchell is in line for a huge extension. Should he get it? Coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
Columbia Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Decisions to be made by the Cavaliers this offseason and in the near future, and should one of them involve the guy who is their best player right now. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. Chris Fedor, who covers the Cavaliers for the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, and joins us all the time here on The Fan, is in for Andy today. Meredith behind the glass at 216-474-0092. If you happen to miss anything in our show today, and we talked a lot of Browns earlier, Chris Easterling from the Beacon Journal joined us. Hanford Dixon, Top Dog, was with us at noon. If you happen to miss a moment, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Early on, Chris, we talked Cavs, and after watching the New York Knicks go to San Antonio and win Game 1 of the NBA Finals last night, what is it, their 12th straight playoff win, I believe is what it is, and you just thought, wow, A, these guys are good. B, they're not going away. And it leads to the Cavaliers and other teams in the East, having to do a little catching up and some big decisions to make. Early on in the show, you said Harden locked in, 2-year. You think Donovan locked in. He's certainly, back next year. There's an extension coming up down the road. You thought if something, and correct me if I'm wrong, if they're going to make a big move to bring in a guy to play alongside Donovan and be his Batman to a Batman, instead of having a Batman and Robin, you have two Batmans. The guy to move would probably be Evan Mobley.
Yes.
Do you expect that to happen?
No.
Okay.
I don't. Because I think there are two things in play. I think, number one, I don't know that the Cavs are looking at their playoff loss this year, their loss in the conference finals against New York, as something where New York is on a completely different tier than them. I just don't think they believe they're that far away. I think they're wrong in that. I do. I think they're wrong in that. But I don't sense that they're looking at it that kind of way. I think they're looking at it as New York got hot, we missed a bunch of shots, and we can do small things internally and small things externally to close that gap. Again, I think they're wrong, but I think that's how they're looking at it. The other thing is they have gone through really, really bad things. And a number of the guys that are in this front office have been through this dark period of the organization, the post-LeBron era.
There have been several of those.
But the most recent one was bad.
Yes, it was.
And it was very, very hard to go through. And there was no guarantee that they were going to get out of it on the other side. The way that they have here. 350-win seasons, playoffs 4 years in a row, advancing to the conference finals.
And they take great pride.
They do.
In doing that without LeBron.
That's the thing.
And they should. They really should.
So there is a sense of accomplishment. We live in a world, Jeff, where I think multiple things can be true. And they are disappointed by everything that happened against the Knicks and how lopsided that series was and how it ended with a 37-point loss at home where Knicks fans just overtook their building. But there's also a sense of accomplishment here because of where they came from. And I think there are a lot of people inside that organization that are so focused on where they've come from and how far they have come and how they got to this point, more so than how do we take the next step. And I think because they don't want to go through all of that again, where it was a dark period in this franchise, Evan Mobley is their protection from that. In their mind.
In their minds.
Evan Mobley is their protection from that. At the very least.
Rather than a piece to get this over the hump.
Yes. At the very least, he protects us from rebuild land. Now, we can argue all we want to about whether they're right, whether Evan can be that, whether Evan should be looked at that way, but the way they're seeing it is when Donovan Mitchell goes and eventually he's no longer going to be on this roster, when James Harden goes and eventually he's no longer going to be on this roster, what do we have left? Well, at least we have Evan. And that protects us from everything we had to go through as soon as LeBron James left us.
Assuming that everything goes through with James Harden and that goes as everybody expects it to. Other than how do you get this team better moving forward, the next big decision is on Donovan Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is an interesting dilemma, and I'll call it a dilemma. He's clearly a phenomenal player. He's a terrific NBA player.
He is.
I've enjoyed him when he was in Utah. I thought he was great.
I put him on my MVP ballot this year, my official MVP ballot. I did.
And he's just deserving of that. He has a contract in place that pays him roughly about $50 million. And he's about the 20th highest paid player in the NBA. The Cavs can offer him an extension this summer. Correct me if I'm wrong. 4 years, about $272 million. So that's $68 million a year.
Yes.
He probably won't accept that, correct?
I don't think he will. If he had a financial advisor, they would tell him not to.
Why?
Well, because there are a couple of reasons. Number one, next year would be his 10th year accrued in the NBA, and because of that, he would be eligible to make even more money as a free agent in 2027. And because it's year 10, he would also be eligible to get a no-trade clause attached to his contract.
And he'd roughly get 5 years, about $350 million.
That is more money. And here's the other thing. There is not as much downside for Donovan to not taking this extension this offseason because he's got protection in his contract. You know what he has? He has a player option for 2027. Too many people are overlooking that fact, Jeff, because most of the time you're taking a risk by not agreeing to, if somebody puts $272 million in front of you.
Chris, how do you walk away from
How
that?
do you walk away from that, right?
Yeah.
So there's always an inherent risk. He could get injured. He could have a bad season. He could look like a guy who's no longer in the MVP conversation. Those things could happen, right?
Loses it fast.
He loses it fast, and he doesn't have as vast of a market, teams that are willing to give him that kind of contract. But guess what? He's got a player option for 2027. So if something were to go wrong for him, if he were to turn down the extension this offseason and something were to go wrong for him this year, he just picks up his player option for $50-something million. And he tries to rebuild his contract and his value, right?
Don't you want one of those options?
Yeah, exactly. So if he didn't have that player option in his contract, yes, there would be way more risk to turning down this potential extension from the Cavs. But I think it makes it easier for him to say, hey, like, it's more financially beneficial for me. It's more financially responsible for me even to wait and see if I can get that 5-year, $350 million contract that also, by the way, comes with a no-trade clause. Who doesn't want a no-trade clause?
I talked about how I love the team-building aspect of things, and it sometimes leads my mind into places that with things that make people mad. And Donovan is one of those situations.
Okay.
I have a hard time wrapping my head around the thought that a guy, and keep in mind, I think he's outstanding.
Yep.
Okay. And boy,
don't you always feel like you have to qualify all of these things?
I do. And he couldn't be a better
ambassador for Cleveland.
Exactly.
Yeah.
For the franchise, for the city, for everything. He couldn't be better.
Mr. President.
I have a really hard time thinking that I'm going to give a 6'2" guard, no matter how good he is, who's in his early 30s and has had some leg issues, a guaranteed contract worth $70 million a year for the next 5 years that takes him to about 35. That doesn't sound like good business to me, Chris.
What's the other option?
I don't know. Trade him?
Ooh.
I know. And see, I don't like that option either.
Yeah.
You keep hearing Houston's name thrown in there. Put him next to KD and watch him go. and Houston could give you assets. Okay, but then what do you have here in Cleveland?
That's right.
That's the catch to me. What do you have? At that point, you have Evan Mobley, Jared Allen, and an aging James Harden who might not want to be 37 in the main cog in the backcourt. I don't know.
Yeah, that gets you where? Play-in?
Exactly. Yeah.
Every single year fighting for the play-in, you become the Miami Heat, the Chicago Bulls.
But does Donovan, at that price tag, get you to where you want to go?
If he's surrounded by the right things, I think it's more possible. Okay. And I think it's at least worthy of taking the shot on it. Because I think the Cavs have seen what life without Donovan Mitchell looks like. And they're not here without Donovan. They're not to the conference finals.
Question.
They're not 3 50-win seasons. They're not 4 straight playoff appearances. So you can't take those things for granted. In your quest for taking the next step as an organization, you can't take for granted what this guy has brought to you. And I think you have to reward him for that. And if there was a logical path that could lead you down a different road, and you could take Donovan and turn him into something that you don't have, something that could make you a better team, then I would be on board with you. But I think this is a different conversation than the Evan Mobley one, because I don't think you become a better basketball team by trading Donovan Mitchell. I think you can become a better basketball team by trading Evan Mobley.
You would give Donovan the extension?
I would, because I don't think you have any other choice, and I think not that he's worthy of exactly that, okay?
Yeah.
But I think
it would make him, he's already top 20 pay. This would put him, you would think, probably top 10 by the time everybody else gets their deals.
Yes, because I think as long as Donovan's here, you're a consistently competitive team. Competitive being a relative term, obviously.
Competitive gives you a chance.
Gives you a chance, and that's what you want.
What do you think, folks? 216-474-0092. I get Chris's thinking. I'm still hesitant, but
I think the Cavs are a little bit hesitant too, Jeff.
Do you?
I do.
It's coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin for Bookman & Son Fine Jewelers.
between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. Yesterday, head coach Todd Monken said he's going back and forth when it comes to the starting quarterback, but hopes to have a depth chart set by the end of mandatory minicamp next week. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
We went to break at the end of last segment, and Chris Fedor left us with a cliffhanger. I'm Jeff Phelps. Chris is in for Andy today. We're talking about Donovan Mitchell and his contractual situation and the decision that the Cavaliers are going to have to make eventually, decision Donovan's going to have to make eventually, and that is extension. Donovan has already signed one here in Cleveland, and he's under contract for this coming season. As Chris said, has an option for the following season. So if he took an extension that you can be sure the Cavs will try and get him to sign it, or at least offer it to him for this coming year, and it would be for 4 years, $68 million. If he waits another year, 5 years, $350. That's $70 million a year. And those are rough figures. It would get kicked around a little bit. And I said, I don't know that I want to commit to a guy at $70 million who will be in his 30s, and the contract will be in his mid-30s when it's up, and that kind of cash. And you said,
yeah, I'm not entirely sure that the Cavs want to either.
What makes you say that?
Just the sense that I get, the understanding that they have of Donovan's play style, the understanding that they have of Donovan's recent injuries, the understanding that they have of Donovan's age currently, and I think his limitations as a basketball player. You know, he's not... There are at least questions about whether he can be the best player on a championship contending team.
That's fair. Same thing with Jalen Brunson. You know, the small guard thing has something to do with it. Brunson has certainly kicked that down the road a little further than Donovan has.
Yeah. Jalen Brunson also has, he's got more playoff-related dimensions to his game. He's a great passer. You saw it. You saw it against the Cavs.
Did we ever? Let's take him away. Oh, 14 assists.
The Cavs went into that game, and they're like, you know what, we're going to turn him into a passer. He doesn't want to be a passer. The Knicks can't thrive if he's just a passer.
But guess
We're
what?
going to make him a passer. He had 14 assists. He had 14 assists.
That was pretty good.
He tore him apart a completely different way.
Yeah.
Donovan has one pathway to greatness, which is score the basketball and do it at a high level. And there are maybe 8 to 10 other guys that can do it in the same realm as Donovan. But when you get into the playoffs and it's about exposing weaknesses and it's about trying to work around some of those weaknesses when it comes to roster building and lineup construction and stuff like that, they just become a little bit more apparent. And the only way he consistently helps you is as an offensive scoring engine. But beyond that, he's not a great rebounder. He can't play multiple positions. It's not like you can downsize and play him at the small forward spot and have him guard Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown and Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, how else does he consistently impact winning basketball? It's not as much as a guy like Jokic or Giannis or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or Jalen Brunson or some of these other guys that... Jason Tatum. Some of these other guys that you just don't have the same kinds of questions with. So I think the Cavs understand those things. But I also think they know what it was like before Donovan.
Yeah.
And there was no guarantee that they were going to get to this place. And the thing that they know about Donovan, despite those questions, the thing that they know about Donovan is that they can compete. They can win 50 games. They can have a chance as a playoff team. They can get to the conference finals. Can they win a championship? That's a legitimate question. It is a legitimate question. But you don't turn your back on somebody like Donovan Mitchell, who has led to the success that this franchise has had. The only success this franchise has had without LeBron, about potential trade targets for the Cavs. And Giannis is one of them, right? Well, here's the thing with Giannis. Some teams are more hesitant on Giannis because of his contract situation. He's got one guaranteed year under contract. So you're sitting there and you're saying to yourself, Are we going to give up all of this for 1 year of Giannis?
Yeah.
If somebody's going to trade for Donovan, they're asking themselves the same question. Are we going to give up all of this that we have to give up for 1 year of Donovan, and then he's going to become a free agent? That's a risk.
And right now, if he doesn't accept an extension, which you don't think he will, I don't think he will right now, that would be the case.
That would be the case.
If you ended up extending him after next season, like if you didn't pick up his option and he got the $350, maybe that trade situation comes into play a little bit. But
maybe
that puts the Cavs in a situation where, well, you're going to roll it back for another year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Interesting. JJ is in Valley View. Hello, JJ.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're well.
Great. Hey, in respect to the Donovan Mitchell situation, the contract, I think it should be his last, and we've got him to a point. Well, he's gotten us to a point where we're respectable, but the future is going to have to be a big change, and we have to look forward to that future with Evan Mobley. And I think that it's time to begin to address that and not wait too late like we're pretty much known to do.
What do you think the ceiling is for an Evan Mobley-led team? That's the question.
Yeah. JJ, thank you. I've thrown this out, Chris, and I touched on it earlier. In my head, I'm a big Evan Mobley fan. I like watching the guy. He was the guy I wanted them to take at 3 coming out. This is the guy. He's 6'11", and he has some athletic skills. Let's see. And he was so young. The one thing that keeps sticking in my head, and I see how his numbers have increased just ever so slightly in his 5 years, but that includes field goals attempted.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't get a ton of shots. And the thought in my head, and maybe until I see it, I'll still always wonder, what happens if he's the number 2 scoring option at least? He's been the number 3 scoring option since he's been in the league on his team. And so I don't know. I don't know what the ceiling is because I don't know if he can turn into a 23-10 guy. You know, and those extra 5 points a game are a big deal.
Yeah. You know, one of the things that I always look at, Jeff, and this is going to sound really, really simplistic, how guardable are you? How guardable are you in a situation when you're in a playoff environment? And the answer is Evan is very guardable right now. They were using Cade Cunningham on him. They were using Tobias Harris on him.
He can get muscled. He can get muscled around, right?
That's the thing.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have an offensive package where it's like, I'm just going to create something, or I'm going to beat you off the dribble, or I'm going to spin around you in the post, or I'm going to do a rip-through move at the elbow. There's just not a lot there. He doesn't have a refined offensive game, and that makes it easy for these teams to guard him, to bother him, to push him off of his spot, to make him have to work super hard for quality offense. He is still very, very reliant on his teammates creating offense for him, and that's fine. There's a place for that.
Sure.
And you can be successful that way.
But it's not necessarily the number one option
not as an offensive focal point. That's right.
Yeah.
Do you see Cat last night in the playoff series against the San Antonio Spurs? So he's got Wemby on him.
Yeah.
Wemby is the best defensive player probably of this generation. He's going to go down as that.
Seems that way.
See what Cat did to him?
Yeah.
Pump fake, got him on his heels, dribble package, blew around him for a layup. Can you see Evan doing that against Wemby? Not consistently.
No, not consistently.
Not where you can rely on that kind of creation on the offensive end of the floor.
The one play, and you see glimpses of this from Evan, you know, where he puts the ball on the floor. He had the drive where he was down on the baseline, drove to the basket, and did the reverse dunk. And I just thought, now that's what you want to see on a more regular basis, where he just says, here I go, get out of my way, and watch me do this.
Absolutely.
And you don't see enough of that.
No.
But see, when I see even that glimpse of it, Chris, that's when my little stupid head says, okay, there it is.
No, he's just going to do it again and again and again.
Make him the number 2 option where he has to do that. You know what I mean? At the very least. But no, he's got 2 guards out there, and he always has, except this rookie year. He has 2 guards out there who are going to take the majority of the shots.
Yeah. But you know what else happens when you're the number 2 option? more eyeballs on you.
Yeah.
More defensive attention.
Exactly
more
right.
schemes that are generated to pick at your flaws, and more defenders that are capable of making you uncomfortable.
Can a guy in his 5th year make a big leap? We know he's young.
Oh my gosh, we've seen it all the time.
So how does he do it?
Well, he's got to be a better ball handler. We got to start there. He's got to put on more strength so that he can play through contact.
It is interesting that he still looks so similar to what he looked like when he was 20 years old.
And then you have to ask yourself that's the problem here, because every solution you come up with has a yeah, but attached to it. So you say, hey, man, get in the weight room. Start building muscle. Look more like Giannis. Go work out with the monks like Victor Wembanyama did. Right? And then you turn around and you say, well, like...
Here it is, Chris.
Then you say, okay, but if he puts on that muscle, does that slow him down?
Right. Does that take away from parts of his game?
Yes. And can his body handle that kind of bulk up?
Yeah. Is his frame built for that?
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to get too nerdy.
If not, there goes the hamstring.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Eric is in Cam's Corners. What's up, Eric?
Hey, what's up, Jeff? What's up, Chris? How you doing?
Hey, good to have you with us.
Thanks for having me. Just a couple things. I love the conversation, and I agree with the maturation of Mobley. It has been difficult to really develop him with the ball-dominant guards, and ultimately, I think he kind of is the key to unlocking this whole thing. Whereas, and I think they tried this early in the season, but I'm not sure how comfortable Ev was with it. What let him be that Draymond Green, because I'm just kind of baffled how they went from 64 wins and how fluid that offense was in the season before last, and then it was just slowed down this year with pick and roll heavy perimeter offense, 30, 40 feet away from the basket, and that frustrated me to no end. And I think they need to play mid post out and then spray to shooters like Sam and others. So I want to see a tweak in the offense. But Chris, my question was, and I've been saying this all season, the lack of production from the three has really hurt this team over the past several years. What path do you see in free agency or even development that this team can get a solid three that can give us 18, 20 points a night and really, really solidify this roster?
Man, it's the hardest thing in the NBA to find. It's the most expensive thing in the NBA, expensive in terms of the contract that you would have to give in free agency, expensive in terms of the assets that you would have to give up in order to trade for that. I could throw some names out there. I mean, Trey Murphy is somebody who would be a great fit on this team, but do you have the pieces to go get him? Is he worth Evan Mobley?
I was going to say that. The Evan Mobley price tag might be a little high for Murphy.
Would New Orleans accept Jarrett Allen, Jalen Tyson, and a couple of first-round picks?
New Orleans always liked Jarrett Allen.
Mm-hmm. So there's Murphy, there's Herbert Jones, his teammate in New Orleans. Royce O'Neal is Donovan Mitchell's best friend. You can probably find him on the cheap if you want to trade for a veteran like that. But it's hard to find that particular position. It's always going to be hard to find that position. And I give the Cavs credit, Jeff. They've tried to invest in that spot. Oh, my gosh. They've used draft picks. They've traded for that. They've signed that. Think about all the things that they've tried at that spot. They just haven't found the right guy to this point.
And the last guy they tried was DeAndre Hunter.
No, that didn't work.
That didn't.
He forgot how to play basketball.
Didn't last real long.
No, and to his point, though, I think this is a point that has to be made about Evan. Everything coming into this season, Jeff, was about Evan Mobley. The whole plan this season was Evan Mobley-centric. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to make him this. Kenny Atkinson went on TV and said he's going to be an MVP candidate in a couple of years. So they designed so many things for Evan to get the best out of him offensively. And then you know what happened? They were like, he's not ready for this. His game's not ready for this. And then they took more off of his plate and they refined his role and they tried to simplify it.
Back to what it was?
Back to what it was because they learned. They went 17-16. Now, that wasn't all Evan Mobley's fault. There were some other things involved with that. But the whole idea was let's elevate Evan. Let's give him more of a role offensively. Let's give him more touches in different places. And that led to them saying, no, he's not ready for that. We got to change our offense. We got to go trade for James Harden.
Interesting. He's Chris Fedor. I'm Jeff Phelps. We're here on The Fan.
Gansey has spent the last 15 seasons with the Cavs organization. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
As you watch the NBA Finals, let's remember, Cavs have to beat those guys. Not just the Knicks. You want to do what you ultimately want to do. You got to beat Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Thunder, and who knows who else is going to jump up. The guy who's been talking about it all day here, I've enjoyed it like crazy, Chris Fedor, who covers the Cavs for the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Number to join us is 216-474-0092. Do you expect we know there will be moves.
Yeah.
Do you expect a blockbuster from the Cavs this summer? And by blockbuster, it means something involving Donovan, Harden, Mobley, Allen, other than retaining them.
Ooh. You threw Allen in there.
Well,
I was not expecting that.
I did, because I think he's he might not be your first, second, or third best player, but by golly, I think he's the fourth.
Wow, he's pretty impactful.
Yes.
He's pretty important.
I've always loved that guy's game. I loved him when he played in Brooklyn. I thought when the Cavs picked him up, and a great deal to pick him up.
Yeah.
I just thought, well, that's a really nice addition, as long as people know what kind of a game he plays.
The other thing is, right now, we're just talking about right now. Right now, he's more impactful on a possession-to-possession basis than Evan Mobley. And all of the
People
numbers
don't
say
hear
that. All the numbers say that. He's been a net positive in these playoff runs. The other guy's been a net negative.
He was so good when James first got here, because it seemed like James was like, okay, this is pretty basic basketball. I can move into this team real easily here, and this guy can finish for me.
Jarrett was great against the Raptors. He was great against the Pistons.
Those game sevens were incredible.
The Pistons were supposed to bully him. That's what everybody said. That was the narrative.
Yeah, Jalen Duren's going to push him all over
Isaiah
the place.
Stewart, they're going to push him all over the place. The lights are going to be too bright and all those other things. He's not going to be able to physically match up against those guys. He was great in that series. And by the way, he stepped up in the New York series. You overlook that because every single loss was a double-digit loss. But he was a net positive throughout their entire playoff run. But because you threw him in there, I would say that there is a possibility that they do go down that road. And they consider trading away Jared Allen. The Evan Mobley thing gets a little bit more complicated just because the name that you continue to hear is Giannis. Giannis. He's the biggest splash that anybody could make this offseason. But it does feel like the Cavs are very, very hesitant. And there are people inside the organization that are absolutely against Evan Mobley for Giannis for a variety of reasons. So if it's not Giannis, would the Cavs consider Jaylen Brown? Would the Cavs consider Jalen Williams? Would they consider Evan Mobley for any one of those guys? But because you threw Jarrett in there, I do think that they're open to the idea of breaking up Evan Mobley and Jared Allen.
If you trade Jared Allen, does Evan Mobley become your starting center? And you bring in somebody else to play power forward. So you're not looking for a center. You move the skinny guy to center and keep your fingers crossed?
I'd have a hard time believing that they believe Evan's ready for that.
Okay.
For a majority of his minutes coming against those kinds of players. So I think they would look on the free agency market for somebody who can give them a little bit more consistency, a little bit more reliability than they got from Thomas Bryant. I don't know. Can you go get Andre Drummond? Somebody like that can handle
20 minutes a game playing center.
Yeah, everything that playing center entails.
Tony's in Columbia Station. What's up, Tony?
Hey, guys. Good to talk to you.
And
Hope you're having a good day. Hey, so I got a couple things. And Jared Allen, I've mentioned it before on the show. Just his contract is so valuable. I'd be devastated if they moved him. I would actually take slightly below market value for Evan Mobley for the following reasons. I've said it before, I am very concerned with his Supermax contract and him being able to produce to the level of that contract. And then I just listen to him talk and look at him move, and I don't think the horsepower is up top for him to be a truly elite player. He just isn't quick enough. He's not twitchy enough for the NBA. So that's my Cavs stuff. I've got a NFL defensive end thing for you if you have a minute too.
Actually, Tone, I'm sorry, but no.
Ouch! Wow, you could have softened it.
Well, if
Jeez, Todd Monken.
If no.
Jeez.
Tony, by all means, you can call back. It's just we're up against the end of the show here, and Jay in Maple Heights wanted to talk Cavs. We're on a Cavs flow. So, Jay, keep us rolling.
Really quick, because I know you all cut off people real quickly.
No, well, Jay.
Now you got a reputation.
If you suddenly tell me you want to start talking volleyball, we'll cut you off.
But I'm Jeff and Chris. I want you all, especially Jeff. I don't know, Chris, I don't know if he was around at the time or old enough, but remember when the Cavaliers made a trade? Well, first of all, what does the 3 have to do? The 3 spot. And I'll tell you why I asked that question real quickly.
In the NBA today,
guard your own position.
A good 3
knock
has to
down
guard
threes, play make a little bit.
Yeah, and sometimes guard the best player on the other team.
Okay.
Rebound.
So remember years ago when the Cavaliers made that trade for Kevin Johnson?
Yeah.
And they brought in Larry Nance, right?
Yeah.
Larry Nance was a small forward when he played for Phoenix. He was made a power forward when he came to Cavs. Your 3 could already be on this team already, and that's Evan Mobley. Make him a 3. Because he's not going to get any more bigger. He doesn't have the IQ to play power forward. He doesn't have that mentality to want to do that. Make him your 3. He shoots threes already, but make him your 3 person, and he will create a matchup problem throughout the league because he's 6'11", because Larry Nance was 6'10" when he came into the league. And he played small forward when he was at Phoenix. They made him a power forward here. If not, then Mobley is going to be Hot Rod Williams for the rest of his life. Mm-hmm. That's who I see him to be if he doesn't make a move. But try to make him a 3 and see what happens. That's all I got to say.
Jay, thank you. See, we didn't cut you off. I look at Evan Mobley and I don't think small forward. I don't see small forward skills. Do you?
No. He doesn't have the handle. He can't beat guys off the dribble. And the problem is he can't overpower small forwards. Some of these small forwards are stronger than him.
Yeah.
Some of these small forwards can hold up against him in the post. So he can't really exploit that mismatch. And the other problem with that is now all of a sudden one of the best rim protectors in the NBA is guarding out on the perimeter. And I don't know that that's maximizing Evan Mobley.
But see, thinking outside the box a little bit there.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, I do too. And I wonder if that's what the Cavs are going to have to do here to maximize their opportunities. Let me ask you about one guy we haven't really touched today. What's Jalen Tyson's ceiling? Could he be a starting 3 and a good one in the NBA?
I think they should explore that. I think that's the first thing that they should explore going into training camp.
I do too. And I've even thrown out, could he, and you mentioned earlier, have a bunch of different guys handle the ball. Could he be one of those guys who takes pressure off of the backcourt by handling the basketball and playing quasi Scottie Pippen point forward?
Definitely think so. And, Kenny lost a little bit of trust in him throughout the course of their playoff run.
He sure did.
And that was Jalen Tyson inflicted. He made a lot of mistakes against Toronto and against Detroit. And he lost his cool, and he couldn't keep his composure, and he picked up a stupid technical foul and stuff like that. So I do think that Kenny looked at it and said, I trust other guys on this roster more than him in this kind of environment with these stakes. But as you go into the regular season, I think you can start to experiment a little bit and see if he can be the long-term solution next to whoever the other 4 guys are. Because I do think, at one point this year, they were talking about him potentially being a $20 million player, a 3-and-D guy, somebody who can fit alongside Donovan Mitchell, somebody who can fit without Donovan Mitchell, somebody who can have the ball in his hands, somebody who can just play with the ball in Donovan's hands. So I think the Cavs had big visions for what Jalen Tyson could have been throughout the course of their postseason run, and he kind of squandered some of that goodwill with some of the mistakes that he made, the young player mistakes, but maybe he can learn from those, and he can be better because of them. I like him.
Yeah, I do too. I'm anxious to see what he can become. We're not going to do the bit today, but Why Are We Smarter is brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. We're all smarter today because Chris was with us.
Oh, thank you. I
shared
appreciate
tons
that.
of basketball knowledge on us.
Also, don't forget, if you want to hit up the show, you can at CLE Talking Heads, and our social media reactions, as always, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Well, that was fun. That sure beat yard work.
And the great thing is the yard work awaits.
Oh, wonderful.
You'll get home, it'll only be 2:30.
Yeah.
That'll be great.
Got to figure out how to get rid of these acorns.
Great having you with us today.
Thanks, man.
Enjoyed it very much.
I enjoyed it as well.
Enjoyed it. Daryl is coming in next with Jonathan. Daryl will be in for Nick in the afternoon show, and Daryl in for Andy tomorrow morning. I'm Jeff Phelps. Talk to you tomorrow morning, everybody.
And that's the show.
touchdown as well. And so it seemed like Shedeur had a really, really nice day. But this is it. Monken's commenting on it, and the idea that every day he leans one way or another with quarterbacks. Everyone, I don't know why everyone thought that he was going to have this thing settled very easily. I know why. It's because he told us he would. But obviously, this is becoming harder for him, and I don't know that he's going to have it wrapped up as quickly as people thought.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
And welcome on in. It is Afternoon Drive on this Thursday. We've got day baseball, a ton of Browns to get into, and some Cavs. You heard Chris Fedor last hour, and really the last 4 hours on with Baskin and Phelps. He had some strong thoughts about the wine and gold. We'll have that all for you guys. But first, we have Michael Robinson on the board. Yes! Jake Murrin producing today's show. He's running the stream as well. Mackenzie Flume, the Flume Dog Millionaire. She's on the 2020s. Daryl in for Nick today. Daryl, how you doing?
Jacked up to be here. Maybe not as much as Todd Monken, but jacked up to be here today.
Okay, good.
I have a lot to say.
Well, okay, you're in the right spot then, because we have 5 hours. We have a lot of time for you to be able to get all your thoughts, everything that you need to, off your chest. Happy Shump Bobblehead Doll Day for those that celebrate as well, as you go to the corner to grab your Shump Bobblehead. It's this is good for the YouTube crowd, by the way. I don't know that it does anything else for anybody at all, but it looks nice. Don't break it. You're going to break it.
I don't know if you can hear that on the air.
That thing made it through a car ride with no bag on it, nothing. I just kind of threw it in the corner and said, Jesus, take the wheel.
I'm going to have to see if there's some bubble wrap laying around here. I've waited what feels like years for this, and JP came through in a big way. And he's already got a spot reserved on the bookshelf at home.
Wow, prime seating for the Shump Bobblehead doll. Is that right?
Absolutely.
All right, I like that. Yeah, no, it was as simple as just going down to my basement and grabbing the thing and then bringing it up anytime I saw Daryl. But for some reason, for 7 or 8 months, it was just like the hardest thing in the world for me to remember to also grab it and then I'm seeing Daryl and then go grab the bobblehead. It just never worked for me.
Just like Todd Monken, who no longer has to answer questions about Myles Garrett's absence or lack of communication. I now no longer have to ask you, hey, did you remember the Iman Shumpert bobblehead that you promised me years ago?
I think you gave up on it is what happened. I think at some point you just kind of gave up. At any point, did you just think the bobblehead might not even exist?
Yes. I was pleasantly surprised, if not shocked, this morning when you handed it to me. I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting this, but thank you very much.
Had to catch you off guard. That was the big key. Had to catch you off guard. Right when you thought, I'm never getting that bobblehead, it's never happening, that's when I had to deliver on it.
You know what? This softened the blow from the week we've been through.
I like that.
That definitely helps soften the blow.
I like that a lot. I'd love to be able to put some excuses on it and be like, oh, I watch my kids in the morning, and they're 3 and under a year old, and collectively it just becomes a lot to do that and also try to put together a show, and I just forget things. But that would just be an excuse. And I'm man enough to say it. I just kept forgetting, Daryl. I just kept forgetting. All right. So let's start with what you're talking about. The viral clip from yesterday that obviously had happened on this show. It was me, it was you, and it was Nick, and we were doing the interview, and this was your recap of how the day for Shedeur Sanders went. Here we go.
Can you confirm or deny that Shedeur Sanders looked better than Deshaun Watson today?
Yeah, can confirm, but it was a tight race. Let's just put it this way: they ought to set that practice tape on fire. It was not a good practice for the quarterbacks. I'll just say this: Todd Monken was selling it hard today.
Did you think the defense just dominated left and right?
No,
even the defense struggled.
Yeah. No, I just think these quarterbacks aren't that good, and I just kind of feel like Todd Monken was really selling it hard when he talked about them having 2 starting caliber quarterbacks on their roster, because I don't know that I agree with that, but he's going to have to pick one of them, and good luck to whoever that's going to be.
All right, why was that doctored in that way? That was not that was the clip, but it took out the part of us talking about the actual Shedeur throws and the touchdowns. Hey, get Jake, and let's figure this out for a second, because I think the important part of that was the idea.
They got the important parts of it, and that was me saying that I'm not crazy about either one of these quarterbacks. I don't think they're that good. It got the part in about how it was not a good practice for the quarterbacks. Yes, there were a couple of touchdown throws. Guess what? It's an OTA practice. I have an expectation there would be a touchdown throw or 2 mixed in to the thing. But listen, of my vast experience of watching awful quarterback play in Berea, the way I have, I know what it looks like.
Yeah.
I have a PhD.
Okay.
Just wasn't a great day. And look, the week before, Deshaun Watson had a really good practice. The week before that, Shedeur had a nice practice. Like, it's been uneven. It's been a roller coaster. Neither one of these guys has had any semblance of consistency with them, and I think that's why it's led to Todd Monken saying essentially that he kind of blows with the wind daily when it comes to who his lead choice is in this quarterback competition right now. One day it's Deshaun, the next day it's Shedeur. Now we're back to Deshaun. Now we're back to Shedeur. And I think that's just a byproduct of the inconsistency. And look, I understand it's OTAs, it's spring practice. None of it matters in the grand scheme of the results of this fall. But like also too, this is the easy time of year. And I do recognize new offense. Monken's putting in some new things and there's some adjustments that have to be made. But like, if you have to tell me you have two quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I will say this. He's factually correct. Both of these guys have started games in the National Football League. That is true.
Yeah. Dylan Gabriel's also started games in the NFL as well. I mean, it's a lot of people that have started games in the NFL that aren't necessarily starters.
If I really wanted to stir it up, was Todd Monken dunking on Dylan Gabriel a little bit by not saying he has 3 starting quarterbacks on this roster?
See, now there's a spin that we can all get along with, right? There's a spin. I mean, the way, and could you, I don't know, maybe speak really quickly to the day Dylan Gabriel had, because he has not looked good in any stretch of this from what I've been told. And I heard he had one of the I'm not going to call it a joke, but one of the worst passes some reporters have ever seen in OTAs.
Yeah, well, Deshaun had one of the worst passes I've seen in OTAs.
Really, yesterday?
Yeah, screen pass, kill the worm.
So was it as much that Shedeur looked good, or was it more the idea that Deshaun and everybody else around him looked bad?
I think it was that everyone around him
Everyone just kind of just laid down. And I got to rely on you.
He was the best of the worst.
Here's the other thing about this. I mean, we do these shows and we talk about it for X amount of hours, but I'm not. Daryl's there. I'm not there.
Yeah.
I get the clips on the internet, and then I get what Coach Riz sends me through text message, because Coach Riz updates me daily with this stuff and what he sees. And Coach Riz, by the way, said he loved what he saw from Shedeur yesterday.
I had a bad angle in the Isaiah Bond touchdown. That's why I didn't put the video out. I don't like putting out bad video for folks.
You've mentioned that before,
But it was the throw of the day.
Okay.
But why are we like? I feel like we're back to like when Eric Mangini was the coach, and like my lead note when I used to write for the website, my lead note in practice would be the Browns scored a touchdown in practice, 1 touchdown.
Yeah, which is obviously it shouldn't be celebrated as much as it is. Is that what you're saying?
Right. And again, I recognize it's installation, new system, new coach. All those things. I want to be fair about it. I got a little glib yesterday, I will admit. But also at the same time, it's not been great, and they've all been inconsistent. They've all shown signs of brilliance and looking good, and they have just they've both showed signs of like it's going to be a long year. A lot of patience is going to be required, and it's a good thing the run game looks good.
Yeah, that's interesting. To me, I don't care if it's Shedeur just reaching and going out and grabbing it. It's just getting me the end result. Yeah, that's what I need to see, and I've not been shy about the idea. And listen, as much as I like Shedeur, and you know that I do, this is not me being, hey, I'm so in love with Shedeur Sanders, I need to see him start at all costs. That's not what my takes ever are when it comes to Shedeur versus Deshaun Watson. At this point, I know where Deshaun Watson is going, and so I think if somebody wants to suggest like, oh, Jonathan, you got your biases and you got your blinders up and you're just trying to make sure Shedeur gets a job done, couldn't be further from the truth in this instance. I don't think Deshaun Watson can play football at the NFL level anymore. I don't think he can play it at a high level. I think his decision-making is awful. I think there's a lot that we've seen and a lot that I've seen over the 3 years that we watched him play football. Not only do I not know if he can be healthy, but I also don't think he can actually do the job.
Right.
That's where a lot of this stems from. And Shedeur, in many respects, just becomes the innocent bystander in all this. He just becomes the guy that, because anybody that is breathing is up against Deshaun Watson, I'm going to choose that guy. Now, yes, I do like Shedeur Sanders. Have not been shy about it, but don't get it twisted. This is more about me being anti-Deshaun than it is anything about being pro-Shedeur.
Well, my preference is that Shedeur wins the job. Okay, I don't want him to be entitled, or I don't want him to be handed anything, but I would like Shedeur. And look, I want to be clear. I'm not rooting for an outcome. I'm just expressing my opinion.
I'm rooting for an outcome.
Well, it's a little different. I cover the team, so I
know. That's why I can say it like that.
Right. I would like Shedeur to win this competition so that he gets, and he already is getting opportunity. He's going to pass-fail on his own merits here. Okay, he's getting first-team reps. He's getting the same amount of first-team reps or close to the same amount, same situations as Deshaun's being put in.
It seems like a fair competition.
It's a very balanced competition.
Which I can't say the same last year.
So if he doesn't win the competition, that's on him. That's not on Todd Monken sabotaging him. That's not on the organization.
Definitely.
Okay?
We agree on that, yeah.
He's a pass-fail on his own merits, and that's what I want it to be, okay? Now that they've traded Myles Garrett, I just don't know what there's to be to gain, even more so now, by putting Deshaun out there. Like, if something happens to Shedeur, or if it goes just horrifically wrong with Shedeur as the starter, then yeah, go ahead and put Deshaun in.
So that part, though, is the important part, because I think a lot of people have been wondering, like, all right, so why should my opinion on the quarterback battle, why should it change at all in the post-Myles Garrett trade? But I think a lot of people have come to your side, and what you're saying right there is post-Myles Garrett trade, they don't see the value of Deshaun Watson being out there. Now, I never saw it.
Well, me neither. I think I've been very consistent. I know you guys like to tease me about flip-flopping, but I've been very consistent about Deshaun.
There are a lot of people out there, a lot of Browns fans that I've heard from, that like that was the final straw. It's like, all right, well, what use are you going to get out of Deshaun Watson? If he has a great season, okay, fine. But reality is that Shedeur on a rookie contract is going to be way more valuable to see if he can actually be something long-term than Deshaun Watson is.
Yeah, and again, Let's look through a positive lens for a second,
All
okay?
right. Yep, let's do it.
Let's say Shedeur wins the job, per se, and he's your week 1 starter. What if he's good? What if he does? Because last season, there were moments of brilliance with him. He was incredible when games were on the line. They had chances to win games with him at quarterback. For the first time in a long time, the Browns, now I realize they didn't do it, but when he was on the field, I felt like the Browns actually had a shot late in the game.
Yeah, he's got a spark to him, you know. Like there's you mentioned the Isaiah Bond throw, for instance, from yesterday. Like that exists within Shedeur's game.
The Isaiah Bond throw in Vegas against the Raiders that got him going.
The bomb, the 60-yard bomb.
That was the first time I think I saw Myles Garrett smile on a sideline for the Browns when the offense was on the field ever.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's just where I'm at. Yes, there's a lot Shedeur needs to get right with his game, and a lot of growth that needs to happen with his game, and I hope he's able to do it. I do feel like Monken's given him an honest-to-goodness chance to do it, okay? But there's only so much Todd Monken can do for him at some point. Even the diehard Shedeur fans have to recognize at some point Shedeur has to just do it for himself. Nothing of what I has to say matters. No disrespect to you and anyone else on our station. Nothing any of us has to say matters. But when Todd Monken's up there selling it hard yesterday after one of, I won't say the worst quarterback performances in an OTA I've ever seen, because I've seen a lot worse, but it wasn't a good OTA performance. So don't sit up there and tell me how the quarterbacks had a good day throwing the football when they clearly did not. And also don't sit there and tell me
tell me someone with the Browns is lying in a podium?
Yeah.
Who knew?
And they aren't trading Myles Garrett either. Anyway, and also don't tell me that you got 2 starting caliber quarterbacks, because you don't. You really don't.
I disagree with you on that, because I don't think Deshaun's a starting caliber at this point, but I think Shedeur is.
No, I said you have 2 of them.
I got you. Okay, so we're in agreement then. But it depends on which one you want to chop off in that regard.
Monken says they have 2, and he's referencing.
So you think Shedeur's a starting caliber quarterback?
I think he can be, but he's got to show it. Like
no doubt.
I believe in the potential.
Well, and we took a caller yesterday, and the caller was like, "Jonathan, why are you saying 2027 draft? You're such a big Shedeur guy. Why are you even thinking about the 2027 draft?" I said, "Well, the burden of proof is on Shedeur.
Yeah.
Like at this point, as much as I like Shedeur, it's on Shedeur to show us why you don't take a quarterback in 2027. That's his responsibility now." And it's not that they gave him the fairest of shake last year. I've gone to bat. We've gone down that road often. But the reality is, at this point, where Shedeur is, he's got to show us why you don't take a quarterback in 2027. The assumption can't be that he's going to go ahead and do that. He has to show us. 216-474 below 92. What is Monken going back and forth daily about, as he seems like one day it's Deshaun, one day it's Shedeur, and does it feel like Shedeur has made up ground in this quarterback competition? It's Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder, Afternoon Drive with you guys right here on The Fan.
and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the #1 sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
Here's what I think is happening. I think Shedeur has come on so strong in the last few weeks that it's making them think, maybe we should see what he can do in training camp before we decide that perhaps Deshaun Watson might be QB1 on the depth chart. I think he's just worked so hard and done such a nice job and maybe even surprised them in some ways that I think they're kind of backing off that a bit.
That was Mary Kay Cabot today on with the Morning Boys. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterl and Daryl Rutter here with you guys. I feel like Shedeur had a good day for himself yesterday. You know better than I do, though, because you were there.
He got a lot of reps yesterday. Like, it felt like yesterday was a Shedeur opportunity day. Now, conversely, we have had days where it felt like it was a Deshaun Watson opportunity day. But yesterday, it was a Shedeur opportunity day. Yes, he did look better than Deshaun Watson, but I don't know that that's trophy-worthy.
Hey, right now, I feel like it is. Right now, like, the big trophy is just beating out Deshaun Watson.
Well,
that doesn't mean I understand what you're saying. Like, obviously, if you beat out Deshaun Watson, but you kind of limp to the finish line, maybe it's not the greatest prospect for long-term thinking about Shedeur Sanders. But at this point, I do just kind of need you to win the job and then go forward, because I just can't watch Deshaun Watson play football this year.
You know, both of these guys have moments that really capture my attention during practice, and then they have moments where I just can't wait to leave practice fast enough.
Yeah, that's upsetting.
You know, like that's just where I'm at. And
do you see that Shedeur is better than what he was last year, or do you not even buy that?
No. I can see where he has gotten a little better, but it's hard to see when they're in that structured, protected environment as well, right?
Yeah.
I was at about 7 virtual sacks yesterday when I just stopped counting.
Yeah.
Okay. And the defense looked good, but there's no contact. So it's just like a run play. You can't. The run game looked good yesterday, but I can't really evaluate the run game because there's no contact, and I don't know.
It's an incredibly hard job. Yeah. You're asking somebody to, like, I love golf, right? You're asking someone to go watch someone at the range hit a couple drives and then be like, all right, so what is this guy? It's like, well, there's a lot more to the game than just hitting driver at the driving range.
Yeah. And so when you're in that environment, it's like, okay, well, was that a 2-yard gain, or did he really break a big run, right? And it's the same thing with the quarterback. So my preference is Shedeur. I want to see him week 1. I see no value in starting Deshaun week 1, other than unless it's Shedeur is just that awful, both on the field as well as, behind the scenes with the practice, or I should say the classroom and the meeting room or whatever, and the film and all that kind of stuff. If he's that bad, then I guess I could get it. But I don't know that he's that bad. I don't think he's that bad. I've heard good things about his work ethic and the things that he does behind the scenes. Obviously, we see his social media posts when he's working on the football stuff. We'll put that type of content out there and whatnot. But I think that there's more to gain for the Browns today with no Myles Garrett on the team. I think that maybe changes the focus a little bit into figuring out what you have there, so that you have an informed decision come 2027. Because the jackpot for the Browns right now, again, I'm gonna put on the rose-colored glasses here, the orange and brown glasses. The jackpot for the Browns is that Shedeur Sanders wins the job, plays his backside off, and shows us he can do this thing. And then the Browns can take both their first-round picks next year and just use it on guys to support Shedeur, or to patch up the defense in whatever area that may be. Like, instead of having to consolidate a bunch of picks to go get one of these quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically some of the same principles that Albert Breer was applying to the Sorsby conversation. Right. Where, like, if Sorsby can be your quarterback, then you don't have to go into 2027 and use both picks on a quarterback and then some, by the way.
But I don't know if Sorsby's going to be allowed to be a quarterback based on what he's accused of.
Which, by the way, we'll find that out at some point this week. The injunction and everything is going to be, it happened Monday. So like at some point throughout either today or tomorrow, I expect a decision on that, and we'll find out if he does in fact stay at Texas Tech or he's able to go to the NFL and go to the supplemental draft.
But
and then
listen,
we'll also find out everything else within that as, if he gets punished, if he gets suspended, everything too.
As an NFLer, you can do a lot of unsavory stuff off the field, okay, and get away with it and be allowed to play. But the one thing you are not allowed to do is gamble.
Yeah, and I didn't want to get you distracted on that.
No, but
the point is whether it's Sorsby, whether it's Shedeur, if you have a quarterback that is on a very friendly contract and they can ball out and show you that they can do it, well, the reality is that 2027 and those draft picks can go to other things.
It really accelerates this retool, this new direction. I know they don't like the word rebuild out there, but that's what you've been doing the last couple of years. You've been doing a rebuild.
No, it's night and day. If Shedeur's awesome this season, let's just stay with Shedeur on this. If Shedeur's really good this upcoming season, that is a night and day difference. I mean, yesterday, Daryl,
you will be leading the charge to go buy your new number 2 jersey.
Don't need to buy a new one. Already have the old number 2 jersey that I bought before he was even drafted to the Browns. It was number 2.
Oh, that's right.
It was number 2. Right church, wrong pew. I had the right everything.
You were ahead of your time.
I thought he was going to get number 2 because why would Shedeur Sanders not get number 2? And then it turns out he doesn't get number 2.
Because Kevin Stefanski didn't want him to have number 2.
And so I've had the number 2 Sanders jersey just kind of hanging out for like a year and a half, and now all of a sudden it looks perfect.
You're a visionary. That's what you
Well,
are.
I just, I get there. Sometimes I'm early. That's all it is. I get there, just sometimes I'm early. 216-474 below 92. You can tell Nick is off today, by the way, because that joke would not have been able to land just going past that point. All right. You had a concern about Monken, though, going back and forth daily, or an observation.
I just have a policy. I don't comment on your marital life. That's all. I just don't think it's right to do.
That's okay.
That's why I left it be. And Nick would not have, but I will.
No worries.
I just want you to understand.
If you want a one-day pass, we can make this like a Cedar Point pass.
I can get a Peterland pass.
The Peterland Pass.
Yes!
I'll give you the one-day Peterland pass.
The Peterland Pass.
Well, Jonathan, that wouldn't be the first time you've been accused of being early. There you go.
We're not that show, though. I didn't give you the disclaimer. The full disclaimer is that as long as it's in good taste, as long as it's in, then like. I
thought that was in good taste.
No, that was in fine taste. Don't worry about it. All right. Anyway, you had a thought though about Monken going back and forth daily.
Yeah, I think that this is a byproduct of the inconsistencies that we have seen from both Deshaun and Shedeur throughout the spring here, where you have good days. Look, we only get to see one day a week. Okay, so of the 9-10 OTA workouts that they're doing, we get to see a grand total of 3. So that leaves 6, maybe 7 we don't get to see. And so we really don't know what's going on in those practices. So our overall view of what's happening right now, the scope of that is narrowed, okay? But it's been inconsistent, and I think that's why you had Todd Monken yesterday talking about bouncing back and forth almost on a daily basis as far as who he think his preference is or who the lead dog in this race is, because it has been inconsistent. And this ties into my, if you say you have 2 quarterbacks, you have none, because you're talking yourself into it. And I'm not trying to throw shade at Shedeur. I'm not trying to throw shade at Deshaun. It's just the reality. Neither one of these guys has distinguished himself consistently enough to separate themselves.
Which, if they haven't, but it felt like last week, it felt like Deshaun had started to.
I'm telling you that.
No, we got to update these things constantly. This is like hitting the refresh page on the internet, okay? Like, you got to update these things constantly. It feels like now that has shifted last week, and that conversation has changed.
The look on Monken's face yesterday when he was about to be asked about that was like, here we go again.
About what, quarterbacks in general?
Yeah, being asked about who's the leader in the clubhouse. Are you any closer to making a decision? Are you going to have it done before you get to training camp? Are you going to have it done before minicamp next week, after minicamp next week?
I know that you listen, okay? I'll tell you, if you're listening right now, I'll give you some free advice here, okay? The quarterback conversation's not stopping.
No.
Like, you got to just get used to that. You got to get comfortable. You got to find what you like about it. Find what you enjoy talking about it with it, because it's not going away, okay?
We've suffered through 42 of these guys.
Do you understand how it'd be like if me, as a sports talk radio host in the city of Cleveland, was like, you know what? I just don't want to talk Browns anymore. I'm tired talking Browns.
That
It's like, no, that's kind of the job, buddy. That's a big, important part of the job is talking about the Browns.
That'd be career suicide for you.
It'd be career suicide. Well, that's like I kind of want to know how far Monken can take this.
I know.
The idea of I don't want to talk quarterbacks. I don't want to discuss the quarterbacks. He always makes these snide comments.
Well, no, then he gets the question. He goes, oh, yeah, that's a good question. Like, yeah, well, that's where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell. And it's funny because he's been around the NFL for as long as he has been. And he knows how this stuff works. But he acts as if this is like the first time he ever had an understanding that head coaches have to talk as much as they do.
But here's the thing.
I always think it blows away baseball managers in particular.
Yeah.
And I get it. Baseball managers talk before and after every game. It's 162 games. It is a long season. But every person that gets hired to be a baseball manager, after a couple months, their reaction is always, I can't believe they talk as much as they do.
Right. But here's the thing. Baseball managers don't talk nearly as long as NFL head coaches do.
No, they're like 3 minutes.
Yeah. You're in and out in 2-3 minutes.
But they still have to do it, though. That's the thing. Like,
but it's not like it's 15 minutes before the game, 15 minutes after the game. Like, it is, when you're talking about the time, it's a lot less.
But if you're Monken,
on a daily,
shouldn't you get excited by this quarterback battle and talking about this quarterback battle and the understanding of it all? I mean, I
think there's an element of poker face here, too. Like, he is a very open and candid speaker. If you ask him a question, he's going to give you an answer.
Yeah.
And there's going to be some honesty behind it. And sometimes the truth does hurt, but I'm okay with that. But also at the same time, he also doesn't want to tip the hand in some respects, right? And so I get it.
I think he's definitely done himself a nice service that way. He's got this moniker of being the straight shooter and the guy that basically can't tell a lie. He's like Pinocchio, all right? But he's the poker face is right. He plays his cards close to his vest more than people think.
He's very good at hiding his true feelings sometimes on things and playing into the quarter, whether it's the quarterback questions or the Miles questions, right? Because that became a bit, right? So anyone else got any Miles questions today?
Do you think then that he actually is misleading about this whole situation, or do you think he's being honest and he really doesn't know at this point?
I think in this respect, I think he's being honest. Okay? I think he's being honest. He doesn't know. There's evaluation that still has to be done because, again, it's been a roller coaster for both of these guys in the spring. They've had good days. They've had bad days. And you know what? They're human. They're like all of us. We all have good days. We all have bad days. But the problem is the great quarterbacks don't have bad days. That's the issue. This is why I keep saying you don't have a starting quarterback on this team because your starting quarterback does not have bad days during practice.
All right, lot to get to. Greg Rosenthal coming our way at 4 o'clock. We have all sorts of stuff in the 3 o'clock hour, including what Fedor had to say about what the Cavs have to do. Quick Hits comes your way next right here on The Fan.
His total compensation for 2026 expected to exceed $37 million. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speakers to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now. All right, back in here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder here with you guys. And now it's time for Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, we start off with Jimmy and Dee Haslam donating $130 million to the alma mater, Tennessee. I just was looking into this because initially I thought $130 million. Tennessee football is going to be awesome coming up here in a little bit. I guess that's not really what they're trying to do with it. $100 million earmarked for the Haslam College of Business. It's already named after you, and then you put $100 million towards it, and then $30 million used for campus-wide faculty recruitment. Now, maybe the campus-wide faculty recruitment, that sounds like you're just trying to hire, I don't know. At some point, this money's going to go to UT football, though, right? Like, at some point it's going to funnel in, right?
Well, it depends how many players want to major in business at the University of Tennessee
and
the Haslam School of Business.
I knew you'd find the hook for me because I just have a hard time thinking that this is all just... And maybe Haslam will just spend enough money he can basically own as much of the campus as he possibly can by the time this is done.
You know what? I actually respect that this is not a sports or a football donation, that this is education-based. It's for their business school that's named after them. It's to improve the faculty at the university. Because one of my biggest complaints about college these days, as someone who didn't go to college, I went for a year and I hated it and dropped out.
Did you go to community college or where'd you go?
No, I went.
I didn't know you went. Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
I don't want to say on the air.
Why not?
Well, because I don't want to be besmirching any colleges. I just didn't enjoy the experience. It felt like high school 2.0 to me, and I didn't enjoy it, and I wanted to go do radio.
They won't take offense to it.
Yeah, they will. But no,
Kent State. Did I guess it right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, the first thing when I saw the headline was that, okay, that'll get you a receiver, a quarterback, a linebacker or two, maybe a defensive end. That was my initial reaction. But I think, okay. You know what? Here's the question I'd have for you.
Yeah.
If you had bleep you money like the Haslams have, what would you donate to?
So Nick's answer is always to make Bowling Green just a powerhouse. Would I make Lindenwood University a powerhouse at the? No, probably not. I would put it towards the communications program than I would anything else. That's honestly what I would do. I have school pride in the sense of I liked that I went to my school. That's about the extent of it, though. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and they gave me a scholarship. I didn't pay anything for school. Like, if anything, I should be the type of person that gives back at this point. I should be the type that writes checks and is like, hey, thanks for the free college. Really needed it. It helped out a lot. I got into the real world, didn't have a bunch of bills or anything, all because of you. Instead, I look at it like I have 2 kids, and they're 3 and they're 8 months old, and I'd prefer that they eat over, I don't know, making a radio station seem a little bit nicer.
Yeah. If I had that kind of money, I'd probably donate back to my high school, take care of them.
I think I'd donate to a lot of things before I would donate to my college.
And then
a lot of things before I donate to my college.
Most of my donations would be societal. Like I'd want to do something for the homeless to help those folks get back on their feet.
I'd help fund the libraries because that's important. I always like that. Like there's things like that maybe. I don't know. Geez.
I just have come to realize I'm never having bleep you money, so it's a waste of time dreaming about it.
With that attitude, Daryl, you're never going to get there. You know what? With that attitude, I believe in you.
There's got to be a B attached to it.
You at least play the lottery, don't you?
Occasionally, yes.
Yeah, like I don't even play, so I can't even have the dreams of if I had $1 billion because I don't even play.
I'm on a bad streak with my scratch-offs lately, so not going well.
No, it's tough, man.
So the Guardians do this thing with the medieval helmet. I know you guys have talked about it on the show a little bit to celebrate the home runs. Jonathan, you're not a fan of it. Well,
No.
now that it's been done in New York, everyone's all of a sudden paying attention to this thing. And if you've paid any attention to the Guardians this year, you knew they were doing this in April. Okay, this is not like breaking news.
I think we first talked about it the very first homestand that they, or not even homestand. I think it was at Seattle, the game that they debuted it, and then we talked about it that following day because I thought it was ridiculous.
But there's expansive articles about it now, and it's. But here's the thing: I know you're against it. What would your team-oriented home run celebration include? If you hate the medieval helmet celebration, what would you do?
Well, that's it. I hate it because it's got nothing to do with Cleveland, and so the Trident in Seattle makes a lot of sense for the Mariners, right? Even the one they do for the Pirates makes a lot of sense for them as well.
If you say you want them to pass around a guitar, I'm going to slap you.
No, that would be really lame. But it would also make more civic pride and more sense for the city if you went ahead and just had him pass around a guitar. If after you hit a home run, you just string the guitar and make some sort of Guitar Hero motion. That at least makes more sense. And it sucks because in my head I'm like, what do you want to do? Give him a massive pierogi or something? I get it. It's tough. It's not easy. But Medieval Night is just nowhere close.
I do like the leaving the dugout, like going down the tunnel and just they come back to the empty dugout.
That part's fun.
I love that bit. The sunflower showers are fun. Or
I like
throwing
what the
bubble gum
Twins
at them.
do. The Twins have that. They have that suit jacket. Now that's got nothing to do really with the Twins, but it just kind of seems classy. Maybe I was in Minnesota though. I'd hate it though. Maybe I'd be like, this makes no sense. It doesn't add up. I don't know. I just felt like you could do better than what this is. But I'm also not.
But it's working.
I'm also not like a Medieval Nights type guy either, though. Maybe that's the lack of appeal that I have on this.
It's working. That's all that matters. It works for them.
Have you ever been to a Medieval Nights?
No.
You eat one of those big, massive chicken legs and watch people joust?
Yeah, not my speed.
All right, then. All right, the fan who ran onto the court during Game 1 of the NBA Finals last night has been arrested and banned for life from all NBA arenas. A second individual involved in that incident will also receive a lifetime ban, per an NBA spokesman. Is that the proper punishment for going onto the court, trying to get the selfie with Wemby? Wemby, by the way, seemed like he took it in stride. Is that the proper punishment?
Yes. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Whether it's the NBA, Major League Baseball, NFL, if you run out there, you get what you deserve.
Was it worth it, though? That's the question I want to know.
No.
I think about it. If you got an all-time... Now, I've seen the selfie. I don't know if this part was doctored or not, because who knows with the way the internet is. But the selfie, because Wemby's so massive, looked like the guy, and then it cuts off right at Wemby's neck.
So he does.
You don't even get his face in it or anything like that.
So he's banned for life, and he didn't even get the payoff of getting the cool selfie.
Well, but there's enough people. There's enough people that have seen the video of it. He got everything he needed or wanted out of it.
And now he's banned for life, and it might, depending what the penalty is. I know some jurisdictions jail time is attached to that kind of stuff.
This just said banned for life. You're right. Some do jail time, but this just said banned for life. But the NBA, how many gates have you gone through for sporting events in your life? I mean, obviously you go through the media side. That's a little bit different. But when you go to the games as a paying customer, there's nobody there that knows whether or not you're banned for life.
It's never dawned on me to want to run onto the field in the middle of the game.
But what I'm saying is there's no tracker they have to actually make sure you're banned for life or not banned for life. This guy says banned for life, but he could probably end up going to a Spurs game even if he wanted to at some point in the future.
I just kind of feel like that, when you do stuff like that, you should get the James Harrison treatment. Remember when that happened
when he lit him up?
He laid out a Browns fan for running onto the field.
Do remember that.
Great moments in Browns history. Might have been the best tackle we've seen in years on the lakefront. Back then, of course. Omaha! Hey, speaking of the NBA Finals, funny moment last night. I love the fact that the inside the NBA guys are on site. Shaq, Kenny, Charles, and Ernie. Mm-hmm. But even more hilarious, the desk. They're sitting at a kid's table for the NBA Finals because Shaq and Charles Barkley has to hang their legs out from the side of the desk because they can't fit around it. You're two complaints for ABC right now. You're a multi-billion-dollar corporation. You can afford a bigger desk, number one. And also, number two, can I get my NBA Finals back in 1080p, please? It should not be in the whole 720 nonsense. It's 2026. Give me the super high definition, please.
It didn't even dawn on me the short desk side of things with them. Is it just I watched none of Inside the NBA last night.
Well,
I took zero part in all of it. I watched exclusively just the game last night.
I noticed it on during the halftime show because you're right. I didn't watch the pregame and the postgame. I am showing Jonathan right now a photo of what was on the television last night so he could see what I saw.
That looks like a desk made for normal people instead of all big basketball players.
Yes, exactly. So not a great job done by the ABC, ESPN folk, making sure that these guys don't look like a bunch of adults sitting at the kids' table.
All right, we got a little bit of breaking news here. Nothing drastic, but I do want your input on it. The Rams and Myles Garrett did not agree, this according to Rap Sheet. They did not agree on a new deal. Instead, they did rework his contract that pays him $204 million over 5 years, essentially what he was making. The average per year and term remain the same as his deal was in Cleveland. The alteration allowed the Rams to onboard Myles and his record-setting deal, moving the vesting date of his guarantees back a few months.
Okay. Great. This is right up there with the Browns moving the bonus payment dates back. Now, granted, they're not trading him, but this sounds like this is just paperwork.
Yeah, I mean, the average per year and term remain the same as his deal was in Cleveland.
Yeah.
So, I don't really understand exactly what the breaking news part of this is necessarily, more the idea that they just did not agree on a new deal. Did people think Myles was going to get, all right, maybe that's part of it. I'm sorry. Maybe I just missed the boat completely to begin with. Did people assume that he was going to get a $47 million per year deal now because he was going to L.A.? Because that's not a crazy assumption. Based off of what happened with Micah Parsons and the idea that he's not the highest paid defensive player in the sport. He's far from it now at this point.
Right.
Maybe Myles even thought with the trade he'd get a new deal, he'd get some more money going his way, especially with maybe to offset some of the California taxes that now take a little bit more money of his.
Not a little bit more. I
think it's like $2.5 million just in the bonus.
Yeah,
right?
that's not
so maybe
small change.
Maybe he thought he was going to get some sort of pay bump because of this, and it looks like the Rams aren't going to give that to him.
Nope. Instead, they had to work it so it fits their salary cap.
Yeah, if I'm Myles, I'm not shocked by that news. I'm not. You know what I mean? You got the trade. You get to go play for a Super Bowl contender. That's your deal in this.
Yes.
You don't get to also then be the highest paid defensive player and make $47 million a year. That's not really how this is going to work.
You no longer have to be standing at a podium in December lamenting the fact that you're going through another double-digit sack season and a double-digit loss.
I mean, if anything, this is almost like a baseball contract where on the back end of it, they're just kind of paying money right now with the understanding that you're not going to be nearly as good.
Well, and that's why the Browns front load the contracts that they do.
Yeah, which makes the most sense when you're dealing with this type of thing. 216-474 to below 92. Where have Myles' teammates been? You'll hear from Schlesinger and a couple others from inside the locker room yesterday. We're just trying to figure out exactly where the support for Myles has been, because right now, inside Berea, with players that actually play for the Browns, it's been few and far between. We'll discuss it next. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
with the Packers. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Big, massive humans. All right, back in here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterle and Daryl Ryder here with you guys. Fedor had strong comments about what the Cavs need to do. We'll get to that coming up at 3:40. Greg Rosenthal at 4 o'clock. Daryl, we're going to play this clip from Schlesinger to start off, okay? And this has now popped up on my timeline once again, and it seems like it's a theme. But we're trying to find anybody that is not a former Brown that is coming out and saying positive things about Myles Garrett, or at least being like, 95, I'm going to miss you in some sort of big way. And it's just the responses yesterday, Daryl. I mean, you heard from all sorts of different players. It just didn't seem like too many people were lined up to go down that road.
There was one. It was Alex Wright. He said he needed to get a drink after hearing the news. But, I mean, I do think part of it is they might have known some things that we did not know, so they weren't taken aback by the news.
They've been mentally preparing themselves for a while. It's kind of maybe the suggestion there.
Yeah. I don't know that to be the case, but I'm drawing some conclusions here.
Okay.
That very well could be that, they weren't surprised he was traded.
Which, by the way, in most situations, like, for instance, with the trade with Jacksonville last year before the draft, where nobody saw that coming and it was as tight-lipped as can be, you're like, all right, that makes sense. This one wasn't really that tight-lipped.
No,
I think I must have heard over the weekend from like 7 different people texting me about something going on with Myles.
Yeah, and Andrew Berry was really frustrated about that at the golf outing because
you can't get in bed with the Rams and then expect them to actually stay quiet.
Well, no, it not. See, I don't think the leak came from the Rams.
I heard a lot of people from the Los Angeles area, so I think it was coming from the Rams side of things more than it was coming from anybody. But the Browns weren't innocent bystanders on that either. Yeah. And we know that you're right in suggesting that Andrew Berry tries to keep this stuff tight-lipped as he possibly can. He takes almost like a weird pride in it.
Yes.
And which, by the way, is awful for what we do in sports radio, where we like the hypotheticals and all the conjecture that goes with it. But he takes pride in that.
Yeah, and I respect that he tries to handle his business, the business side of things, in a very professional manner, and to keep it as confidential as possible until the news absolutely has to come out. He never negotiates through the media. You hear him all the time, much to my chagrin, and I'm sure you guys as well, when we ask specific questions related to contracts and contract adjustments and things like that. He says, hey, I understand, respect the question, but I don't discuss that. I don't discuss contract strategy. I don't discuss clauses in contracts. I don't discuss hypotheticals or trade discussions or anything like that. It doesn't help us in doing our jobs, but I do respect that he does try and conduct his business professionally. Mm-hmm. And it's not 1,000 leaks out there, and we don't have the pre-game Sunday morning hit pieces everywhere like we used to, right? You've hosted the Browns pregame show here on this station. Used to be every Sunday morning. It was like, what are we waking up to read this morning about what's going on with the Cleveland Browns?
It was always Jason La Canfora. That's what it was. It was always a La Canfora bomb. In the 10 years I've now hosted the pregame show.
And it was accurate.
There was a long stretch of La Canfora bombs. And then now the past few years, that's kind of gone away. But Schlesinger was speaking yesterday, and I just thought this was fascinating. Because if you're looking for a lot of these players to talk about how great Myles is, to talk about how they're going to miss him so much, it just didn't come from Carson. Here we go.
We were at the golf outing, I think, when everyone found out. So, I mean, obviously it's news to break, but I was excited to golf, so I was kind of trying to figure out how to fix my slice the whole time. That was at the forefront of my mind, because the slice was bad.
I mean.
I laughed. I had to, so when he said that, I had to turn around because I did not want to be disrespectful during a press conference and audibly be heard laughing at
he's
something.
He's smiling when he's delivering this, though. I see the clip. He's smiling.
But as he's saying it, I had to turn around, and I started to giggle a little bit because it was pretty funny. Him talking about slicing. Well, there goes another one into the tree. Oh, Myles got a tree? Well, listen, I'm trying to keep it out of the leaves and the weeds and everything else, and that's look. And again, I think part of that is he was trying to deflect a little bit and not focus too much on what happened, what transpired, losing the best player on the football team. I think also part of it was like maybe he knew it was coming, and so he wasn't surprised by like, oh, they did a thing. They did what they said they were going to do or whatever. Like,
I mean, there's only two ways you can realistically read this, right? Either A, he doesn't care about football and the results of it attached to it, and that's why he can be so dismissive of it. And I don't believe that at all with him, because he's never been the type to appear that way, seem that way, anything in between. Or he really just is not going to miss Myles Garrett.
Oh, and the other thing, too, is they got a really good player in return. Like, it's not like this was a punt for the future to give us a bunch of draft picks. They got some picks. But you got his. I know, and I like Verse. You got his replacement.
I like
you
Verse, but you did become a worse team, and
yes, it's a downgrade. Listen, there's only one Myles Garrett. Like it is a downgrade for now.
Why is that such a hard thing for some people to admit or some people to say? Like I feel like that's the past 24 hours.
It's not hard for me to say.
I'm not saying for you. I'm just saying in general. Like the past 24 hours, I feel like more and more people have been. It's been really hard for them to just be like, we lost a great player. But like Myles is a one of one. He is that great.
I'm not going to sit here and act like that the Browns traded for the practice squad guy of the Rams. Like they got a really real good young ascending player, okay, that has a pretty nice resume 2 years into the league. Now, got big shoes to fill coming in here, and I know he said yesterday he's not here to fill any shoes, and he's his own player, and he plays violent, this, that, and the other, and he looked good during the individual drills he was doing, quick off the ball or whatever. But like at the same time, you got. You got traded for Myles Garrett, so there's pressure on you.
This is just I just work here vibes, though. That's all this is. What this screams to me is I just work here vibes, and I've never gotten that impression from Schlesinger at all. And I get it. Maybe he's just trying to deflect. He doesn't want any more questions about it, so it's easy to talk about his golf game and get him to move on. But this gives off, like for instance, if we had someone that is a host here at the station for a really long time, and then they decide to leave, and it'd be like me just being like, all right, well, boy, how about that weather outside? Like, okay, do I not care? Is that what I'm trying to convey to people? What am I trying to tell people?
Are you trying to say that there's someone here that if they would leave, that would be your reaction? Is that what you're saying right now?
Yes. Yes. Based off of text messages I got today, sure. No, I'm just kidding. I'd be crushed if anybody left here. You know that about me. Obviously. Sure. No, but that's the difference in that is that like there's people that could leave at this station that it's like I don't see a lot of people that are hearing them in different time slots anyway as is. It just is like it doesn't really change my objective, my goal, what the day is, right? It really doesn't. And maybe that's what Schlesinger's trying to get at.
If I left, you'd be crushed.
I would be crushed. Naturally, I'd be crushed. You come up. You're on the station every single week with us here on the Afternoon Drive. You would directly impact the show, and so I'd have to feel some sort of way about that. And the problem here is that Schlesinger's acting like he's on the offensive side of the ball, or kind of like I would be if somebody in a different time slot left that I don't interact with very much, where it's like, well, that doesn't really affect my job. Right. My job is to show up and do this show. I get paid off of this show. Right. If they leave, I want the station to be as great as it is, but if they leave, guess what? 2 o'clock is still coming anyway. I have to do this job. Yeah. Whereas, like, if you left, for instance, you directly impact what this show is. Now, is it in a magnificent way? I tend to think so with the once a week you're on, but that's debatable for other people to decide. But this is directly impacting Schlesinger and how he does his job. Myles Garrett not being a part of the defense directly impacts what people not only think of this defense, but what this defense ultimately is. It's too direct for him to just kind of have I'm worried about my slice comment.
Yeah, I'm going to defend him a little bit here. I think it's a combination of everything. I think it's a combination of him accepting the reality of the situation. I think it's a combination of him trying to use a little humor to diffuse us in the media, wanting to ask him about it, right? And I think part of it, too, is that, he has his job to do, and he's, focusing on that while also recognizing, hey, I got a new teammate, pretty good young player like myself. Yeah, he's got some shoes to fill here, but that ain't my problem. That's his problem. And we're going to make the most of the situation going forward. Like, I had no issue with how anybody out there reacted yesterday to it.
I mean, I guess
because it's such a seismic. I mean, it was a bombshell.
It's not that they reacted any sort of wrong way.
But,
okay?
No, I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm not putting words in your mouth.
I do think there's an obvious underlying idea here that if an all-time great leaves a team, someone like Schlesinger in year 2, after a defensive Rookie of the Year performance, would probably instead say, yeah, Miles is part of the reason why I got that. Miles has taught me so much. Miles has been instrumental in why I'm able to be as successful as I am. Yeah, it's going to sting. I learned a lot from him and how to be a leader, a developing leader, and how to do all these things. He didn't say that.
No.
The absence of those compliments do stand out.
Well, because Miles was never a leader.
Yes. And that's why the absence of these comments are there. And that's why when people make the suggestion that maybe you're taking a couple steps backwards to move maybe 3 steps forward in the future, that's why that has some legs to it.
Yeah, and I just want the record to reflect, I've said this for years. This isn't me kicking a guy out the door. I said this. I've said it on your show. I've said it on with the morning boys, the midday guys, the night guys. Like, I have been very consistent in recent years. Myles Garrett is not a leader as a football player. He is an all-time great, future Hall of Famer. Doesn't mean you're a leader.
No, and I think the heart of these comments and the absence of what he's supposed to be saying in this moment speaks volumes to that thought, that idea that he's not a leader. Because if he was and had been instrumental in Carson Schlesinger's life, he'd be speaking on it. He'd be saying exactly the things that he chose not to say.
I would argue that they might have upgraded in that respect.
Well, we're going to get to that in 420.
Listening to Jared Verse yesterday.
Some people are making that claim. You're one of them now, obviously, are making that claim. That,
I'm not making the claim. I'm just offering that as a possibility.
Yeah, again, we don't know. We'll have to see what happens, obviously. But yeah, in losing one of the best, if not the best defensive player in the sport, and I would argue...
I don't think that Myles Garrett has left a leadership vacuum on the defense. How about that? I think that's a fair... He's left a performance, right? A game plan, attention grabbing. World revolves around him when opponents are preparing for the Browns. Vacuum. Yes, that's true. But do I feel like he has left a leadership vacuum in that locker room? No.
And I think that's, again, the idea that he's not saying any of these things. Like when you leave a situation, it is not necessarily how good of a job you did. It is the impact you left on the people, that whether or not the people then are going to publicly speak in favor of you. Especially when it comes to these situations in the NFL. It is not how many Defensive Player of the Years you won. That's not what they're going to speak on. They're going to speak on how much did you prepare me to be the pro that I am today. How great Joe Thomas got spoke on like he walked on water for a reason. Why? Because Joe was instrumental in everyone that was there on that offensive line and getting better on a day-to-day basis. And being a pro and knowing how to carry yourself as a pro.
What Carson Schlesinger's going to miss is the attention Myles Garrett got. Right. Because that made his life a little easier. Losing Myles, you can argue, makes everybody's job harder on that defense. But losing Myles does not leave a leadership vacuum with this team. Not by any chance.
216-474-0092. Where have Miles' teammates been? We'll also get into what you're jacked up about for the Browns and Chris Fedor's comments about the NBA Finals coming up in about 25 minutes right here on The Fan.
on track, back to Super Bowl competitive when they want to be in 2028, going to be on the, definitely back nine of his career at that point. It still seems like the proper time that if you were going to trade Miles, and they said consistently they weren't going to, but if you were going to trade him, there's a conversation of how much longer could you have really waited.
Overtime with Jake Volnick, weeknights at 7. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
We were at the golf outing, I think, when everyone found out. So, I mean, obviously it's news to break, but I was excited to golf, so I was kind of trying to figure out how to fix my slice the whole time. That was at the forefront of my mind because the slice was bad.
That was Carson Schwessinger talking to the media yesterday. More worried about his golf game than he is what's happening on the team. But I don't even think it's... That makes it sound harsh, Daryl.
I was going to say that.
That makes it sound harsh.
You just pulled a me right there.
I don't think that's what he believes. It's just how he presented it instead of the presentation being, I don't have many nice things to say about Myles Garrett because he didn't teach me a lot because he isn't the leader that everyone wanted him to be, and so here we are.
Listen, every time I'm on a golf course, I'm always concerned about my slice as well.
So there is the other side of that I am thinking of, okay? As a golfer myself, the amount of days I've had ruined where I just get thrown into my own golf thoughts and trying to fix my golf swing and trying to make sure that everything is fine, and then I'll leave the round and then I'll go home and I'll watch YouTube videos and I'll talk to ChatGPT and I'll try to diagnose and fix the swing before anything else in life can exist. Part of me understood that.
That's what's so frustrating and amazing at the same time about golf is that we do it for fun, to relax and to just chill, and then by the time you're done with the round, you're usually not in a good mood.
Let me psychoanalyze this even further. I know Carson Schwessinger is not a great golfer. You want to know how I know that? Because great golfers don't obsess over a slice because great golfers know how to fix a slice. I'm not even a great golfer. I think I'm a good golfer. I'm not a great golfer.
I'm an awful golfer.
I can fix my slice in 2 seconds. First off, I don't have a slice at this point, but it's a very beginner golf problem is to have a slice. That's how that world exists. And so I'm going to guess that Schwessinger is not a great golfer because great golfers don't have slices as their issue.
Yeah, mine is always wide right.
That's exactly what he's describing. But because you don't play a lot, and so you wouldn't even know how to begin to diagnose that and then fix that and that's perfectly fine.
Listen, I'm just happy I can make contact with the ball off the tee.
It's like the number one problem that amateurs have in trying to golf is like they end up with a slice. Like the very beginning portion of your golf career, that's typically how that works.
If I can get the thing off the tee, I'm happy, okay?
And I'd be happy for you as well. But the point is that Schwessinger does not care about his golf game. That is, I will drive that point home. He does not care about his golf game. He is trying to find some other way to say, I'm not going to tell you great things about Myles Garrett because I don't have great things to say about Myles Garrett. Because if he did, what's customary in this spot, great player leaves team, is actually a leader. The next day when people talk about him, they say, he did everything for me. He taught me how to be a pro when I didn't even know how to dress to these games, and all of a sudden he taught me how to do that. He taught me how to manage my money. He taught me how to do this. He taught me how to do that, and it was absent in Schwessinger's tone and what he was trying to say because I don't believe he got that from Myles Garrett.
No.
And listen, I'm not even crucifying Myles for that. That's just the reality that we had here.
Yeah, and we all knew that. Like, it was not a closely guarded secret. And again, that's okay that Myles wasn't a leader.
I don't hate Myles for that.
No, I have no issue with it.
But then you can't expect a bunch of roses and flowers to be thrown at your feet when you do leave, though.
What frustrated me was that everyone wanted him to be, and I'm a believer in you be true to yourself, be who you are. And everyone, I think, wanted to talk themselves into, Myles is the leader of the defense. Well, he's the leader in the defense on the field when they're playing the game. Yes, he's the leader. But when you're talking about behind the scenes, look, he comes and goes as he pleases. He does put in his work on his own time. You can never say he doesn't come to practice or camp or anything unprepared or not in shape or anything like that. He does what he needs to do. He shows up, he does his job, he goes home. Sometimes when he's on his way home, he's going a little faster than he's supposed to. But that's how she goes with Myles Garrett. And again, I don't hold that against him, but there are guys that are just natural-born leaders in professional sports, regardless of the sport. Myles is not a naturally born leader. It's something he tried to talk himself into doing and trying to be, but it's just not his personality. He just likes to go out and tackle the quarterback.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Which is why I think there's a lot of Browns fans out there that today, when you're talking about this trade and getting Verse back, you're not acting as if this is the worst thing in the world, because you are curious to find out what happens when other guys are tasked with being the leader, and maybe you get a different shakeup in the locker room. 216-474-0092. Sean and Kent up next. What's up, Sean?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, Sean.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I called the other day, and I wasn't able to hold long, but it's the same thing, okay, I like Miles. He's obviously a great player. He wasn't really a leader. He didn't show up, to meet the new coach or anything. He wanted to be traded last year. I'm not really shocked that this happened. I'm curious to see how this other guy does. And I think the Browns kind of cobbled him. I think he lives kind of a cushy life here with the Browns. He didn't really have to worry about, being on a Super Bowl contender. He could just go out there and kind of help the other guys, the guys on the other team up, and kind of go, oh, shucks, I missed the quarterback on that one, and kind of lollygag around and get a bunch of sacks and then go home. So I'm curious to see what he does under pressure out there in L.A., and curious to see what Verse does out here. I think he's a good player. I don't see anything wrong with this trade.
All right, thank you, Sean. I appreciate you. Yeah, and it's interesting the past couple of days, Darryl, how people have kind of come to that own conclusion of this could be a patented win-win for both sides.
I like the word he used there, coddled.
Yeah.
Because when you have star players, and I hate saying this, but it is the reality in life, right? Production breeds tolerance. There are, unfortunately, in instances, different rules for different people, different standards for different people, right? And I do think that one of the Browns' biggest problems that has led to their incessant losing and failure as an organization has been their inability to rein in star players, set boundaries for them, and not allow them to become monsters that they can't control. And I know the word monsters has this big negative connotation, but I'm just talking about big personalities and things like that, where you can't walk up to the guy and say, hey, trying to help you out here. Here's what we need to do with this situation, and not have them cuss you out in response, which, by the way, I've actually witnessed that. Baker Mayfield did that when he was here, right? And so you create this big situation that is out of your control. What they need to do, yes, they do a great job at treating their players well. The Guardians do it. The Cavaliers do it as well. You can still treat your players well, but also at the same time, in my view, have boundaries for them. Hey, you know what? We're not going to put up with that here. You're not going to talk to people like that here. Yes, we understand what you mean for the franchise and who you are and all that, but there's a certain level of respect that you're going to have when you're in this building and when you're corresponding with people. And I'm not saying that Miles was disrespectful to people. Don't misunderstand me. But I'm trying to make a point in that the part of the reason why the Browns struggle with their culture is because they never set a culture. Okay?
Yeah.
And so
this might be them trying to turn over that new leaf. Maybe this is the beginnings of that.
Again, you can treat your players well. Give them the perks of the all the stuff that the benefits that they have out there at that facility, but at the same time say, "Hey, you know what? There's a way we conduct ourselves as Cleveland Browns." And that's the problem. You look at some of the players Andrew Berry has brought in here. How can you say that there's a standard of accountability with the red flags that Andrew has been willing, because he's desperate to fill holes, the red flags that he's willing to overlook because you're a good football player?
Jim in Strongsville up next. What's up, Jim? How you been?
Yeah, I'm good, guys. I'm good. Darryl, you just teed it up for me, buddy. I couldn't disagree with you more. Listen, I get what you're saying, and I think that in an ideal world, that's true. I can look at any number of teams that won tons and tons of championships who had star players who were degenerates that got away. Lawrence Taylor, you think Bill Parcells was some? Hey, Lawrence, quit doing coke and getting hookers before the night before games. No, he wasn't. So, I mean, there's tons of examples all around the NFL, NBA, and Major League Baseball where guys are degenerates and teams let it go just because their talent is that great. And it's not just a Browns problem. It's just an overall NBA thing. Even Jimmy Johnson said, the different standard for Troy Aikman, well, I might rip a guy a new one, but if it's Troy, I might be like, he falls asleep during a meeting, I might be like, come on, Troy, you wake up. It is the way that it is. So, I mean, I'm just saying, I know it sounds nice. It sounds great. Idealistically, sure.
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you something?
Sure.
What the hell have the Browns won in the last 30 years?
Well, Darryl, That's not
Nothing.
the point, though.
No, that is
That's
the
not
point.
though.
Because when you win, you can pull that stuff. When you lose, you can't. That's my point. When you lose on the scale that the Browns historically lose at, can't pull it. When you win, you get away with stuff. I agree with you there. But the results have never matched here in Cleveland when it comes to the Browns and some of the things that they've put up with organizationally. That's the point that I'm making.
I agree with you on that. And my other point about Miles is it might not be a leadership thing. Look, Miles just might not be a great teammate. That doesn't mean he's a bad guy. It just maybe
100%.
Miles is a little bit too much of a me guy. I mean, he kind of always rubbed me as that everything about the team was always about how it impacted Miles. And I'm not saying that there's not places for guys like that on your team, but I have to think that a guy getting special treatment, which we all know Miles did, texting during meetings, stuff like that, had to rub some of the guys that are just hardworking players on the team a little bit the wrong way. That, everything with Miles was through a lens of how does it impact Miles? Does Miles really want to win? Yeah, for Miles' legacy, maybe not necessarily for the guys in the locker room. And I think that resonates with the everyday player on the team that, hey, he's not really one of us. So that's my take on that one.
No, I think you're right about that. Thanks, Jim. I appreciate you. I think he's right about that. And I think that's why we felt it was necessary to highlight the lack thereof, let's genuflect at the altar of Miles by Carson Schwessinger, because it didn't happen, and it's notable when it doesn't happen. Yeah. And again, it's one of those things that if the end result of Myles Garrett is great football player, doesn't seem like his team is really too sad to see him go, then that is a footnote in the whole entire conversation.
Yeah, but let's start winning some games here before we worry about what liberties we're going to allow players. Like that's my whole point.
All right, Daryl, you say that Todd Monken likes to get jacked up. It's time for us to get jacked up.
Well, we were jacked. We're jacked to have him. Oh, he was jacked. We have an awesome group of freaking players. That's cool as hell.
All right, Daryl. You've noticed that Todd Monken says jacked up a lot. Everything is jacked. Everything's jacked. He's all excited. He's jacked up.
He's jacked. You're jacked. I'm jacked. Mac's jacked. We're all jacked.
What are you jacked up about for the Browns?
I am jacked up that they got a tangible young return for Myles Garrett, and they just didn't mail it in for a bunch of draft picks, because I realize Browns fans love draft picks. It's the best currency going. It has been for the last 30 years. And Andrew's on a little bit of a heater with the draft, but yeah, I like the fact that not only did they get a couple of picks, but they got a young guy that can come in here and play the game.
Safe to say you're jacked up then, huh?
I'm jacked up.
Mac, what are you jacked up about?
I'm jacked about the leadership, and I know you guys talked about it with Jared Verse too, but all of the guys that they've had the last couple of years have all been natural leadership guys. Like, not guys that you're asking to take on a role. It's all guys that it makes sense for what they've done. You talk about Carson Schwessinger, talk about Jared Verse, even, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren coming into that secondary. I think they've been adding culture guys and cornerstones that you can have and that you can build with going forward.
Here's what I'm jacked up about, Daryl. It's the wide receivers, the young wide receivers. The idea that whether that's Boston, whether that is Concepcion, the idea that they spent the draft capital in order to make sure that you're going to get some playmakers. And it was Jerry Jeudy can stink this year. I don't think he will, but he can stink this year. And it doesn't all of a sudden mean that you have no weapons and nobody to go to. And that's just something we didn't have last year. You got to go to Fannin, sure, but like when Jeudy was lost in the abyss, you just had no answers. And I love what everyone's telling me, including yourself, about Isaiah Bond in the past couple of weeks. How good he's been looking. Like,
looks great out there. I'm not gonna lie.
That's a positive. I'm hoping that continues on. But it's the young wide receivers that has me jacked up about this team and what you can do moving forward. And that is what we're jacked up about over the Browns as of right now.
I think that could be a new segment for you guys.
Is that right?
I think you guys could do a daily jacked up segment.
It doesn't even have to be Browns or anything either.
Right.
We could just be what are you jacked up about
today?
Yeah, might work. I don't know about daily.
Channel your inner Todd Monken, will you? Get jacked.
I might be too cynical.
Jacked up.
I might be too cynical to do a jacked up daily. But it's like, can you find one thing you're excited about every day? I don't know. Some days maybe it doesn't
it's a good
seem,
exercise for you.
Yeah, some days maybe I don't know that I got it, if I'm being honest. But like once a week, sure. Yeah, once a week we might be able to get there. All right, 216-474-0092. I want to hear from you guys. Chris Fedor was on today with Baskin and Phelps, in for Baskin with Phelps. And he pointed out what the Cavs are feeling with this NBA Finals. Now, the NBA Finals making the Cavs evaluate this offseason just a little bit differently. You'll hear from Fedor, you'll hear from us as well. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Greg Rosenthal, the NFL Network, joining us coming up in about 15 minutes. It's Jonathan Peterl and Daryl Ryder here with you guys on Afternoon Drive. Chris Fedor was on earlier today on Baskin and Phelps, and they started talking about the NBA Finals. And Daryl, obviously, we talked about it. We both caught it. By the way, low key, another bad Wemby game. And my theory that I've had with Wemby, let me run it by you really quick, because I feel like it's gotten dismissed a couple times here. And that's fine. I don't think this is like everyone thinks this is automatically it. But Wemby sucked Game 4, Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals. And then Game 7 was not an all-world game. They won, but Game 7 wasn't great.
Where have I heard this before?
What do you mean?
I think we've had these conversations about certain Cavaliers.
Well, yeah,
in the playoffs.
Well, and so that is a hard part of this, is that like in the NBA, there's so many people like Holmgren took so much heat in that series because Holmgren had one good game and that was it. But in the NBA, the reality is that even with superstars, they can come and go, and there is a disappearing act. Like earlier in the day, you'd got on the idea of like if you have a franchise quarterback, they don't disappear in 7-on-7s and 11-on-11s. Like they look good in practice, right?
Yes.
Like day in, day out. Tom Brady never had a bad practice in his life, right? And so like I think sometimes people apply that type of logic towards NBA superstars, and the reality is that NBA superstars aren't always great, as evidenced by Jalen Brunson in Game 1 closing out and being awesome in that fourth quarter, but in Game 2 he turned into the assist maker. Yeah. Right? Like they change up sometimes. Sometimes they're throwing a fastball 98 down the plate. Other times they're throwing sinkers, cutters, curves, everything in between.
Right.
But the point of this is that Wemby wasn't good in Game 4, Game 5, and I argue Game 7 of the last series. And then in Game 1 of this series last night, he laid what I believe to be an absolute egg. What he called last night after the game, an awful performance by himself. So, like, if he's going to admit it upright, I think it's fine for me to say 6 for 21, maybe not the greatest day for Wemby, okay? I've maintained for a while that the Spurs just handled him wrong in how they do this. They averaged 29 minutes a game during the regular season, and now this postseason they're putting him out there for 40-plus minutes a night. It makes sense.
You got to build that up.
You got to build that up. There's like a progression to this. And I've argued before the idea that I'm perfectly fine if you want to throw him out there and understand that he's your most important player and he's got to play a lot of minutes. But part of this graduation process is then he shouldn't be playing 29 minutes during the regular season, averaging 29 minutes a game.
Well, it's the argument that I was making with the Cavaliers in the playoffs and Kenny Atkinson's rotation. And I said, hey, your best players need to play 38 to 40 minutes a game. That's Donovan Mitchell. That's Evan Mobley. That's James Harden. I would even argue Jared Allen to a degree.
And for people like Harden, who's been to 17 straight playoff seasons, and for Donovan, who have been there a ton, like there's a graduation process to this.
There have been playoff games where LeBron James would play 46 to all 48 minutes.
Yes, because he can handle it.
I'm just saying.
So where I feel like they failed Wemby
is he can't handle it right now.
He can't handle it right now. He's just not there conditionally.
Which, by the way, that's okay. He's 23 years old.
It's his third year. He's going to get there eventually. It just feels like they gave him the hardest setting possible of the video game.
It's kind of like
the most important part of the video game. And it's like, now is not the time for that. Yeah. Shouldn't you have been stressing or doing a stress test a little bit earlier?
Yeah, and it's kind of like what Chris Fedor talked about with Jeff Phelps earlier today right here on The Fan when he was in for Andy Baskin talking about Evan Mobley and them trying to expand his game, expand his role, put more on his plate. Early in the season, it wasn't working, so they kind of had to dial it back. So that, okay, let's just go back to doing what you were doing before. And I kind of feel like it's a similar conversation to be had there, right? Where they've got to get Evan Mobley to a certain level, right? Or because Evan is, there's so much potential with him. And I feel like there's still some stuff that's untapped, okay?
Yeah, I think a lot of people agree with that.
And it's about having the right coach or whatever around him to get that out of him.
Offensively, he's just not good enough, and I don't know that they're ever going to be able to get that out of him.
The toolbox just is not as expansive as it needs to be, and my frustration is, and I get, just because I get something doesn't mean I have to like it.
Mm-hmm.
I get why they want him shooting 3-pointers. He shouldn't be shooting 6 and 7 3-pointers in a game. I'm sorry. He's 7 feet tall. That just should not be what he should do. 2, 3 in a game, I can live with that. 7, that's a little bit much. That's excessive, right? But I kind of feel like that they messed him up in that regard too a little bit with, hey, we want you to be a 3-point shooter. We want you in the post. You got to be able to go across the floor. Like what's demanded of players today in the NBA, from a conditioning standpoint, from a coverage standpoint, where you got to be able to guard down low, but you also got to be able to chase out to the perimeter and defend the 3-point line. Then you got to be able to come in and defend the mid-range shot. Then you got to be able to cut off the dribble drive. Like the game is just so different today than what I grew up with, and I hate to be I hate to be the old man in the room here in
you can
talking
just acknowledge
those terms.
it's all right. You've been watching a while,
but it's different, the demands on these players, and I think it's something that Evan is struggling a little bit with, and yeah, for as great as Wemby is, I know this is going to shock you. He's still a young player, and he's by far from a finished product. What's going to be scary is that he's where he's at now. And it frightens me to think of what he's going to grow into.
Well, and so I maintain the mismanagement of Wemby in this, and this is why you're starting to see him be gassed. This is why he's having bad games, and he's having bad games more recently than not. And so I'm trying to figure out how impressive it is for what the Knicks did last night, and how much of a reaction as Cavs fans we're going to have on that. Because you see the end result, and you see the Knicks win by double digits, which that game got away in the final minute or so, and that was what that was.
It was a lot closer than the final score indicated.
Definitely, which... That's fine. It is what it is.
The Cavs series, no. That's how those games went.
Well, but the point then is trying to figure out how far away this Cavs team is from this Knicks team that is now being considered to be. And they're the favorite, odds-on favorite now, according to my friends in the desert for this series.
12 in a row for them?
Yeah, 12 in a row. And, how many teams in NBA history win 12 in a row in the postseason? It's not
many.
That list isn't great. As far as single-season playoff winning streaks, Golden State won 15 straight in the 2017 postseason on the way to the title. Right. And then that San Antonio team in 99, the one the Knicks played against in that NBA Finals, they won 12 straight on the way to the title. And, the Knicks have matched that now.
Yeah.
And so there's a part of me that I look at this Knicks team, and I'm just not gobsmacked and impressed greatly by it, but the other part of that is I can't deny what I'm watching.
Yeah, well, I lamented all throughout the Eastern Conference Finals, as brief as it was, that I didn't feel like the Knicks were this unbeatable, unstoppable juggernaut. Yes, they were a very good team. I respected them. What they were doing, fine. Give them their flowers, but I'm like, they're beatable. Like the Cavs could have beat that team.
They definitely seem beatable, and this is where Fedor comes in. He was on with Baskin and Phelps, and this is what he had to say.
I'm looking at it, and I'm saying they're not good enough. They got to a place where they played against a team that was equally talented as them, or even more talented than them, and they didn't look like they belonged on the same floor as them. It was one of the most lopsided conference finals that we've ever seen in NBA history, so they just weren't good enough. And if you look at it through that lens, then you say to yourself, okay, how do the Cavs get better? What steps do they need to take in order to get better and close the gap on New York and whoever comes out of the Western Conference? So for me, Jeff, I look at this and say, look, marginal moves around the margins, not going to happen. That's not going to take the Cavs where they need to get to. And I do believe that there is a significant gap between the Cavs and some of these other teams that we're talking about here. So for me, I think the thing that they're missing, I think the fundamental flaw with this roster is that there are legitimate questions about whether or not they have the number one piece on a championship contending team.
And I think a lot of people watched last night with that Knicks Spurs game, and they're thinking some of the same things that Chris is saying right there.
Well, I have been saying some of the things that Chris has been saying and questioning some of the things that he's questioning here.
Yeah,
100% agree with him. I don't know if they have a number one, and you can't just run this thing back and think you're getting better by osmosis and experience. Okay, we have seen the same problem now 4 straight postseasons. At some point, you need to understand the problem's you.
Yeah, no, I agree. All right, we'll get back to the Myles Garrett trade. How much will Myles being gone affect the D-line? Greg Rosenthal of the NFL Network, home of the NFL Daily Podcast, will join us next. It's Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys right here on The Fan.
Browns use this trade to build a better team. A better team, not just a team that has Myles Garrett and a bunch of other guys that win 3 to 4 to 5 games every year. It's to build a better team over the long haul.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I am saying yes, yes, and oh yes.
All right, back in here on Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Pino and Daryl Ryder with you guys. And we go out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Greg Rosenthal, the NFL Network, host of the NFL Daily Podcast, which is available wherever you listen to podcasts, joins us here on The Fan. Greg, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. How's it going?
It's good. We've just been trying to get everything all figured out, and really, one part of us is like, how much do we like Jared Verse? It seems like everyone really does. And the other part is, how much are we going to miss Myles Garrett? But before we get into some of the nitty-gritty part of this, what exactly did you make of the trade involving those two players and obviously the Rams and the Browns?
I was stunned. Now I got the feeling that there are some reporters who had an idea that this could be coming ahead. But overall, especially from a Cleveland perspective, first of all, just seeing a move like this happen just never used to happen in the NFL. And so I love it as someone who's covering the league. But I was, frankly, excited for Browns fans at what they got for Myles Garrett. Thought it was a pretty good trade for the Cleveland Browns' future, and was surprised at a lot of the negativity of how dumb Andrew Berry could be to trade away Myles Garrett.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a second. Andrew Berry's resume has on it the Deshaun Watson trade and contract, which arguably worst in NFL history. Now he has to trade away, or has traded away, I should say, arguably the best defensive player in Browns franchise history. Not great on the resume, but at least with one of those moves, this one with Myles, why do you think this potentially could work out heavily in the Browns' favor, despite, again, losing a future Hall of Famer?
Look, I think it's a good trade for both teams, too. I think it works out for the Rams. But from the Browns' perspective, Jared Verse isn't just like a good player that you're adding to the mix. He is, in my mind, a top 10 edge rusher. We just did the exercise literally 2 weeks ago where we drafted edge rushers. I think he went 12th on my personal big board. I had him 10th, but that's the area he is after only 2 years in the NFL. So you have a top 10 to 12 edge rusher with 3 years of team control left on his contract, which I don't think should get lost. That is a huge part of the deal, plus the 3 picks that they get. And ultimately, you had a guy in Myles Garrett that I don't think really wanted to be there, but more importantly, I don't know if him playing at the exact same level as he did a year ago was even going to matter for a team that I don't think is going to make the playoffs this year. And so you start thinking about a team that you want to make the playoffs, I would say, in 2027, starting then. And you think Jared Verse is going to be a big part of that, and then those draft picks as well. And when you consider the finances, to me, if you're going to trade away an all-time great like Garrett, all the parameters, what they got, and his lack of interest, maybe even in being there, like it all made sense to me that they got a fair value.
Greg, I do want to ask you about Jared Verse, though. You said you had him in your rankings. I think you said you finished 10, right? But they had 12 overall within your podcast. Yeah. But like one concern I have, and at least I think he's a good player. I think we all agree he's a good player. He's obviously made Pro Bowls for a reason. A lot of it makes sense, but the Rams don't really have bad players in the D-line anyway, right? Like what Shula's been able to do, he's able to really, I'm not going to say maximize the talent around there, but there's talent everywhere. And so I worry about him going from L.A. to then coming here and whether or not we'll see an ascension. It seems like this would be the prime spot for him maybe to, if anything, almost flatline.
That's fair. That it is a system in LA where you got to worry about a lot of different people. To me, he is a very specific prototype. He is your power, push the pocket edge. It is incredible the leverage and strength that he plays with. I love watching players like this. I think you could look at him as a more complete version of what Jadeveon Clowney kind of resulted in being in. And that guy was a number 1 overall pick in the draft. But you're absolutely right in that he's not a pure pass rusher all on his own. He needs to be part of a larger pass rush plan where him, destroying the pocket is part of the entire team. Obviously, you have a top 5 pick from a year ago. I like Alex Wright there on the other side, on the edge. It's not like you don't have anything. But I don't think he necessarily will ever be a top 5 edge in the league. He said he wants to be the greatest defensive player in the league. To me, he's going to have to learn how to be a better finisher. But just in terms of, in terms of the energy, the aggression, and then the strength that he plays with, he is rare. And every team would love to have a version of Jared Verse. And he might be the best version of that type of player that's in the league right now.
No one here in Cleveland would accuse Myles Garrett of being the leader in the locker room, certainly on the field, leader of the defense with the attention that he commands. But do you think Jared Verse naturally could, because he sure sounded like it yesterday when we talked to him, but do you think that's, while he might not be able to specifically, sack for sack replace Myles Garrett, but do you think from a leadership standpoint that's a void he might be able to help the Browns fill?
No question, because I think he helped to do that as a rookie on the 24 Rams team, which he helped improve. I live out here in L.A., so I've been there at their practices camp. It is pretty rare for a young player like this to be looked at as a mature leader type and help to, I think, inspire what was a really young group, but that he probably was the leader of that young group the last couple of drafts where they had 4, early contributors. The aggression, I can tell you personally, the Rams loved Jared Verse. And so I do think that is part of it. The type of player that you want there is a guy like Jared Verse. And I think that's an advantage that you had when you bring him to the team.
The fact that the Rams did not want to give up Jared Verse in this trade, allegedly. Andrew Berry said it. I believe the Rams said it this week as well. Does that pump up the stock as far as what the Browns actually are getting in Jared Verse? Because obviously there's a lot of Browns fans that look at him that maybe haven't seen a lot of him, and they just kind of shrug their shoulders and maybe don't appreciate what this guy is as a young player, just 2 years in the league, and the impressive resume he's already built up.
Right. It all rings true to me, and I know they were negotiating for a while because the deal just doesn't make sense without Verse. I would much rather have Jared Verse than a first-round pick. I would actually rather have Jared Verse than a first plus a third, because at some point I think a bird in the hand is worth more. And he's, like I said, still contract controlled for the next couple of years. So if you're the Rams, of course you're trying to give them a million picks. I mean, the Browns were helping to try to change the rules to give them a million picks. But from a Browns perspective, I simply wouldn't have done the deal without Jared Verse in it unless they were able to change that rule and make it 5 first-round picks. Then it's a little different.
Greg Rosenthal, the NFL Network, host of the NFL Daily Podcast. It's available wherever you listen to your podcast. Joining us here on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Yeah, there's so much that's about this that is just fascinating to me. But one thing I just kind of been left wondering, Greg, is did the Browns, I'm not going to say screw themselves, but make it harder on themselves in the idea that they just only opened this up, it appears, to the Rams. And they wanted to keep secrecy, and that seemed like that was at the front of this. But would the haul have been greater if they had just been openly, we're shopping Myles, this is what we're doing, everybody come with your best offer?
Where they put themselves in a corner was last offseason in not trading him then. So if you want to go back and criticize that, because at that point, and I don't know if that's ownership or how that ended up happening, they gave him a no-trade clause. And that's probably the most underreported, underrated part of this entire deal. He could absolutely control the process in a way that is extremely rare, almost unheard of for the NFL. It just so happened that the team I think that was going to be the most aggressive going after him when they adjusted his contract was a team he was going to be excited to go with. But at that point, you're right. You're basically negotiating with one team. I have tried to do some reporting. And from my sources, I don't think necessarily the Eagles or any other team were ever particularly in on it. You're right. I think it was one team, but I think his no-trade clause really made that complicated. So if they screwed themselves, to use your words, I think they did it a year ago when they gave him that contract.
Well, I think also, too, Myles, They were not trading Myles Garrett to the Arizona Cardinals. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like he's going to get to go to L.A., and obviously the pressure's now going to be on him, where it's not just going to be about sacks and records and whatnot. The Rams are trying to win a Super Bowl, and he's thought. I mean, am I understanding the situation? Like he's thought to be the missing piece in this whole thing for them, isn't he?
No question. They view him in the same light as Aaron Donald. Now, they're not going to put him at that level because to them, that's the greatest defensive player of all time. I wouldn't argue. But in the way that they believe he's going to improve the talent around him, just as a guy who has so much gravity that you have to game plan for. And my colleague, Jordan Rodriguez, who does NFL Daily with me, had a great piece about it. And look, they used to consider Aaron Donald, like they used to joke, was the best cornerback on the entire team because he just made all the cornerbacks so much better. And I think they really see Garrett as that way, as a guy who is unlike any other player in the entire NFL right now, as a unique talent, and that changes their team to a point where now they can win games with defense. They can win games with offense too sometimes. They got the MVP. But maybe if Stafford's not having his best game, that this defense could be up there with the best defenses in the league.
Greg Rosenthal joining us here, host of the NFL Daily Podcast. If I credit the NFL Daily Podcast, which I'm a listener to, one thing I like about you guys, Greg, is that you're not just focused on 6 teams and then call it a day. Like you guys do spray to all different fields and basically you touch them all. And like for Browns fans, we sometimes just get overlooked at this part because we have no national games coming up this entire season. Obvious reasons, right? So I know you're the person nationally to have paid attention to the quarterback battle here, but how much of an interest do you actually have in Deshaun Watson versus Shedeur Sanders?
Plenty, because I don't want to see Deshaun Watson play football. And again, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of like the case being made that now it's going to work when just the evidence is completely to the contrary, even throwing out everything in terms of the sexual assault allegations and the suspension, all of that made him an easy person for, I think, us nationally to root against. Like, I just feel like he's a sunk cost, and I'm rooting for Shedeur Sanders in that battle because to me it's just going to be more interesting to see Shedeur with a fun, I think, young core of players. I like Casey Concepcion a great deal. I loved what I saw when Judkins was healthy a year ago. The offensive line, we'll see, but it's at least on paper intriguing. So to me, that's just from a kind of layman's point of view of someone who's doesn't have skin in the game. Like that's a more interesting team to watch. If it doesn't work out, then they'll be looking for a quarterback next year.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there, Greg. Shedeur's going to get an opportunity. He is getting an opportunity, I should say, to pass or fail on his own merits. This isn't a situation where he's not getting practice reps. The reps are pretty evenly distributed between these two. What is fair to expect of Shedeur Sanders? Because I think we also have to remember he is a 5th-round pick. Now, I know his family believes he's still a top 5 pick, but the reality was he was a 5th-round pick. Yep. And so what is fair to expect from him? And if he doesn't win this competition, does that mean that Shedeur has failed in some respects?
No, because I think he's going to start games either way. Unfortunately, the bar is going to be really high for him. If he can win the week 1 job and keep it throughout the season, he will be playing at a really high level. Is it fair to expect that? No, probably not for a second-year player. He has to improve quite a bit. I think what you're hoping for with Shedeur is to get to sort of that middle tier, replacement level, starter level. To me, he does some good things. He's certainly not afraid back there to make tough throws. I think he's a creative player, but he needs to be more on time, on rhythm, a little more predictable. I think his rookie season was up and down at best, like it is for a lot of rookie quarterbacks. But the problem for him is, look, both him and Deshaun Watson have 1 year here, and if they don't really show a lot this year, they're going to be looking for a new quarterback next year. But it makes sense to me to at least see what you could have with Shedeur, because if you can get him to kind of a middle tier starter level as a 2nd-year player, a really improved player, even think about what Bryce Young did as a 2nd-year player once he really settled in, as at least he improved. Then you feel like, okay, we have options for what we're doing for 27. Maybe he's the guy, maybe not, but we at least have a good base to build from, and they probably don't feel that way right now.
Greg, fantastic insight as always. We appreciate you giving us a few minutes, and we'll catch up with you later. Thank you.
Great talking to you guys.
Good stuff right there. Greg Rosenthal, of course, NFL Network, host of the NFL Daily Podcast. It's available wherever you listen to podcasts. On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We come on back. Want to hear from you guys. 216-474 to below 92. How much will Miles being gone affect the D-line? We'll get into that and more. It's Afternoon Drive right here in the Fan.
Mr. Hero's been a local staple for over 60 years, serving up the legendary Roman burger and hot buttered cheesesteak. Two tastes you can't get anywhere else. So, when hunger hits, don't overthink it. Think Mr. Hero.
I crave the hero.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy or GA,
Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
I think he helped to do that as a rookie on the 24 Rams team, which he helped improve. I live out here in LA, so I've been there at their practices camp. It is pretty rare for a young player like this to be looked at as like a mature leader type and help to, I think, inspire what was a really young group, but that he probably was the leader of that young group the last couple drafts where they had 4, early contributors. The aggression, I can tell you personally, like the Rams loved Jared Verse. And so I do think that is part of it. The type of player that you want there is a guy like Jared Verse. And I think that's an advantage that you had when you bring him to the team.
That was Greg Rosenthal speaking moments ago with us here on Afternoon Drive. It's Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder. We'll get to the Guardians coming up in about 15 minutes or so. They lose their game to the Yankees. They do not get the sweep, but we got a report out there with Jeff Passan and some underlying trade deadline convos we want to get started. But Daryl, the Jared Verse side of this is really interesting. Almost like I think there's a lot of people that really do sign up to that idea that you can take a couple steps back and the idea that he's good. He's not Myles Garrett good. Nobody is. But with the leadership and what he can show, that maybe, just maybe, you're not missing as much as the obvious football watcher would seem to think that you are.
And also, too, maybe you can play a little more team-branded defensive style of football. And look, I mean, Myles would command 2 and 3 players to try and slow him down, right?
And even within Verse, like Verse got double-teamed at the 4th highest rate for pass rushers in the NFL over the past couple years. That's still 100 double teams away from what Myles Garrett was.
Right. And he also, even with those double teams, created the 3rd most pressures behind Micah and Myles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and I thought what Greg said about the finishing, like that's the next level, the next step for Verse is to finish and collect more sacks. And I think that those will come. But I feel like the puzzle pieces and why the Browns were so hell-bent on getting him in return is because they were looking for a piece that they could slide back in. Is he going to give you the same statistical production as Myles Garrett? No. Is he going to give you, or command, I should say, the same attention from opposing offensive coordinators as Myles Garrett? No. Mm-hmm. But what he could give you, he can give you tangible production in the pass rush game, okay?
Yeah.
Even if there is a drop-off there, and he's also going to give you something that you weren't getting from Myles Garrett, and that is just that natural-born leadership, whereas I feel like Myles had to talk himself into being the leader, had to pretend to be the leader. That's just not who he is, okay? Mm-hmm. And I feel like Jared just has that natural leadership in him.
Based off of what you saw yesterday?
Yeah, like Carson Schlesinger. Not a big talker, not a big soundbite guy, Schlesinger, but I feel
Although
like
he gave us a soundbite, we reacted to that at 3 o'clock.
Yeah,
you can Odyssey rewind there.
But I feel like that they, in the end, they win this trade. Okay, yes, you trade in your best player in franchise history from a defensive standpoint. Future Hall of Famer, stinks. Not great on Andrew Berry's resume, but I feel like with the return that they got, they still have a potential to win this trade. The Rams can win it too. The Rams get another trophy in the case.
I think that's why a lot of people called this a win-win in many respects. And I hate the sports radio hates win-win trades. They want you to be declarative. Who won, who lost, everything in between. But within this, if the Rams...
How many trades today do we still debate who won the trade, right? We do it all the time.
It's kind of part of the business. That's kind of what we do. And that's why I think when people say, oh, it's a win-win, I feel like that falls short for a lot of people just because, well, hold on, somebody has to have gotten a little bit more than this person. The reality is that because the timelines were off, they are in a spot. If the Rams win the Super Bowl, they'll be never telling a Rams fan that they got the worst end of this. Verse could go on to have a Hall of Fame career in a Browns uniform. If they win the Super Bowl, and Myles is a big reason why, they're always going to believe they were right.
100%.
Now, I don't know that Verse will ever make a Hall of Fame or anything like that. I have no idea. But if he's 80% of Myles Garrett and we wake up 5 years from now and he was that commanding presence in the locker room and he was that guy, because you mentioned some of the people on this team, you're right about Schlesinger. He's not the most rah-rah, go win one for the Gipper type guy. He just isn't. It's not his fault. Again, kind of like Myles, you are who you are. Mason Graham is not that guy either. And so if you're looking towards some of the best players on this team, Denzel's a captain, and he's going to be part of that for sure if he's still on this team by the time we get there. But, yeah, guy like Jared Verse, just acquired, is going to be a big part of turning over that leadership part of the room.
And you either have it or you don't. And it just goes back to one of my things of don't ask people to be something they're not. Let them just be who they are and play to their own strengths, okay?
Yeah.
And I feel like when Joe Thomas was put in this spot, now he handled it really, really well. I mean, yeah, we would ask him about any of these stiff quarterbacks that he had to block for, and we'd hear all about how they could potentially be the long-lost franchise quarterback that we've been waiting for.
Which is why then Joe Bitonio was really good at that, too.
Right.
He learned it from Joe.
Yeah, but, like, I'm not going to lie. There was a time where I was like, I really wish Joe would be like, yeah, that guy stinks. He can't play.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I know. That's the part of it where we just wanted to be honest sometimes completely, but you can't. You just destroy the locker room if you did.
Joe is a good teammate, right?
That's all it is.
Yeah,
he knows.
but
he knows, and he knows that you guys know.
You're looking. Yeah, that's the thing. And Joel, same thing. Joel knew we knew, right? He didn't have to tell us. We knew.
At some point, it almost becomes performative, is all it really ends up becoming.
But think about that for a second. And again, this is no shade at Joe Thomas. But, like, the fact that you had to look to your starting left tackle to be your team leader?
Yeah, that's not great.
Like okay? And even, like, with your greatest players don't always have to be your leaders. Role players can be leaders and quality leaders.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, or leadership has to come organically.
Yeah, I don't know, but sometimes
you can't be ordained. It can't be.
I know. Sometimes you do lose the plot, though, when, like, ahead of the second-round series against the Pacers last year, Max Strus was the one delivering rah-rah text messages. You know what I mean?
And then goes out and plays the way he did in the
sometimes when the role player is the guy in charge, it does kind of lose it a little bit,
right.
Especially for someone like myself. That's just how I think about those things.
I get it.
But I'm used to guys like MJ. I'm used to guys, Brett Favre. I'm used to those type of guys that they are the best player on the team, and then they're the most vocal about everything.
Well,
and they
Jordan is in a league of his own, right? I mean,
Jordan. It works both ways too.
Same with LeBron, same thing, right?
Yeah, well, now we're going into a different territory too, and LeBron was good, obviously, but there's guys like Kobe, where Kobe was just a pain in everyone's ass. As great as he was, as maniacal as he was, and there's some people they'd run to the end of the earth for him. He was also a pain in a lot of people's ass, you know?
Of course, yeah.
And so, like, some people do. You abuse. Sometimes you abuse that power that you have in being the best player on the team.
But guess what? Totally worth it, because all those
5
teammates
titles later, you'd probably say it was
all
worth
his
it.
former teammates got rings. So
he did know the secret sauce, even if guys like Smush Parker wished he'd never been around him.
But listen, you bring up Max Strus last year, right, with the text message, and then he does not play well in the closeout game. But you know what? I'm going to give him a Peterlin pass.
Oh. How about this for a Thursday?
The Peterlin pass.
And here's why. Because the results, the box score, all that stats, all that setting aside, he always plays with effort, and he always shows up and plays hard. And I think that there's also something to be said for that. You can have off nights shooting the ball. That's how it goes in the NBA. But what he went through to get himself ready to be able to return to this team and contribute the way he did down the stretch, that's leadership to me. That's leadership. He could have easily taken his good old time and just be, hey, man, I ain't feeling right yet, man. I need more time. Like, the way he pushed himself because it was that important for him to get back out there, like, he
was a leader born out of necessity, though. He was a leader born because they needed it, and it's like
fill the void.
Yeah, and that sometimes can be tough.
But that's what Miles was doing. He was filling
Miles
a void.
was asked to fill that void that we just never thought he could actually fill, and that's where it just became almost disingenuous. And again, I don't blame Miles. I really don't. This goes back to the Schlesinger conversation from an hour ago. I don't blame him for not being a great leader, but I do think if you're a Browns fan today, looking at Jared Verse and saying, well, this guy embodies everything that we wanted him to be. He just doesn't have the production of Miles, obviously, but from a leadership quality standpoint, he's going to fill that role. That is a positive in many ways.
Here's
and
one
cleaning
for you.
the room is also a positive also.
Remember when they drafted Jed Wills? And we were doing is he going to be the next Joe Thomas?
Mm-hmm.
And I think I had said with you guys, I'm like, I don't know if that's really fair to put that on that kid.
Yeah, it's a lot.
To fill we almost have a similar situation here.
And so that's where I've stopped short with Verse, and I don't like to make him a captain. I don't like to make him a leader, do all this other stuff. The expectation
if
can't be...
If he grows into that, great.
Great, yeah, but the expectation cannot be you're going to be Myles Garrett level of success.
Yeah.
That's just not...
I don't think it's realistic.
No one can live up to that. That's just not it's not a standard that he can hit. And that's so one thing I find interesting out of this whole entire convo and the Myles Garrett convos, we've been doing it now for 4 days, is the people that want to believe that this defensive line is going to be awesome or exist in such a magnificent way without Myles. And I just have a different approach on it. Myles being gone is going to affect the D-line in a way that's going to matter a great deal. That should not be groundbreaking.
It's not just the D-line. It's going to affect the secondary, too.
It shouldn't be groundbreaking that the defense is not going to look anywhere close to what it looked like with Myles. And I was already expecting a step back without having Schwartz here. So I'm trying to figure it out, and I don't know where you stand on it. I'm dying to find out your thoughts, though. If I thought last year... they were second best defense in the NFL according to EPA. What do I think they're going to be this year? I would put them at 15th, somewhere in that range.
I think they're not going to be top 5.
You're closer,
they might not be top 10.
Way closer to middle of the pack than I think you even are top 10 in that discussion. And so I know Browns fans know this. You lose a great like Myles, you're going to take a step back. But I do think we're doing a lot, and I just did it for 10 minutes, so I'm just as guilty as anybody.
I feel like you've taken your copium right now.
Well, it just we went down that path of, all right, maybe this isn't as bad for reasons X, Y, and Z.
Right.
And then you have to reset yourself and think about it for a second. You still are losing a guy that's won DPOY 2 out of the last 3 years. Yeah. And as many problems as he's had of being a leader, ultimately what you do on the field matters the most. And he was an absolute game wrecker.
Yeah, and that, you're not going to replace Myles Garrett. And I loved how Jared Verse answered those questions yesterday.
Oh, with the shoe stuff?
Yeah.
And then lying about Myles' shoe size?
Yeah, I thought that was brilliant. But, yeah, and that's the right approach. Yeah, I'm not coming in to replace the guy. I realize I'm going to have to wear this the rest of my career.
Mm-hmm.
I was traded for Myles. They traded Myles Garrett for me. And so there's a lot of pressure that comes with that. Fair or not, that's the business he's in, right? But I thought he handled those questions right. Yeah, I'm not going to be Myles Garrett. There's only one Myles Garrett. I'm me. I'm going to do me. And
it's just so unfair to think that he's going to be Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
And I feel it. I feel the pressure already put on him, and I just think that's wildly unfair to him.
But that's the business they're in.
Yeah. I get it. 216-474-0092. Will this trade deadline be different for the Guardians? They dropped the game today against the Yankees. They still win the series, though. Things are obviously on the upswing for them. Jeff Passan making the suggestion they're not going to be as aggressive. We'll get to that coming up on the other side. It's Afternoon Drive right here in The Fan.
qualifying line, unlock device, credit, ported, 90-plus days with device and carrier, and timely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A., member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Missed a moment in your show? Use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
All right, coming up in about 15 minutes or so, we do have the lead. Sam Bruckhaus, Sumer Sports, joining us at 5:40. It is Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder here with you guys on Afternoon Drive. Get to the Guardians in just a second. But, Daryl, I read you my 82-0 team. I have now gone 82-0 in the obviously the NBA game.
Okay.
And then I went 20-0 in the offensive version of the NFL game and 19-1 in the offense and defense version of the NFL game. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, it says game online. It's either 82-0.com or 20-0.com, and you get to pick out the rosters, and then you simulate it, and then you see whether or not you have a perfect season, essentially. It's like the long story short of that version. It's been wildly popular over social media in the past 24 hours. Long story short, hashtag ball knower. It's a ball knower resume there. I think, Mac, I think that's safe to say.
I would say so. I've been trying, and the best I've gotten in 82-0 is 77-5, and then best I've gotten in the NFL version is 17-3.
Well, at least you didn't pull a fantasy football and go 5-77.
Oh, well, now that I mean. You weren't great at fantasy football, but this year's your year, Mac. Don't you worry about it.
Damn right.
This year's your year.
By the way, what do you get for your success with this game? Just the bragging rights thing?
So the best part about this is you get absolutely nothing. And I could not have more fun than I have ever had in my life over the past 24 hours playing these games. And part of the fun, it's kind of that old adage, the idea that it's like guys are easy to entertain. Just talk about old athletes, and they can just sit around at the bar for hours talking about old athletes. Us three could do it right now.
Yes.
I could say Mickey Morandini, and that would all of a sudden have you thinking of some random player, and then we're just off and running, right? We're naming random second baseman, and we're just going, right? And it's just proof. Since I was a little kid, that's all. I love that stuff. Guys love this stuff.
This is your wheelhouse.
That game is built for that. It gives you a decade, and it gives you a team, and then you pick the best player from there, and you go forward, and you keep building and building and building, and it's awesome.
Now do you try and repeat your success?
Well, so once I got 82-0 with the NBA version, I clocked out.
Okay.
It's like the problem.
You went out on top.
So the problem these games are going to have is that once you beat the game, I feel like I beat it, and that's it. I was never the kid playing like Super Mario growing up that was like, I beat it and I need to keep beating it and keep beating it and keep beating it.
You're not going for the repeat or the three-peat?
No. Once I beat it, I'm done. I'm out.
Okay.
And so that's where that's where like it's got a short shelf life for me, but it's very much in the same vein that some people will wake up and play Wordle every day.
Yes.
That's what this is for some people. They're just going to wake up and play one or two, maybe 3 or 4 games of this and then go about their day. You've not gone into this at all.
I have not attempted any of this.
All right. In between the break, I want you to go 82-0, and I want you to I want you to tell me you're not having the best time of your life doing it. Okay? Like I just want to. You're gonna struggle in the beginning, I'm sure. Then you're gonna put together your teams. You're gonna start building.
How annoyed am I gonna be by this thing, though?
I think you're gonna get hooked. And I think what I envision is a tweet later on at like 9:30 at night of you going 82-0 or you coming close and then you cursing me out or saying something along those lines.
He's going to send in the group chat immediately and just be like, oh, yeah, no, I beat Max Score already.
Yeah. Congratulations, by the way. Nick Wilson got to 82-0 earlier this morning. Hashtag ball knower. Now we'll see what he does with the football version, though. I got to see what happens with the football version. But you got to start, Daryl, 82-0.com. That's where I want you to start.
I was going to say, I just feel like I was given homework.
I think you're going to love it. I don't want to feel like you're responsible for anything. So if you don't want to go down this road, please don't.
I will. But I will check it out. Listen,
you do like at the bar, like just bringing up random athletes, right?
I usually
you have that in your DNA.
I usually end up telling the stories about random athletes and random things that I've encountered over the years with them.
I think you're going to love this game.
Okay.
Anybody listening, you're listening to Sports Talk Radio on June 4th, okay? If you're listening to this, you're going to love this game as well. All right, 216-474-0092. Didn't necessarily love what we heard from Jeff Passan, local kid. Jeff Passan today on ESPN as he went through his...
I used to work with his dad, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
What was his dad like?
His dad was fantastic. Learned a lot from him. Rich Passan. Yeah. Former writer, former talk show host.
Jeff is also a Rich Passan. So anyway, that was only for Daryl. That joke was only for Daryl. I knew he would like it. I knew nobody else would, but I had to say it. So he mentioned what would happen for the Guardians, and he says here, with the deep farm system that's thriving this season, the Guardians have the ability to get anyone not named Skubal. That's not how the Guardians operate, and though they should be in the next grouping, a straight-up acquirer, nothing about Cleveland's history suggests this year will be any different. And he mentions if they're going to get somebody, it'd probably be Mickey Moniak, and that's about it. If they're going to unload somebody, he mentions Rhys Hoskins. Well, I don't know that I can live with another year of the Guardians doing nothing.
I don't know if Patrick Bailey should be the big swing that they took this year.
Definitely shouldn't be. Are we in Andrew Miller territory? Once a decade, it feels like the Guardians will take some sort of big swing because they understand what the roster is and they understand that this team has a chance to do something. There's a recognition around the Guardians front office of when they actually have to push the chips in the middle of the table. And I wonder if this is going to be the year where they break what has now been basically a 9-10 year stretch of every deadline. Just, all right, well, we'll call up somebody or we'll make a very Lane Thomas type acquisition and call it a day. And I wonder if this is now, listen, they're not in on Skubal. Let's not get crazy. Right? But could they be in on a Taylor Ward? Sure. Why not? Guy that hit 36 home runs last year, something like that. Like there are players out there that would make this team significantly better in some of the areas that they need and wouldn't break the bank. But even if it does, you can't look at it like we broke the piggy bank and all of a sudden we're screwed.
Yeah, well, the Guardians also, too, look at, you bring up Travis Bazzana, right? I think they look at that as an in-season acquisition, even though he was already in-house and whatever. But, Angel Martinez, the emergence of him, and, some of these other young players, they, to their credit, and then sometimes to their detriment when you're talking about actually playoff baseball, postseason baseball in October, that's where the detriment comes in because, it's good enough to get you through the regular season and help you win the division or get to the playoffs or whatever, but it's not good enough to get you over the top in October.
Right.
And it is a fine line that I feel like they try and walk with, I guess it comes down to what their organizational goals are. If they're just happy making the playoffs every year and winning the division every other year, every couple years, right? And then I call it the Mark Shapiro philosophy. Just get in the tournament and see what happens.
Which is a philosophy some people across baseball share.
I understand that. And this market being what it is, then
it's also how you end up. It's also how you end up in series against the Tigers and have no actual threat of winning because you don't have an at bat. You don't have a power supply.
I go back to 2016 and 2017. Those were 2 years where they basically pushed the chips to the middle of the table.
Right, 2017, highest payroll we've ever seen the Guardians have.
Right. And they got to a World Series.
They won 102 games.
Yeah, they got to a World Series. They won 102 games.
In 2017.
That is, I kind of feel like that's the ceiling for them.
But I wonder if this year is going to be, it'll be presented differently because...
I think they want these young players to grow, though.
Well, and so that's where I wonder how much of a change they're going to have on the fly. Because I agree with you. The initial part of my read on this upcoming season was, let the kids play, essentially. We're going to have the young guys play. We're going to find out what they are.
We got Jose Ramirez and all the kids.
And it's like a fact-finding mission, right? Like all year is just going to be us finding out which young kids are great, which ones aren't, and everything in between.
Parker Messick's been brilliant at times. Gavin Williams has been great.
But you wake up, and Daryl, the AL Central is a clown car of a division right now. It has been for a while.
Well, but entering play today, the Guardians were tied for the most wins in the American League.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you gotta alter where you are. I don't care that Fangraphs had you at a 79-win season. Like where you are right now is in the driver's seat, and so you have to kind of alter the plans. If the baseball world is presenting you with this wide open territory to go at, the American League is just really not. I mean, why it matters that you won 2 out of 3 against the Yankees is the Yankees have a massive win differential that no one else in the AL does. I think they're plus 85, plus 90, somewhere in there. Second closest is like plus 15, plus 20. It's a massive difference between the teams, and so like it's there for you. Just how much of an opportunity are they going to take here?
Well, and it also has to do with what are they willing to sacrifice in the up and coming ranks in the minor league system as well, because they got some good young players down there that I know they view as future cornerstones of this franchise. Now, there's no guarantee that's how it works. I mean, Bo Naylor was supposed to be a cornerstone.
Because of that, we also have some log jams as well. There's some really nice shortstops down there that if I'm looking at it and Rocchio's this good and Bazzana's this good, I don't know where these guys play.
Well, we know they collect middle infielders like I collect bobbleheads now.
But I know what I need, Daryl. I know what I need. A Taylor Ward is somebody that I need. And so this shouldn't be this hard, but I'm hoping on the idea that they're treated this year so far differently than they have in years past, and that trend continues. I'm fearful that they're going to look at the deadline, do a tiny move like Passan is suggesting, and then say, no, but we brought up Bazzana. We brought up DeLauder. Your Christmas presents were early this year. It doesn't mean you didn't have a Christmas.
Yeah, I
tell
really,
that to a 10-year-old, though. That's really hard. Give them the present on November 12th and say, hey, that big bike, remember that? Remember in December 25th, remember you got that? That's really hard.
I really think, though, this is going to be an on the margins or filling in the margins type of trade deadline for the Guardians. I don't see a big splash move coming, at least as we talk today.
The Lead coming your way next right here on The Fan.
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
But first, win tickets to Dave Chappelle pulling up June 16th at Rocket Arena. Tickets on sale this Friday at noon at rocketarena.com. Enter the word SHARP, S-H-A-R-P, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win, courtesy of Live Nation. All right, back at it here on The Fan. Sam Bruckhouse is going to join us coming up at 5:40. It is Daryl Ryder, Jonathan Peterlin here with you guys today. And now it's time for The Lead. Mary Kay Cabb at Cleveland.com joined the morning show today. She broke down the latest development that she's noticed in the Browns quarterback competition.
Here's what I think is happening. I think Shedeur has come on so strong in the last few weeks that it's making them think, maybe we should see what he can do in training camp before we decide that perhaps Deshaun Watson might be QB1 on the depth chart. I think he's just worked so hard and done such a nice job and maybe even surprised them in some ways that I think they're kind of backing off that a bit.
Yeah, it is interesting. It does seem as if there's been a little bit of a shift. I tend to think, Daryl, that if it's a tie goes to the runner situation, the tie goes to Shedeur. So if I was Deshaun right now, and if it seems like there's some sort of change and you're there every day, at least on Wednesdays when they let you see it, if you see it differently, let me know. But if it's changed towards Shedeur, then that the gap is much larger than, let's say, a week ago when it seemed like Deshaun was in the lead, because I do think the tie goes to Shedeur.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. But, Todd Monken has really tried to make this as even as possible or fair as possible. And again, we're only out there once out of 3 practices that are occurring during the week, okay? And so we really don't know how things look like, how things are divided up on the Tuesday or on the Thursday that we're not there. Yesterday definitely was a Shedeur Sanders heavy day where he really seemed to get the majority of the opportunity, okay, in the team periods. And I thought he was okay. Did I think he was great? No, not by any stretch of the imagination. But I thought he was okay.
Yeah.
Deshaun at times, I'm like, Deshaun's got a ways to go.
Yeah,
right?
The one end zone pass you said was just awful.
Yeah, well, he had a screen pass that he killed the worm.
Back to his Houston Browns debut game.
Yeah.
The worm burners.
Yeah, so in that respect, I think it's in the best interest of the Browns, short and long term, that Shedeur Sanders does what it takes to win that job and earn that job. Without question. I don't think I've said it, no shade against Deshaun. I don't see any benefit in him winning this job to the Browns. Benefit to him to revive his career.
For sure, yeah.
But for the Browns, I don't see any benefit to that. Not at all.
I'm right there with you. I don't see the upside. If he's great, then you turn around and then have to pay Deshaun Watson more money. I just don't see it. But I don't see...
Especially when my finger's on the eject button right now, come next March, whatever date they're going to choose to make the announcement that, we've cut Deshaun Watson or we've terminated his contract, whatever the language is going to be. He will be a post-June 1st designation so they can split the remaining cap charges over 2 years. Like, that, it's okay, Browns. The exit ramp is right there. You're like 2 miles away from the. You drive down the freeway, you get the next exit right. You're 2 miles away from the Deshaun Watson off ramp. Okay, whatever you do, stay in the lane. Stay in the lane.
Yeah.
Stay in the lane until we get to March, and then take the off ramp as quickly as possible.
It is interesting. After the Miles trade, just how many, and obviously we've established you wanted Shedeur to start, and I did before the trade, but how many people after the Myles Garrett trade seem like now they're just like, all right, we get it. We know what this season is going to be. Maybe you find lightning in a bottle with Shedeur. Go that route. Don't go the route of Deshaun Watson to try to see if something that happened 6 years ago can potentially happen again.
Yeah, 100%. Greg Rosenthal of NFL Network joined us last hour. He thinks that the Browns are best suited to start Shedeur Sanders this season.
I don't want to see Deshaun Watson play football. And again, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of like the case being made that now it's going to work when just the evidence is completely to the contrary. Even throwing out everything in terms of the sexual assault allegations and the suspension, all of that made him an easy person for, I think, us nationally to root against. Like, I just feel like he's a sunk cost, and I'm rooting for Shedeur Sanders in that battle because to me it's just going to be more interesting to see Shedeur with a fun, I think, young core of players. I like Casey Concepcion a great deal. I loved what I saw when Judkins was healthy a year ago. The offensive line, we'll see, but it's at least on paper intriguing. So to me, that's just from a kind of layman's point of view of someone who's doesn't have skin in the game. Like, that's a more interesting team to watch. If it doesn't work out, then they'll be looking for a quarterback next year.
Yeah, we're beating to the same drum as Greg, and also he mentions it being a more interesting team, and that's why I like keeping track on what Greg thinks, because he's in the interesting business, obviously, but he's not ESPN or Fox Sports 1 where they're like only 10 teams get talked about. On his NFL Daily podcast, they talk about all of them, and they if any news happens, they go over it. And so the interesting part of this is right. Shedeur is much more interesting than Deshaun Watson. Just point blank, there's no other way to describe it.
Yeah, and again, when you look at the short as well as long-term benefits here, Shedeur needs to win this thing. And there's a difference between winning it and getting it and handing to him. Mm-hmm. I don't want Shedeur handed the job. I want to see him go out and take the job.
Now, at what timeline do you think we're actually working on with this for a decision to be made? Because it seems like Monken's all over the place.
Yeah.
At first, it seemed like it was going to happen very quickly, and then it seemed like, I'll know by week 1 of the season. Thanks, Todd.
Well, every time we talk to him, the same question gets asked, and he has a different answer for us.
There's a different answer for it. I don't know. Is
Speaking of staying in the lane,
is he messing with everyone?
Pick a lane, stay in it.
Is this his rebuttal for asking too many quarterback questions? Is he like, I'm going to throw my timelines all over the place for you guys?
Left, right, or center, pick a lane, stay in it. Okay, keep it consistent. But look, I think also part of it, too, is what we talked about earlier in the show, Jonathan. The performance of the quarterbacks has been all over.
And the decision's become a hard one for him. Or maybe at one point he didn't think it was going to be that hard.
Neither one of these guys has distinguished themselves as the clear-cut favorite, clear-cut leader in the clubhouse. They've both had good days. They both have had bad days. And despite his assertions of them having 2 quality starting quarterbacks, I got news for you, Todd Monken. You don't have any. So go ahead and just pick Shedeur Sanders and be done with it.
More from Mary Kay Cabot as she referenced the leadership that Jared Verse brings to the Browns defense.
Sitting there in that press conference yesterday and listening to Jared Verse talk, I really think he's going to be a unifier on this team. I think he's going to fit in perfectly with these young guys. I think he's going to be more of a team leader than Myles Garrett was, because as phenomenal as Myles was on the field, I don't think very many people would say that he was a great team leader while he was here with the Cleveland Browns. I think that Jared Verse is probably going to be more of a vocal leader, and he may be better for this young defense and for this young team. So I think there are some things for fans and for the players on this football team to get excited about.
Well, I would just also add to what Mary Kay had to say, Jonathan. I think there's potentially some current and former Browns employees that would say Myles Garrett, not the best teammate either at times as far as playing within the team concept. I know that was a frustration prior to Jim Schwartz's arrival, was that, Myles gets the sacks, he stuffs the box score, but as far as what we need him to do from a team standpoint, he kind of freelances a little bit, and that's not what we want to do. And I think Jim Schwartz did a really good job of getting Myles to buy in to the team defense concept, which, by the way, made Myles a better player. Didn't think that was possible, but he was a better, more productive player on the field. And ultimately, not only won another Defensive Player of the Year, but set the single-season sack record. So I think that there's a lot of little things that, that come with your big star players here. And I do feel like, yes, the production on the field is going to drop. Jared Verse is not going to give you the same production that Myles Garrett gave you, but I do think that he's going to fill in some of those intangible gaps that Myles Garrett was either unwilling or incapable of filling.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the Rams expect of Myles in a leadership. And again, I don't know that we'll even keep track of that. We'll keep track of the Rams, but it'd be like, is he some sort of great leader? Because they have a lot of great leaders in the Rams already. And so he's not going to be asked to do much of what he was asked to do here, and I just don't think it'll impact him the same way.
Yeah. Guardians lost to the Yankees this afternoon 2-1 in that series finale. They did win the series, though, 2-1 over the Yankees. Good to see that. Manager Stephen Vogt certainly liked what he saw from how his team competed in the Bronx.
Anytime we win a series, we're happy. Obviously, we would have loved to have gotten a sweep today, and that was definitely a game we felt like we could win. We were in it the whole way. We hit some balls hard right at people, just weren't able to get enough going to score more than the one run. But I'm really proud of the way our guys bounced back after a tough homestand and get on this flight and get ready to go get Texas.
So Carlos Rodon's good. I'm not trying to say anything bad about him, right? But he's not Schlittler, and he's certainly not Garrett Cole. And what's interesting is that in this series, you banged around Schlittler, and then you got to Garrett Cole. You did everything you needed to do, and then Rodon throws a two-hitter. like that part of it is just kind of an interesting little like subplot to this whole thing is that the bats went silent today. John Fanta in attendance, and the bats go silent. Who would have thought?
The beauty as well as the tragedy, that is baseball right there.
That's baseball, Susan. Yeah, it's one of those things. Like, you're looking at the series and you're thinking to yourself, Schlittler's going to be tough. Garrett Cole's going to be tough. And Rodon, all right, you can get after Rodon a little bit. I mean, he's good. He's having a good year. But you can get after him a little bit. And the bats just went absolute silent today. Big series against the Rangers. We'll obviously see the Yankees coming up in a week as well. And that is the lead. Coming up back, want to hear from you guys. 216-474-0092. Twitter reactions brought to you by our friends over there at Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Is it important that Deion and Todd Monken meet? Dabo and his Clemson team were there today for OTA practice number 9 in attendance. That is obviously Deshaun Watson's college coach. Does it matter if Shedeur has his college coach there as well, which is obviously also his dad? We'll do that and more next. This afternoon drive right here on The Fan.
If you're looking $7 million. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
The Browns are back on the practice field for OTAs, and our beat reporter Darryl Ryder has the details. 923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Got a lot of respect for Coach Sanders, obviously as a player, but also what he's done as a coach. And obviously he's done a great job with Shedeur as a father. I'm open anytime he wants to meet. He said he was going to come, but he had a commercial. So if he just lets me know where the next commercial shoot is, I'll be there. I'll show up. I really am looking forward to it. I got a ton of respect for him. I got a ton of respect for Shedeur because all he's done since I've been here is work. That's all he's done is compete. He was here early in the offseason. Hell, he bought me a horse head. I mean, tried to, cheese up to me early. So I think, which is really cool. I think it's been great.
That was Todd Monken. Sam Bruckhouse joining us in about 20 minutes or so. Darryl, you are laughing like a hyena over there.
Well, listen, I admire Todd trying to mooch his way into one of Deion's commercials. That's fantastic.
Oh, you think that's what it was? Okay, I was trying to read it, and you know Todd better than I do at this point, obviously, because you're around him a lot. And I've listened to press conferences. I'm pretty decent. I feel like at reading people, but when I heard that. It was almost kind of like I have to go to him type thing, as if like Deion's a big shot. I gotta see him on his commercial shoot. I don't think he was trying to weasel into it. Almost like I have to visit him on his time if we want to make this thing done, which then is obviously kind of insane. All things considered,
I'm gonna say this as respectfully as possible. If Deion Sanders wants to talk to Todd Monken about his kid,
Deion's got to come to Todd Monken.
Deion can bring his ass to Cleveland.
But I think that's that was my read on it with Monken, was that's kind of what he was saying there. Is like, we did he even say we talked or tried to line up something and then he was at a commercial?
Yeah.
Is that kind of what he was saying?
They were supposed to get together and then had to cancel.
And so I don't know. I just if you're Deion, if you really want this meeting to happen, sorry, you got to be the one out there making the hard work happen.
Yes.
You got to be the one putting in the air miles. You got to be the one staying in the hotel.
Todd Monken's the head coach. He's not coming to you.
Todd would be doing you a favor, as much as I know everyone looks at it like as if Deion would be helping out Monken because it would somehow make Shedeur a better quarterback. The reality is that Todd entertaining Deion in this fashion is in fact Todd doing a favor to Deion.
Correct. What is this? Pee-wee football? High school football?
I don't know what's going on.
Daddy's got to go talk to the head coach to have his sons back?
I feel like if everyone really truthfully thought that there was value to be had with Deion teaching anything to Todd Monken, right?
With all due respect.
Then he would have done it, though.
Yeah,
That's the point. He would have done it. It's not even with an all due respect. Like, he would have done it. If you legitimately thought, if both sides legitimately thought that they could help each other out in this capacity, a meeting between the two minds would help out, then they would have already done it. It'd be something that teams do every, March or February. It'd be on the docket. Like this would be something that would consistently happen. You know how much money the NFL spends and how much people in power spend just so much resources towards finding that little edge, the little thing that makes and breaks the difference?
Listen.
They would be doing it already.
Every time people in Shedeur's family open their mouths, it does nothing but hurt Shedeur. That's what this is just my opinion, my observation. Okay?
Yeah.
It hurt last year leading up to the draft.
That did, yes.
Hurt after the draft. Certainly has hurt this offseason. It creates unnecessary... Listen,
I mean, the Shiloh stuff was ridiculous.
Yeah, Shedeur Sanders has enough on his plate right now trying to win this job, okay? Because it's not going to be handed to him, nor should it be. But he's learning a new offense. He's trying to fix the holes that were shown to be in his game last year when he got thrust into the situation that he did at the end of the season. Like, life is hard enough on this kid as it is. Why do you have to go make it harder? And I think that Deion believes that he's making it easier on Shedeur by, hey, I'm going to show you the things as his coach, not his dad, which I don't know how you separate those two, but as his coach, I'm going to show you, here's how you make my son successful. As if Todd Monken, who's been in the NFL for like 3 decades, wouldn't know what the hell to do with Shedeur Sanders. Do you know how patronizing and insulting? If I were Todd Monken, I would honestly feel a little insulted. Like if you want to email me some game clips or whatever and say, hey, here's this play we ran for Shedeur at Colorado. It was very, very successful. That's one thing. But if I got to fly to go see you, or even if you got to fly to come see me,
you just can't ask Monken to be the one to fly.
I know. I don't see the benefit of Deion Sanders talking to Todd Monken. I don't.
I don't think it can hurt. I just don't think that it's that great that it has to be this type of ordeal.
I respect.
Because if it was that great, they would have already done it.
I respect Deion in two ways here, okay? Because I don't want it to come off like I'm just ripping Deion a new one, because that's not what I'm doing here, okay?
Yeah.
I respect the success that Deion had as a player. I loved Deion Sanders growing up. I did. I loved watching him.
Yeah, there's an acknowledgement there that he's just not any old D1 football coach.
Yeah, he's just not.
It's one of the game's greats.
Right. So there's that element. I also respect and acknowledge the success he's had as a coach. I do sometimes feel like maybe he was a little too much of a dad to his kids at times, like protecting them and things like that, and not maybe giving them
I won't fault him for that necessarily.
Because,
that's such a hard line to traverse,
all
you
parents
don't.
Do it.
I believe Deion has really good intentions with this, and that I think is the most important part of that.
100%, and that's what I'm trying to get at. Like, I believe his intentions here are pure. Okay, he wants to be a good dad to his son and help his kid out. Maybe he sees some things that we don't, as far as like his son struggling with some things, or maybe some concepts when he went back and watched some of those games last year, whatever. Or maybe he's seeing some practice film and seeing some things that, right? And he wants to help him, right? I get all of that, but I worry. My fear is that you do more harm than good. You mean well.
I get it.
You mean well.
No, I get it. And it's not. I'm going to take it to an extreme here. It's not the 23-year-old that goes and interviews at a job, and then the parent shows up in the job interview process, and because that's a thing now. It happens way more often than people want to discuss. The parents showing up to these job interviews, and it's like I would instantly not hire somebody if they did that. It's not that. It's not. I don't think it's that same world that we're living in, but it's also just a little bit much for myself.
I just think. Let Shedeur be.
No, but on that, Mary Kay reported today Deshaun Watson's Clemson's coach, Dabo, watched OTA number 9 at Browns today with his staffers and talked to Todd Monken and assistants. Why was Dabo Swinney there? Like, is this going to be like? Does Dabo think, or does Deshaun think he's in like an arms race versus college head coaches to try to? My college head coach can discuss things with you too.
Well,
what's Monken going to say? Do you still think he's the Michael Jordan of football? Is that what do you think that's Swinney? Like I don't. This has not been a thing across NFL history. Yes, some coaches have met with head coaches. Some D1 coaches have met with head coaches. It has happened before. Nick Saban's met with all sorts of different people, but it is not a constant throughout the NFL.
Yeah, I thought I read somewhere, and if I'm mistaken, I apologize, but I could have swore I read somewhere that the Houston Texans went to Clemson to just kind of figure out, hey, what can we do to help Deshaun here? Get his career off the ground and get this boat rowing in the right direction. That does happen, and that's okay. That's fine, and maybe that's the whole thing.
And even within that, the Browns have hosted numerous Colorado assistants.
Yes,
in order to, and there's a whole partnership attached to them. Or do they all just wear all Colorado stuff all day?
They're pretty easy to spot.
Yeah, but there's like a constant presence of that, and that's like there's a relationship there between Colorado and the Browns that is existing now that I think is working in good partnership and good concert for both.
Yeah, I like I said,
and I said good concert as if I'm like a part of the Browns. See what happens there?
I just worry that sometimes you can just do more harm than good in these type of situations. I hope I'm wrong. I
think this being a story as much as it has been has done the more harm than good. I feel like if we never hear anything about it, from Monken saying that he had to fly out or would have had to fly out to meet Deion, but if Deion wants to come here, then great, all the way down to the initial conversation about it all to begin with, like, this shouldn't be this big of a deal. But ultimately, where I stand on it, Daryl, is if it were to make or break the chances for Shedeur to get the job, then Deion should have already been there.
Yeah.
If it was that important, and it would have been something that would have tipped the scales in Shedeur's favor, if they had this all-knowing, all-powerful meeting, Well, then, Deion, you probably should have already had the meeting.
Yeah.
You really fundamentally believed it was going to be the difference between him getting the job and not, and that was going to matter that much.
Should have probably happened 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago.
2 months ago.
Yeah.
Should have happened before Deshaun Watson ever even threw a football around the Browns.
It should have happened long before they took the field in the offseason.
Exactly right. Should have happened in the very beginning part of this when Monken got
February.
there. Yeah, like if you really thought, I don't know how much value is in this meeting. That's probably why it hasn't happened yet. The reality is it probably hasn't happened because both sides understand there really isn't that much that you can gain from doing it. But if Deion really believed that his kid was going to get the job or not, and it was going to be the difference between him getting the job or not, dare I say, shame on you, Deion, for not doing this soon enough, for not getting out there and making the time for Todd Monken.
And then there's part of me that Deion's the ultimate showman, and that's a compliment. Like he knows how to work the media, he knows how to build programs. He's the ultimate showman, right? And I kind of feel like he's doing a little showman thing here, and that's what concerns me because Shedeur doesn't need any showman nonsense right now. Shedeur needs a support system right now. That's what he needs. And, yeah, if you're going to meet with Todd and you want to go over schemes that are going to help Shedeur be a more successful NFL quarterback, fine. I'm all for whatever it takes to help Shedeur Sanders be successful, right? Can we leave the showmanship out of it? That's where I'm at with it. You're going to meet? Fine. Then go meet. We don't all need to know about this. We don't need a play-by-play as it's happening. Although,
no, we don't.
No, hang on. Although I do want the play-by-play as happening.
I mean, I'll take it.
In my mouth, but
we don't need it, but I'll take it.
Right. And so, to what you were saying, this should have already happened.
If it was that important,
because guess what? Todd Monken already drew up the offense.
Again, if it was that important, it would have.
They're installing the offense now.
Deion not being there already is telling everybody it's not really that important. The meeting itself is not really that important.
It's so that he can say, I met with Todd Monken about my son.
All right, for more on this, more on the Jared versus Myles Garrett trade as well, Sam Bruckhouse, our friend over there at Sumer Sports, joins us next right here. It's Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder, and with you guys in the Fan.
Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back in here on The Fan. It's Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder here with you guys. We go out to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline. Sam Bruckhouse. Sumer Sports joining us here on 92.3 The Fan. Sam, how you doing today?
I'm doing excellent, fellas. Thank y'all for having me.
Now, appreciate you always coming on. You've updated your Twitter profile pic. I don't think I ever knew what you looked like before. And I guess I'm surprised. I don't know. I don't know what that means to you, but it's what it means to me.
So funny enough, guys, my old profile picture used to be Dan Aykroyd from the Blues Brothers. And my dad, who also, his favorite movie is also the Blues Brothers, had asked me to change it for like a year and a half. And then finally my girlfriend convinced me to change it. So he was very happy. So now y'all get to know what I look like.
Why do he want you to change it? Because did he want you to be like, hey, you're not a bad-looking guy? Like, get yourself out there?
Well, look, it's Twitter, guys. I mean, we're all deep into this stuff. You got to have a little persona, a little swag to you, and that was the swag that I wanted to have. But I when you make it on the big time and you got to go on Cleveland radio, you got to get a professional headshot.
I like that. You think this is the big time. All right, Sam, let's get into it. We had a big trade across the NFL. Myles Garrett and obviously Jared Verse and some picks coming here. Who won the trade?
Look, I think this is one of the rare scenarios, especially in the NFL, where both teams kind of won. If you look at the Cleveland Browns, they had Myles Garrett for multiple years. They paid him a lot of money, and it did not turn into wins, despite Myles Garrett being one of the few players that I think is a non-quarterback that can swing a line. And unfortunately, when you don't have a quarterback, it's very difficult for that to make a huge difference in a game. And so he is outgoing. In comes a Jared Verse cat who is excellent at creating pressures, doesn't quite have the sack creation ability or the sack conversion capability that Garrett has, but is definitely going to be an awesome piece of this defense that has been pretty consistently good over the last couple of years as a team. You look at the Rams on the backside of it, the Rams add a certified floor raiser. And moreover, fellas, I actually think this is more of a move anti-Matt Stafford than pro-Matt Stafford. I think they are trying to hedge against the case that Matthew Stafford gets hurt, Matthew Stafford leaves next year, because if you recall last season, fellas, we didn't even know Matt Stafford was going to play. We thought he was in a cryo chamber somewhere in the offseason. If you go deep back into the Sumer Sports archives on YouTube, we ask that you subscribe. You can check out us talking to Jordan Rodriguez, who is the absolute expert insider on the Rams. And she said that, relations between McVay, Snead, and Stafford weren't even that good. So I think this is actually a hedge for the Rams, definitely a floor raiser. I think they are a lock to win 8 games, 9 games, 10 games, be in the division, even though it's a tough division, be in the division title conversation, maybe more of any team I've seen in the past 10 years.
How do we judge, describe, evaluate success for Jared Verse as a Cleveland Brown?
I think you want to see the maintenance of that pressure total. He's been one of the top 10 to 15 pressure guys in the league, no matter how you measure a pressure, whether you do it like us analytically or whether you do it kind of the scout way and try to figure out if the quarterback was affected. He's been one of the top guys in the league. So you want to see that maintained. I think the real victory here would be if his sack conversion probability or sack conversion ratio, meaning the number of sacks he has on those pressures, goes up. I think that is what you want to see. Here's what's going to bar him from that. He is no longer going to be on a defensive line where he is certifiably going to get one-on-ones. The Los Angeles Rams last year had 5 pretty certified pass rushers. If you include, Kobe Turner, Braden Fisk, Byron Young, and Poona Ford. I think that will still kind of be the case. The Browns have a very talented defense, but I think there's going to be more eyes on him as there was with Garrett last year. So that could be a con there, but I think the pro is pressures are amongst the stickiest stats data scientists like us realize that when you are consistently generating conflicts for the quarterback, that typically shows victories year over year after over year. It's just going to be a matter of him converting them into sacks, converting them into those big plays. But if you see that pressure number really looking good and him maintaining in the first game or two a high pressure rate, I'm going to be quite happy with this trade if I'm a Browns fan.
And as nice as that sounds, he's still not Myles Garrett. And so I have to ask you, what kind of drop-off do you project for the Browns defense as a totality, like big picture? If you were the second best EPA defense last year, what are we now this year?
So look, here's typically how it's going to work out. If you look in the spread value, like I said, Myles Garrett is one of the only non-quarterbacks who can actually tangibly move a spread. That number, depending on if you take an analytical approach, a betting approach, a trading approach, is somewhere between 0.4 of a point and 0.7 of a point. Let's call it 0.5 of a point as a result. Jared Verse is going to be closer to 0. So there is a marked difference between Myles Garrett and Jared Verse. I think if I would struggle to say that I think this defense is going to be, lower than the 7th best defense. The real question is what is the force multiplier of Myles Garrett, and can Jared Verse at least attract 75 to 80% of that attention? But I don't really think there is going to be a great drop-off. I think maybe the difference between an excellent defense and a great defense is what we're going to see.
How can the Browns compensate for losing that level of production with Myles? Obviously, they're going to have to try and do it in the aggregate, but is there a formulaic way that they can do this? And I'm not saying they're going to get, be among the sack leaders in the league, but how can they try and compensate for, losing that volume of defensive statistical achievement?
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to scheme in a certain way. You're not going to be able to rely on Myles Garrett just sitting there and taking on double teams and opening up one-on-ones for everyone else. So scheme and coaching is going to be number one. But I also think it's going to come down to the consistency of the defensive backs. When you look at that defensive backfield last year, they performed extremely well. Hickman, Delpit, Ward, and the rest of them. And I think if you're going to ask a little bit more of them. So I actually think the onus is less on Verse, because Verse really in the past 2 years has been pretty consistent in his pressure number with what Garrett was getting. Again, I think the key for Verse is going to be converting sacks, really adding that to his tool bag. But I think the onus is truly on the defensive backs and the coaches, and that's how you're going to make up for this. So I wouldn't be surprised if the scheme kind of lends itself a little bit to softer coverage and trying to make quarterbacks think a little bit more rather than what it was last year, which was pretty aggressive, knowing that Myles Garrett would win at the point of attack.
Sam Bruckhaus joining us here on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. One thing I do like talking to people like yourself at Sumer Sports and in the analytical world is after a big blockbuster trade that sends basically anybody that isn't a quarterback, you guys are always really nice to talk to because the win total projections, we freak out. Fans, we always freak out. But you guys never think it's as big of an impact as it typically is. From a win-loss perspective, what is losing a Myles Garrett, adding a Jared Verse, what does that do to the Browns total for this upcoming year?
So I do think it's probably going to be about on paper, of course, and there's so many things that has to go wrong. But if all things stayed the same, I think it would be about a one. You probably add an additional loss. Now, what does that mean for the team as a whole? Probably not all that much. And a lot of stuff has to go right, and that changes if the offense looks even remotely good, obviously. So there is a marked difference between the best player, potentially of all time at the edge rushing position in Myles Garrett, and Jared Verse, who's a certified top 10 guy in any era, in any given season, I guess I should say, in the league. So there is a marked difference. But here's what I'll say is in the 3-year territory, those additional picks do make a slight difference. I think the reason why this trade was able to be made is because the Browns take an analytical view it's been written about by Nobel Prize winning economists from the University of Chicago. I don't think they discount the first, second, third picks down the line as much as the Rams did. And so when you really think about it from the 2 or 3 year view, of course they have to hit on the picks, but that's truly how you rebuild an offensive line or rebuild a wide receiver group. I think that's where those picks are going to go, much like they went with Fano in the early portion of this draft. And so I think in a 2 or 3 year period, it kind of is going to end up even for them, as it probably is going to for the Rams as well. I think what this really does to them is probably just drop their floor a little bit. I think, if their floor was a 4 or 5 win team, it's probably unfortunately like a 2 or 3 win team now, because you can't count on that defense relying on that consistent pressure, which is one of really the only consistent statistics that we have in football. But at the same time, I think on average, they'll probably be very, very similar to what they were with Garrett as opposed to Verse in 2026.
All right, 30 seconds. Who wins the battle with quarterbacks? Shedeur Sanders, Deshaun Watson, or too early to tell?
I think it's too early to tell. I think you got to go with the young guy, though, because if Shedeur can play well and you can figure out a way to manipulate the cap to get Deshaun off the books, or at least, add some leniency, you can really make a big difference with a rookie quarterback and potentially get, sneak into the playoffs, open up some stuff for later on.
Sam, you're awesome as always. We appreciate you giving us a few minutes, and we'll catch up with you later. Thank you.
Thank y'all so much.
All right, Sam Brookhouse right there, Sumer Sports and the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Yeah, Daryl, I mean, sometimes you got to talk to the analytical guys, because they'll make you feel better about losing a generational talent like Myles Garrett.
I was going to ask him, for an offense that averaged 16.4 points per game, how much does that total have to go up for the Browns to make up for the loss of Myles Garrett?
I'm gonna guess he's gonna say a pretty significant amount, just in general. But again, that's like fans. We always overrate this stuff. We're like, well, now they have to score 25 points a game,
right.
Whereas Sam might have been like, I don't know, a couple more points here and there. Like, what do you? If you be a 5-win team, you don't have to score that much. You can accomplish that goal while still scoring 17 points a game, and it is what it is. They just weigh the quarterback in such a different way than I think most people tend to, even though we all obviously weigh the quarterback a great deal. All right, 216-474-0092. NBA Finals Game 1. Did we sleep on the Knicks? And when it comes to the Cavs, is there one move they must make? Chris Fedor weighed in on that one earlier today on Baskin and Phelps. You'll hear that and more next right here in The Fan.
sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck
on Afternoon Drive.
Game 4, I guess we lost analytically. I know we won analytically, so analytically speaking, we weren't there for Game 5. So I think technically they're up 3-2, analytically speaking. There's a lot of things that analytics don't show or don't take into account. I just always thought analytics for like geeky, unathletic white guys that wanted to be a part of the league but just couldn't make it playing basketball, so they decided to put math into the equation.
That was Josh Hart on the Roommates podcast. It's a podcast he does with Jalen Brunson. Kenny Atkinson is just never going to be able to leave the analytically. Those comments are just never going to leave him. And that's okay. I think he's got to accept that.
Analytically speaking, if the Cavs don't make the NBA Finals next year, he's probably fired. How about that?
Is that right? Yeah.
I don't know.
Back in here on the Fan, it's Jonathan Beadle and Daryl Ryder. Daryl, by the way, brought to you by Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. I don't think he's going to be able to outrun it, and that's fine. I think he has to accept it. I think it also might go down easier if the Knicks didn't just do what they did last night, where it seems like the Knicks are not only Vegas favorites now as far as the series is concerned, but in winning now 12 straight playoff games, they've just been on a run like we really don't see in NBA history.
Yeah, analytically speaking, if you score more points than your opponent, you win.
Is that right?
Except for in golf.
Yeah, that's true.
Low score wins in golf,
yeah,
right?
Lower is better. Yeah.
I got nervous when you gave me that look for a moment.
Nope. Just to make sure the math checked out.
That's what I was suddenly doing, too. Analytically speaking, wanted to make sure the math.
And unlike Kenny Atkinson, that math actually did check out.
Okay, great. Good to know. Yeah, I mean, the comeback for the Knicks again, you know what? I kind of almost feel like they're just like a team of destiny now.
Can we say that after one game, though? That's what I want to know.
No, I'm talking not just after one game, just like this whole playoff run. They've won 12 straight.
I know.
It's non-competitive. They're blowing people out. They're winning by comfortable margins, and it's painful to watch all these Knicks fans come out of the woodwork, the celebrities and not the celebrities and all that. It's painful for me to watch their joy.
It's not really that painful for me, and I'm trying to figure it out. And I know you just sent John Fanta a whole text about the Yankees and his kid being in the Yankees uniform and everything.
No, see, why did you have to bring that up?
Well, because we talked about it with John on Tuesday, the idea that he was going to this game, and then he maintained that his kid's going to have an option decision at some point, but it's going to be the kid's option. But for the meanwhile, the kid was a split fandom, and the kid did not look like he was a split fandom at all. No. But this is like, I harbor hate for the Yankees. I have no ill will towards the Knicks.
See, one of my pillars in sports, I guess, interest / fandom is any day that a team, regardless of the sport, from Boston, New York, or Philadelphia loses is a good day.
I guess I don't hate anyone in all three of those cities.
But here's why. And I'm about to add.
Mac didn't like that answer.
And I'm back to, or I should say, I'm prepared to add Los Angeles to that. And here's why.
Why?
Because I'm tired of them being crammed down our throats every time I turn on the television. That's why.
I mean, that is a part of it. There's no denying they get a lot of attention. And maybe that's where I've had to, because I consume so much sports media, maybe that's where I've had to just relent and be like, all right, if you're gonna throw those teams in our faces, then I can't have just a burning passion of hate for them, because if not, I won't be able to watch or listen to anything that I like.
Well, here's a funny story that I'm really ashamed to admit. You want to know where my hate for the New York Yankees began?
Where?
My sister was a Yankees fan growing up, so out of spite, I just had to, hate it. And then, of course, they were the nemesis in Major League for,
I think if you were to ask most Guardians fans throughout the years, Guardians fans hate the Yankees more than any other team for the most part.
Right.
I mean, we have AL Central rivals. There's obviously something happening there with Detroit all the time. Kansas City never really runs away from that. The Twins, when they're good, I feel like is the most hated out of the bunch, but most Guardians fans just hate the Yankees a bunch.
Somewhere I have a hate the Yankees hanky.
And I think that is part of, not the genesis of it. It goes further than that.
But from the 90s.
Pete Franklin and his whole everything with that. I get it. And I feel like maybe he's part to blame for some of the hatred of the Yankees and just building a whole fan base that dislikes the Yankees as much as they do. I dislike him as well. I got no love for the Yankees in my heart, but I don't hate the Knicks that same way.
But seeing the Knicks, and I
just don't. And if anything, throughout the Eastern Conference Finals, all I grew was to have an appreciation for that Knicks team.
Well, here's the other thing,
That's
too.
what makes Josh Hart taking this weird I'm going to dunk on Atkinson moment to be like, wait, where did this come from? You guys they basically came in, they deep-pantsed us.
Yes.
They took our lunch money, and were classy about it throughout the entire stretch.
They also kicked you in the pills on top of it.
But in like the classiest way possible, all things considered. Like they destroyed the Cavs, and in doing so,
analytically speaking, they took the Cavs
and we
to the
were
woodshed.
the ones that looked like goobers at the end of it. And by we, I mean Atkinson.
Yeah.
Like we were the ones that ended up wearing the egg on our face, and so I don't hate this Knicks team. And last night when I was watching this game, and I went in there not knowing who I was going to root for, I genuinely didn't. I knew I would not root for the Thunder because I just think their brand of basketball sucks. I don't like how the Thunder play basketball. I'm not the only one to believe
rooting
this.
for
It
the
is what it
Thunder's
is.
like rooting for the Baltimore Ravens. They belong in Seattle.
But I found myself in a poor Wemby game, 6 of 21 from the field. He has now looked poor in games 4, 5, and 7 in the Western Conference Finals, and now game 1 of the NBA Finals. I find myself not rooting for what is going to be the handoff from MJ to LeBron to now Wemby. I find myself not rooting for that. I'm rooting for what turns out to be this just a lovable loser, almost Cubs-esque, and what the Indians would be if they made the World Series again, this lovable loser of a team in the Knicks.
Well, and that's what I was going to get at, is I used to call the Knicks the Cleveland Browns of the NBA. Because they just couldn't get out of their own way.
So shouldn't there be something there attached to you in that regard?
No.
Like something, if you think of them as the Cleveland Browns of the NBA,
because the
struggles that the Knicks fans have had.
And the other thing, too, is the Cavs used to dress in Knicks colors.
Getting there in 94.
Unacceptable.
Getting there in 99 to obviously lose in 5 games to the Spurs. Like going through 50 years of basketball where all they can talk about is Walt Frazier and then brief mentions of Patrick Ewing and John Starks. Like they've been through some pretty awful stretches of hoops in order to get to this spot.
I know, but all those poor championships that the Giants and the Yankees and let's see, I'm trying to think who else in New York has won championships. They got enough championships. They're good. Sports fans in New York are good. They got enough.
So the success in the other sports, then it just because there are people out there that like the Knicks are their favorite team. That's their diehard.
Yeah, good for them.
That is their ride or die. That is the only thing they want. Kind of like in I don't know what this team is for you. I don't know if it's the Browns, if it's the Guardians, if it's the Cavs, but like everyone's got a favorite of favorites. That's just how this works. And the favorite of favorites that you want to see win above every team in this city. I imagine for a lot of people
for
listening
everybody,
for
it's
this,
the Browns,
it's the Browns.
it feels like.
I would think for a lot of people listening, it's the Browns.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I know a lot. Everyone appreciates what the Cavaliers did and celebrates what they did winning the NBA championship 10 years ago. But let's be honest about it. The Browns winning a Super Bowl, I don't know if this city survives that. If the Guardians won the World Series, I think that celebration would be even more intense than the Cavs celebration.
So my read on it when I first got to Cleveland was that it would go in the order of Browns, Guardians, Cavs. And now spending 10 years here and talking about these teams daily, I don't agree with that assessment. I feel like this is not a bad baseball city. I know it's not a bad baseball city. We get a bad rap on it. Is it a great baseball city? We're not St. Louis. Let's not get crazy about it. But I feel like the Cavs are number 2 in the city. And maybe that's just what the last 10 years have done. Maybe LeBron did a lot of that. Maybe it's the fact that it's not like the Guardians have been slappies in this discussion. The Guardians have had really good teams.
The opening of that ballpark in '94 saved the franchise. They went 41 years without making a postseason.
Yeah.
Since then, they have been a regular winner. Yeah, they've had down years and a couple of down periods there, but more often than not, they've been competitive. That's been a special ballpark to watch them. A lot of come-from-behind wins, a lot of walk-off wins, extra inning wins, memorable moments. You could walk around town and ask Guardians fans and Clevelanders your favorite, Guardians/Indians memory in that ballpark, and you'll get a different answer from everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You might get a couple, but like if you were doing a Cleveland sports family feud, and the question is, give me your favorite Cleveland Indians/Guardians baseball memory at Progressive Field /Jacobs Field. you'd fill the board with options because there have been so many. And so what has happened, and it's almost inverse, okay? So the young folks have come up watching successful baseball teams. On the opposite end, while the diehards grew up with Cleveland Stadium, where I used to go, and I'd buy my $6 general admission ticket, sitting in the outfield, and by the third inning, I'm behind the dugout with my own peanut vendor, right? And it was great. I loved it, but except for the teams.
I felt he was like there just for you.
No, but the teams.
Peanuts here, Daryl. You want peanuts?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, you don't? I'll come back an inning later. Thank you.
He
just sits in the chair behind you.
Pretty much on a first name basis, right? And so the reverse has happened, And now you have the young folk who've never really seen the Browns have any success that's been sustained. Okay, they've seen a couple of good players come through, but nothing really. And so that's why the young folks, and this is something the Browns need to watch out for.
Oh, Morning Show talks about that lost generation all the time.
They really have. They've lost a generation, and the younger generation, they want star players and wins. They want to root for winners. They don't want to root for losers. I have a lot of Browns fans that are parents that their kids do not want to be Browns fans.
Oddly enough, this week, the phone calls we've taken with people being mad about Myles Garrett and trying to say that they're not going to be Browns fans anymore, when we pressed them on, like, how old are you, or they offered it up in just a convo, it was 23 and 22. Like, it was young kids, young people, young men that were saying this. It was definitely not the older group.
Yeah, I don't think that when you look at the sports landscape here in Cleveland and the health of it, the passion is still there for all three teams.
No question about that.
But I do worry when you think about like where the Browns are at, that the patience is thin. They're going to ask for all this money from these fans and businesses for the PSLs and the suites in this new stadium.
Yeah.
Okay, which they need a new stadium. Okay, that they do. And if you haven't delivered a winning product, you're about to close down a stadium that you never hosted a playoff game in. You haven't won a division since 1989.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, that's my whole life, by the way. I was born in 89.
Right. So
I'm a Taylor Swift 89 kid.
Yeah. So, when that's your reality. But guess who has won in this town? The Cavaliers have won a championship. The Cavaliers have played in 5, 6 NBA finals.
And that's why
the
I think
Guardians
they get that
and
boost,
Indians have played in 3 World Series. Like, they've won the division. They've been in the playoffs 14, 15 times. The level of success.
Think about the success the Cavs have had. They've had so much success that people in this station, in this slot, we're looking down on Eastern Conference Finals appearances.
Yes.
And it's like you don't get that without having a lot of success attached to what you've done.
And that's why I struggle with where the Cavs are at. It's like, you know what? Yeah, I'd love to sit. I love sitting here complaining and twisting and turning. What's it going to take for the Cavaliers to take that next step, get back to the NBA Finals, compete for an NBA championship? That sure beats the hell out of arguing over playing for ping pong balls. Yeah. I remember what those days were like with Ricky Davis, trying to get triple doubles by throwing basketballs off the wrong backboard and things like that, and that that building being empty, okay, and quiet as a cemetery. I remember those days. Right? Mm-hmm. I remember the 26-game losing streak after LeBron left the first time and how they had to try and dig themselves out to get them ready for him to return, and how this group and Kobe Altman, the rebuild hasn't been perfect. There's some flaws in the roster, 100%, but like the fact that he was able to put together an entertaining team in the regular season and a perennial playoff contender the way he has, in a small market in the NBA with an owner who's willing to spend ungodly sums of money.
Well, that is why the mindset is so differently, I think, for those two teams than it is for the Browns. The Browns, we constantly talk about, get me to 8 wins and I'm going to be satisfied. Again, like Fedor on today was mentioning all about how you got to make a trade involving Evan Mobley with the sole idea that you need to get somebody that can get you to a title.
Yes.
You can get over that hump. It's not about just the Eastern Conference Finals. It's getting yourself to an NBA championship.
Look at Pittsburgh with the Steelers, right? They were glad to run Mike Tomlin out of town. It never had a losing season, but they couldn't get him out of town fast enough. We kill for that here. Right? Now, I know they haven't won a Super Bowl in a while, and that's the standard
but there are
there.
enough Browns fans that really do believe that. They want what the Steelers have had, which I would argue it's 10 years without a playoff win, but they just like the playoff appearances, and they like the winning seasons attached to it. And in football, it doesn't do much for me. I like to be competitive to the highest order.
At least the Cavs can win playoff series, right? They got that going for them. They can at least advance in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Right? But, I mean, those are things that, like, I think about. The Browns, hell, they can't even get there on a consistent basis.
All right, 216-474 below 92. We're going to figure out what exactly we do with our Knicks hates, even though I don't necessarily hate them. And also, which star in this city gets coddled the most? It's Daryl Ryder, Jonathan Peterlin here with you guys on The Fan.
and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at Amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
All right, a couple of segments left to play here. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder. If you're hang tight. We'll get to you in just a couple minutes. And obviously we'll get to which star in the city gets coddled the most. But, Daryl, we are seeing some photos the Rams have put out of Myles Garrett. So I want to ask people, 216-474-0092, are you upset that Myles showed up to practice for the Rams today? Because I think there's a lot of Browns fans out there that were waiting for him to show up with the Browns. Obviously, he never did, and with good reason. And now he's being a good soldier with Los Angeles in a non-mandatory session today because they don't have mandatory minicamp until June 15th. Myles Garrett in attendance reporting for duty.
So I'm posting right now. Sorry. Myles Garrett at OTAs? Question mark, question mark, question mark. What changed?
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, new zip code. I wonder. And so I'm not upset with Myles for this at all, by the way. I also wouldn't be upset if Myles all of a sudden turned in some great leader and was trying to be everything that he wasn't with the Browns with the Rams. I won't hold that against him. If anything, I think that's him learning from what pisses people off and what doesn't. What? You give me a look there. Is life not just trying to figure out what makes other people mad and then adjusting along the way?
It's cute that you think that Myles Garrett's the least bit interested in alleviating what angers people.
I think he knew. I think this was obvious, and he knew that, hey, this got Todd Monken really angry. This got the Browns really angry. This got the fans really angry. How about a great first impression? How about we show up to camp for the Rams in a spot I don't even have to be there with?
Yeah. Again,
it's an easy win. You're showing your employer now that you're this hardworking guy that's going to show up all the time. You're showing the fans that again, mandatory minicamp's not till June 15th.
I think you're giving Myles way too much credit here.
Turning over a new leaf. The mistakes you make in the past, you don't have to make in the future. I think there's an obvious. This is basically, Daryl. You've been a man in many relationships in life. Don't you think about the idea that in past relationships and places you failed, the whole point is that you get to a spot where you stop making the obvious failed mistakes?
What makes you think I was the problem?
Life.
Knowing me as long as you have.
Exactly. Our whole friendship. I think there's a giveaway there.
Well, I know you're not happy and just going to have to live with it.
He doesn't have to take the easy route here, Myles.
Oh, trust me. I've played that card before. It did not end well for me.
Myles could just as easily not show up until the mandatory minicamp, and every Rams fan, all 12 of them, would be like, I get it. It's fine. You don't have to be there. Finish your vacation. Hang out with Chloe in her house 20 minutes away. Do whatever you got to do, Myles. You'll be there when we need you. He's making a point. Myles is making an obvious point. He knew how much it pissed off Browns fans. He knew how much it made Todd Monken mad. He knew how much it drove the organization crazy. All these type of things.
Hey, listen.
And so he's showing up. Things he didn't do here, he's showing up. I like this for Myles.
Now, you know what? I have some advice for the folks in Los Angeles. Watch yourself on the 405. That is all.
Yeah, well, he doesn't get to go fast enough in the 405 to even have those problems. Another beautiful thing.
It down right now.
Another beautiful development for Myles. They have so much traffic there.
Well, because you think he's just so interested in all this personal growth all of a sudden.
Well, I mean.
Next, you're going to say, yeah, he's going out to Los Angeles to be the leader of the Rams. He's destined to be the leader in the locker room that he never was ever going to be here.
If it happens, it happens. New set of rules. Sean McVay might run a tighter ship than what Kevin Stefanski was running. I don't know. I would make a good dollar bet that he's a better head coach than Stefanski is.
Something tells me that, I mean, Kevin Stefanski wouldn't let rookies pick their own jersey numbers, okay? Come on.
You think Myles Garrett's going to roll his eyes in the back of victory speeches?
Yeah, but
Sean McVay? Hell no.
Understand the context of why he rolled his eyes, though. That was have I ever lied to you guys before? That's what caused Myles Garrett to roll his eyes and have the expression on his face, which I totally get.
I get too.
But little context to that here.
Listen, this is
if Sean McVay maybe did some things the way Kevin Stefanski did some things, and McVay's in the locker room giving the speech, and he goes, "Hey, have I ever lied to you guys?" I would then expect Myles to have a very similar reaction. Because fair is fair. Unless, of course, he's really taken this big, leaps and bounds of personal growth that you're talking about.
all this is for myself. I'm sure there'll be Browns fans that get upset with this.
I wonder if Miles' dad's going to take creepy pictures of the media like he did here in Cleveland.
Well, we could just say everything now. Okay.
Oh, no, that happened a few training camps ago.
I know what happened. I get it.
I turned around, the cameras pointed at me, and I'm just like, what's going on here? And so, and he kept calling my name, trying to get me to turn around.
Is that right?
And I'm just like, no, I don't want my photo. Who wants a photo of me? Have you not seen my face?
I never
face for radio here. Nobody wants to look at this. Okay, I get it. It's fine, but so finally I go up to him and I say, hey. What's going on? Oh, I'm just taking pictures of everyone at camp. I'm like, what? You putting us on dartboards or something?
And what do you say to that?
Nothing. So probably did put us on dartboards, or maybe we had it. Maybe there was maybe there was a cemetery in the backyard.
I never had a problem with Miles' dad. Miles' dad was one of those people that is very. How do I put this? He liked sliding into media members' DMs.
Yes,
okay,
that is accurate.
That's the thing about him. Okay, and so I never had a problem with him. I always had. I never had a problem with him. Let's just put it that way. But if he took a photo of me at camp, I would be inquisitive of like, what are you doing over there? Maybe just want to send it to you later and be like, I'm taking these photos. I just want to send it to you a little bit later on. But Miles' dad is not the point.
I've broken my fair share of cameras over the years. But you're right. But I'm just
the point is that if Browns fans are upset with Myles Garrett because he's reporting for camp, I would argue that this was always going to happen. OTA, yeah. I would argue this is always going to happen. It was always, this is the first impression, the good look. This is when anytime you get a new job, you're going to work later. You're going to make sure that you're on your P's and Q's. You're going to show up with your best outfits and everything all ready to go. And like this is also it's a work honeymoon phase for a reason. He's going to do things in the upcoming weeks that he never would have done and never will do, by the way, next year even. This is just him trying to, hey, I'm not that guy.
That's the test. What does he do next year?
He's not going to do it next year. There's no way he does it next year.
Because he's walking into a situation where he's going from double-digit losses to double-digit wins and potentially competing to win a Super Bowl. And hey,
he might also, by the way, he might be more motivated too, though. Let's not leave that stone unturned.
Former Browns have had some pretty good success in Los Angeles. I mean, Baker Mayfield went out there. That helped him get the gig in Tampa and get him paid well. Odell Beckham Jr. went out there. Now, granted, Odell got hurt in the Super Bowl, but he won a Super Bowl ring.
I just keep wanting to say Austin Corbett now, but that's fine. But the point is that when it comes to Miles, and again, he might not do this next year. Who cares if he does or doesn't? I think now,
next year I'm going to pay attention to this.
He's not going to do it next year. I would bet so much money he's not going to do it next year, and that's fine. This is all about making a good first impression.
Hang on, I'm going to
and understanding
get
how
a hold
easy,
of your friends in the desert.
This is
now.
a layup, but there is that idea. Is there a part of Miles that maybe Miles would have been at all this other stuff that even some veterans skip anyway?
Yeah.
If he felt like it was all worth something, if he felt like he was actually playing towards the double-digit win season that the Rams are projected to have. The Rams are projected to be the very best team in the NFL this year. Like, you do act differently when you think you're playing towards a Super Bowl.
Well, that trade tipped it all in the Rams' favor. All the books moved in the Rams' favor to win the Super Bowl.
They were still in the Super Bowl bubble, what I call the Super Bowl bubble, which is the top 5-6 teams anyway. They were in that bubble even before this trade.
But now they're sitting on top of it.
But if you're Miles and you've never really been in a position to be on a Super Bowl favorite, especially not one that is the Super Bowl favorite before the season gets underway, maybe you do act a little bit differently when it comes to your approach towards OTAs, your approach towards different mini camps, your approach towards all of this. I tend to think he's just trying to make a good impression, but I wouldn't hate it if he looked around and said, no, I'm actually playing for something. Now I'm going to be there. I'm going to be everywhere.
I just can't believe he showed up for OTAs.
And he looks as jacked as ever, by the way.
I know.
He looks as jacked as ever.
Well, see, and that's why I never got mad at him never showing up for OTAs here, because it's not like he showed up to camp out of shape or the mandatory camp in June out of shape or anything like that.
Working out is his hobby. I don't think that's something people don't understand. And Aaron Donald's very similar to this
After the press conference the other day, he wanted to go work out.
Which I thought was a big miss by the Rams to not be like, yeah, we'll open the doors and let you work out. They're like, no, get after it tomorrow. I'm like, I don't think you guys understand.
By the way,
the man's obsessive. I don't think many people really understand, including the Rams in that conversation. These NFL players that are built like Miles are not just some of the greatest football players to exist. They're also some of the greatest working out people in life. Like they work out at a level.
Gym rats.
That is I mean, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, like
Minus the
everything
steroids.
bodybuilder type
No
stuff.
steroids, though.
Yeah, but like the amount of weight that some of these guys can move and some of these guys can lift is, I mean, it's insane. And they're as good as they are at football. They're almost as good at working out. This is part of what goes hand in hand in that.
You know what's going to happen? They're going to love his press conferences in L.A. when he shows up after practice with no shirt on.
Well, it'll fit the culture down there.
Yes.
You know, where just everyone's got a six-pack, everyone's ripped.
He will fit in well.
Everyone's over at Erewhon where they have their $20 strawberries. Tell me you don't want to eat a $20 strawberry.
Hey, we had the conversation earlier about bleep you money. Well, I would definitely eat a.
You don't need bleep you money. You just need $20.
No, because here's why. Because I need that $20 to go to other things.
You go to other things?
Yeah.
All right. If we're ever in LA together, we're trying the $20 strawberry.
I don't know that I have $20 to spend on a strawberry.
People say it's the greatest strawberry you've ever had in your life.
Well, you know what?
You tell me it's the greatest of any food that I consistently eat, and I eat a lot of. I have a 3-year-old. We eat a lot of strawberries in the Peterlin household. I'll pay $20 for that.
Listen, I'm happy to do a free taste test for somebody.
Greatest slice of pizza.
Yeah.
Greatest
slice of pie.
Like, you tell me it's the greatest I'm ever going to have in life of something I consistently eat.
Best steak you'll ever eat.
And that's worth
I've
the $20.
heard that before.
But I am a sucker. I don't know if I've told you this before. I am a sucker for if I drive by a restaurant or something and it says like greatest gyro in all the land. I'm like, I got to try it. Now I have to see, is it actually as good as they say it is? Why they have those signs, why they exist is for people like me.
The day Parma Pierogies closed, it was a very sad day for me. And I mean that sincerely.
I believe it. 216-474-0092. Thomas and Shaker, what's up, Thomas?
Hey, I was going to get a Cavs take, but, hey, JP, imagine if you got a new radio station, you're at a new radio station, and they told you had a chance to win an Emmy. Wouldn't you want to show up to work early to win that Emmy so you can shove it in Ken Carmer's face? Like, here, Ken Carmer.
I'm not an awards guy, and Emmys aren't what you win in radio.
Well, okay. Wait, what do you win in radio? Do you win an Emmy in radio?
Marconi is the big one. You want to win a Marconi. But I'm not an awards guy, so I don't really care either way.
Oh, what do you do it for?
The love of the game.
The love of the game. That's right. The love of the game. I don't do it for awards. I've never done it for awards.
Well, that's what he's doing. He got a chance to win a Super Bowl, so he's showing up to practice early so he can win a Super Bowl. That's just my point.
I don't need an award to show up and work hard to work, Thomas. You know that about me.
I mean, but this is why Myles Garrett showing up early for practice now because he wants to win a Super Bowl. It's just he got a chance to win a Super Bowl. That's the whole point of the joke. Never mind. Thank you, JP. You have a blessed day.
Thank you. You too, Thomas. I appreciate you as always. Tom is going to DM me later and apologize for that. Sometimes if he has a call that goes that way, he'll DM me later and be like, sorry that went sideways. Don't worry about it, Thomas. You were fine. It's me that was the problem there because I'm just not an awards guy. It's just your analogy was going to work. It was going to play. I'm just not an awards guy.
Listen,
I'm just not. It's just not who I am.
I learned this the hard way because Jonathan was honest enough to tell me the medal I gave him for his finish in fantasy football ended up in a waste receptacle.
Yes, it did. Yeah, it did. I don't even think it made a day.
It came from the heart, and he just threw it away.
At least I thought I was being kind and being like, do I have to wait until you leave the room before I throw this in the trash, or do you want to make sure that it exists for a day before I do such a thing? Just not an awards guy. It's fine. Are you an awards guy?
No, but what should I have gotten you instead to commemorate your finish?
For a second place finish in fantasy football?
Yeah.
A hearty handshake.
Oh, okay.
Maybe like a dap. We could dap up or something. Be like, hey, nice job, on finishing number 2. But that's all I need. And even like number 1, if I win the cup next year, are we calling it the cup?
Well, no, because
if I win the cup next year,
if you win next year, you get what I call the Vinny Gambini. You'll get a Vinny Gambini for winning next year.
I just wouldn't give that to me because it might not make it to give it to somebody else's house the following year. You think I'm going to put a Vinny Gambini in my household?
It's a mini Vince Lombardi trophy. I call it a Vinny Gambini.
I know. You think I'm putting that in my house?
Sure, why not?
I have people come over to my house.
Put it on the bookshelf.
No, I'm an adult. I'm not putting a mini.
I'm sure there's a storage shelf somewhere that has a bunch of boxes in front of it. No, you know what? You'll put it right where the Iman Shumpert bobblehead.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah,
you replaced the Iman Shumpert bobblehead that you gave me today with the Vinny Gambini. Actually, no. In all seriousness, Nick Nick actually has a name that he wants for the trophy in honor of one of his friends. So
well, that's nice, and would also make me feel awful when I just put that thing in a closet.
No, because what we're going to do is we're going to make it like our Stanley Cup, where year by year it gets passed down, when everyone that wins gets their name engraved on it.
All right, that sounds nice.
So yeah. Now who feels bad?
Not me. We started the convo with I don't like trophies or awards. I'm not an awards guy, and I'm going to stand by that. In case we missed it, next, right here on The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat.
products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. You want to use the Odyssey rewind function, go back and listen. We had Greg Rosenthal at 4 o'clock, Sam Bruckhaus, Sumer Sports at 5:40, and obviously a lot in between. We just reacted to Myles Garrett being in a Rams uniform in Los Angeles, there in attendance for Sean McVay. We just did that last segment, Daryl.
Took his photo shoot for the Rams. I just figured out that's why he's getting his inaugural photo shoot with the Rams in. That's what that's about.
Well, he at least put the uniform on. It looked he looked like he's in very good shape, as you'd expect, and then they're off to the races.
I'm not going to lie. It does look weird. I can't lie.
What looks weird? Like him in a Rams uniform?
Yeah, it looks weird. I can't lie. It's going to take a little adjusting, but he is he's wearing a Guardian cap in
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Yeah. Which that's a new development. I don't think he wore a Guardian cap here with the Browns.
I can't remember him wearing one during a Browns practice either. Oddly enough, Daryl, I feel like they're not nearly as used as I thought they were going to be.
Yeah,
I thought when they put in the Guardian cap,
he looks like the fake, the Spaceballs movie.
Yeah.
They paint that sucker black, and that's what he looks like.
Yeah, the blue and white there is it's such a different color tone for him.
It's a little different. So, yeah, okay, good for him.
Not bad, though. Not bad overall. All right, let's get to...
I got to see Jared Verse at practice yesterday, so...
Yeah, how'd he look?
He's got some quickness
He's got some quickness. That's what Coach Riz was telling me, the same thing. People seem very impressed.
Got a lot of quickness to him.
We had Ashley Bastock on, obviously, and that's what she kept talking about, too. Like the burst and the speed that he has is very evident and very obvious early on. All right, let's get to in case we missed it.
All righty, let's start with... NBC Sports' Phil Simms came out with his quarterback countdown, which is now, available. Chris Simms unbuttoned in Pro Football Talk. Shall we spoil it for everybody and give you the top 5?
And I just was going through the list myself and trying to figure everything out because it is not... I shouldn't have done that. What I should have done is
just let me do it?
You should have let me guess what the top 5 was, and then we went from there. And no spoilers, I would have had the same top 5 that he would have had, okay?
Yeah.
So that part would not have changed. I would not have had it in the order that he had it, though.
Okay. So I'll reveal the top 5, top 4, I should say. Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs, Lamar Jackson, number 3, Joe Burrow of the Bengals, and Josh Allen, no surprise there, of the Bills. He is numero uno. Matthew Stafford of the Rams is number 5. Guess that's why Myles Garrett is smiling in his pictures today. He actually has a quarterback on the other side of the football. Caleb Williams of the Bears, I should say, is 6th. Number 7, Justin Herbert of the Chargers. Drake May of the Patriots is 8. 9, Jaden Daniels, the Commanders quarterback. And how about this? Baker Mayfield is number 10. Guess where Shedeur Sanders is?
It's a really good look for Baker, all things considered. We had debated for many, many years, is Baker Mayfield a top 10 quarterback? Is he not a top 10 quarterback? The fact that he's got him ahead of Sam Darnold is a surprise to myself. Sam Darnold in the previous 2 seasons has the highest passer rating than any other quarterback in the NFL. The fact that he is higher than Jared Goff is surprising to me. Trevor Lawrence obviously won a lot of games, but there's a lot of good quarterbacks that he's above, and I'm surprised by that. All right, go ahead. Where is Shedeur?
I actually had to do a double take. Deshaun Watson is also on this list, and Deshaun Watson is ranked ahead of Shedeur Sanders. They have Deshaun Watson at number 39, right behind Davis Mills and J.J. McCarthy and Tua and Marcus Mariota, Kirk Cousins, and Fernando Mendoza. We're up to 33 with Mendoza. Shedeur Sanders barely made the cut. In front of Carson Beck and Ty Simpson, Shedeur Sanders, in a list of 43, is 41st.
That's not great for Shedeur. There's no other way to look at it. It's not great.
Not great for Deshaun
Ty
either.
Simpson won't play football for 3 years, and all of a sudden this is where it's not great.
He barely beats out Ty Simpson.
Some interesting ones. C.J. Stroud being 20th, I think, is interesting. And also Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts, a massive fall.
Yeah.
All things considered. Jalen Hurts is 21.
MVP candidate. Now he's
21 in this list. Last year when Nick Wilson, obviously he'll be back tomorrow, did his quarterback tiers list, he had Jalen Hurts as the 5th best quarterback in the sport. Now he's 21. That's what one season will do for you. Where my top 5 would have settled in is pretty simple, Daryl. I'd have Patrick Mahomes as the number 1 quarterback in the sport. That's just not changing for me. Josh Allen would be number 2. Lamar Jackson would be 3. Joe Burrow would be 4. And Patrick Mahomes would be number 5.
Okay, so my rankings, I agree. Josh Allen, number 1. I would put Patrick Mahomes number 2, even though he's coming off the injury. Joe Burrow, number 3. Lamar, 4. And actually, no. I'd put Lamar 5 and Matthew Stafford in front of him at 4.
That's fair, and you could easily toss that up. And I think
because
that's
he's
totally
coming
fair.
off the MVP, that's why.
Totally fair, understandable if that's the way you got to go. I like the glow up for Stafford because I thought in the couple years prior he'd started to be dinged in some of these lists.
Yeah.
Winning MVP, having the season that he had. He should have gone to the Super Bowl if not for his special teams play. Nice glow up from Matt Stafford.
How about Sam Darnold winning a Super Bowl with the Seattle Seahawks and he's 14th?
Yeah, it's just disrespectful is what it is.
Won the Super Bowl.
Sam Darnold's a top 10 quarterback right now. There's just a lot of people that don't want to admit it. It's fine. They'll come around to it. All right, Daryl. We got to thank Mac Robinson on the board.
Yes.
Thank you to Jake Murray producing today's show. Mackenzie Flume, the Flume Dog Millionaire, doing the updates. Thank you to you, Daryl. Appreciate you hanging out.
Yeah, I guess I'll see you tomorrow. I'm on with Phelps middays, but we'll do the baton handoff.
I look forward to it. We'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy your time with Jeff Phelps. Jake Vonek comes your way next. Keep it locked in right here on The Fan.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.
This is an